Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to day 2 of the Arcadia Fortress coverage here in Hamburg. It is I, Turbo Tabs. I'm back. I made it to a second day. I was unsure I would make it to a second day, but we've also got Beta. Beta's made it to the second day. How are we doing, Beta?
Yeah, pretty tired. Really long, fun day yesterday.
Mm.
It was basically everything I was hoping it would be. Maybe minus some of the internet exploding, but
Mm.
it's LAN day
That's
one.
that's LAN, baby. That's
Yeah,
LAN. We had a lot of other fun things that was going off during all that. Obviously, we got to meet a lot of new gamers, and new
yeah,
fascinating gamers that we haven't seen. Fresh faces, some old faces as well. We got to see them play some games, and I mean, just to quickly sum that up, Beta. It was one of the more exciting LANs. It was very very competitive, wasn't it?
yeah. Basically, we have TF2 Easy and Witness Gaming that are winning their games.
Mm.
TF2 Easy struggling a little bit more to convert some rounds, but they get it done. They get the work done, and then of course they tied up
Mm.
0-0 in a game at the end of the day. And then everyone else are just kind of in a knife fight, underneath those guys. There's we should take like the bottom team Duplo right now and compare them to Big Bloke Land, which is like tied with the League of Shadows in third place.
Mm.
That they can lose. Like anyone can lose to anyone down there.
Yeah,
Basically.
it's one of those sad things about the point system where you see things fighting so tooth and nail, so close, but it doesn't reflect itself in the in the scoreboards. All it matters is who wins, who loses. Even if you
Yeah.
were dead close, or if you were just like basically a cat point away, so many seconds away. And I really hope that people don't look at the score lines and just think, "Oh,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll skip this match, or I'll skip that," because they've all actually been pretty competitive, even with the top two dog teams. Where they've actually taken some rounds or taken some really good fights, and mids have been quite commanding for some other teams that you didn't expect to pull off there. Was there any particular team that shocked you coming into this?
Um, I don't think no. Really, the only thing is Delhi being missing. It's probably I'm
Mm.
kind of shocked that they've been able to cope as well as they have with it. Like Sam's has just been stepping up and
Yeah, yeah,
fitting in pretty well, doing
yeah.
good, and like the team hasn't suffered much. It seems like.
Yeah, that's the real strange thing as well. Everyone almost had the wind taken out of the sails because they thought League of Shadows, they are the one actually almost contesting TF2 Easy at that second spot, and
Yeah,
then to have them nerfed in any sort of way seems like a death sentence for them. But they've done really the harder job of getting a new demo man in, last minute, and then adjusting for that play style because, as we've noticed, Delhi and Zams play two very distinct different styles of TF2, but they've all kind of stepped up on League of Shadows and really kept it competitive about that third spot at least. And even with that second spot with TF2 Easy kind of getting nipped at the heels a little bit.
yeah. Like your whole thing on day one was basically like trying to figure out who was gonna go third.
Mm,
You were throwing like Karachi in the where you're like, oh,
mm,
these guys are really good.
mm,
So yeah, like that's not the worst hot take I've ever heard. It's a bit of a hot take, but as it is right now, like Big Block Land
mm,
and League of Shadows, they're kind of co in there. I think League of Shadows got the technical third seed due to some round differences,
mm.
but that's a very tiny difference. They both have 6 points, I
Yeah.
believe.
But it's a very motivating day one, as a lot of teams feel like it. Obviously, they're playing, they're knowing the performance. Hopefully, they'll take the scoreboards out of this, like we've been doing,
Yeah,
and realize it. Everyone's got potential here. So now this is the most important day where obviously we go into our break off like knockout section of the entire TF2. It is a double bracket, need I remind you.
yes.
So we will start off all the top teams in that upper bracket, and then I think a couple of open teams will get sprinkled in there. I think.
Yeah, I feel like we have to summarily execute some of those really good open teams.
Mm.
We just throw them in there
Yeah, yeah,
to
basically.
get
I
murdered.
mean, that what better prize is there than
Yeah.
just like winning all your games and suddenly going to losing all your games?
Yeah, like you did really well. Now deal with Poppy and Silence's bombing
Yeah,
you. Have
yeah,
fun. Yeah, yeah,
yeah. It brings you down a peg, It
yeah.
keeps you well checked in. But who knows? There's been crazier things. It has been quite a crazy LAN. But coming into this upper bracket thing, and everyone's got that potential. Now it's about adaptation. As
Yes.
anybody could rock up on day one, like Duplo, have no sleep, go
Yeah.
and play all your games, make them quite competitive. But now these boys have got some sleep in them. They've had some food. they've got a chance to go over demos. I went down this morning and I saw it was a nice sight to see of just every now and then seeing teams have their own ways of like discussing things. Some are just like going over demos. Some of them are just like in a circle talking about
Yeah,
like how games went. Some are going over the stream coverage we did the other day
yeah.
and going over moments and bits like that. And some are taking it more seriously. Some are taking it not so seriously. All this. And it's really interesting to see what's going to happen on this day too. Like, what if, in your expert opinion, you've been around a few lands now.
Yeah.
What sort of adaptations or what things do you think we'll see in a changes on these teams going into day two?
So I don't really know. I can't give you any specific
That's quite all
like
right.
things, but I do know that like the adaptations are always like much more significant on lands because there's just something about being able to gather up in a circle and like
Mm.
talk about something like face to face, where everyone's just on the same page all the time.
Yeah,
Right? Like you just get your point across so much more effectively than when you're all sitting in a mumble server and
yeah, yeah. You,
like
if you're at home and somebody's couched up and you're on the uh, on the mumble, some guy could be literally just falling asleep. But now you can literally slap him like, "Oi, Lucas, pay attention.
yeah,
We're
yeah,
trying to go over mid fights here and all this." And
yeah,
you can see, from that body language, then their eyes of whether or not like, do they actually get it, or are they just telling me that they get it and all
yeah,
this.
yeah, yeah,
But you're 100% right. Those adaptations are usually the most rapid and all this. And obviously, when it comes to rapid changes, that's the mark of a good team. And
yes,
between TF2 Easy and Witness, it's like one of their stronger elements, obviously, going into anything because they can pull that off online and offline. So, what adaptations do you expect, or would you recommend some of the teams that you saw on day one going into day two? Was there anything you'd like to see, like a certain team
I
change?
think the main thing that I noticed, if I had to like generalize, is that teams are basically using Ubers to pick off the demo man,
Hmm.
and then they kind of snowball from there and get like a free point afterwards because the enemy medic have to get out of there because
Hmm.
you can force. If you're like in a 4-on-6 situation, you can force the team with 4 players like
Yeah.
kind of easily, right,
Hmm.
without losing too much. So I feel like if you have a team that has a pretty passive demo, like you're probably at a small advantage if you can just try to keep those alive and make so that you can't take those fights and get those picks,
Hmm.
or just keep him really close to the medic so he doesn't get picked off.
Hmm.
Right? Like,
Do you
but
think
yeah,
do you think it's important for these teams, like say for example, Big Bloke LAN, they've
yeah,
had a bit more of a breakout in their group stage, kind of shocking a couple of people, but at the same time, almost like a little bit expected because everyone feels like a good team here that has potential.
yeah.
Do you think they still need to do adaptations, or do you think they just need to keep the good thing going, just keep doing what they're doing?
I think like Big Blow Land, they should just keep doing what they're doing because they're just having fun, and I don't think they expect to win the entire land or anything, but
Hmm.
they just want to play like fun TF2 like for them.
Hmm.
I don't think they care about like entertaining people, but they're just doing what they think is fun,
Hmm.
and like sometimes that is just really powerful.
Yeah, yeah. Just the uncare attitude. The pressure is off.
Yeah,
You play normally, or you play what you feel, I guess. And sometimes if you're feeling good, you play good.
yeah.
So, was there any sort of kind of highlight, fun moments of LAN that you can remember from yourself yesterday? Was there anything like that was a highlight for you?
Like almost like I want to say the beefed plays because there were so many almost legendary moments.
Mm,
Like I think was it Ixie that snuck around a sniper behind on Gollywash,
mm,
where he was just behind the enemy team
mm.
and nobody knew. So he was just like sneaking up on the enemy medic and he missed those shots.
Oh
So
yeah,
sad. And
I know. I've seen that a few times. Yeah,
I think like I can't remember if it was like Ghazi that like perfectly managed to get in through a corner like right before the team ran out ahead of him,
yeah,
and he like just beefed 3 shots
yeah.
on
Oh,
a
I
medic.
remember that was the shutter door, weren't it? Where he
Yeah,
was
yeah,
so these scouts, man, on LAN, as soon as they're not used to things being so instant, I
yeah.
guess.
All right, so day one they missed all of those like huge legendary plays.
Mm.
Today I want to see them actually make them work.
Yeah, that's a good point. What is the value of like obviously people come in, they're tired, they've travelled, they've had to obviously probably been around and stayed up and chatted with people, need to get used to the environment, all this stuff like that. Do you expect people to be fully settled in by day two, or do you think there'll still be some players out there that are still feeling a bit weird?
I think they'll mostly be settled in. Like maybe match one, maybe it's gonna take a while.
Mm,
They're not gonna be like fully at the top of their game. Maybe they didn't get quite enough sleep. Maybe they
mm,
drank a bit too much yesterday. Maybe they didn't sleep quite right in the hotel room. I don't know.
mm,
There's different things, but I think as soon as they get out of like the morning days and haze,
Hmm.
it's going to be completely fine. So no excuses from anyone.
Anyway, we've got a full action-packed schedule ahead of us, Beta. Like, roughly how it goes is like we'll start our games around 2 o'clock-ish, and then from every 2 hours or so, we're going to give you a bit fresh best of 3. And I think we should get that all settled up by, I think even the upper bracket final. And then I think when it comes to like lower bracket finals and all this, we're going to delay that grand final as well to the tomorrow day and all
Yes.
this. Is there such thing as like too many games for a TF2 player to handle? Where do you think you can pinpoint a point in the day that these players are actually going to get a bit fatigued from all the TF2?
Mental fatigue is a real thing, and some people are just better naturally at concentrating than others are, and it's different for every player.
Hmm.
So
Is it the mark of what makes these good teams good, or are they just good in their very, I guess, finite moments? I don't know.
I think we're
are they
all.
naturally like marathon thinkers over on that
I
TF2
think we
easy
just
spot?
all have different limits, and at some point, nature's just gonna catch up with us, and we have to like take a mental break.
Hmm.
Otherwise, we're just gonna get exhausted and not play well.
Hmm.
And for some people, they can play 5 hours straight. Some people can play 12 hours straight. But yeah, there's no way of telling.
Hmm.
So just the longer the day goes, the more players are gonna like fall through and be tired and not be quite optimal.
Hmm.
So I think for them, it's pretty good that we're splitting things up like this.
Speaking of different people, Beta, have we had any breakout performances? Was there any like sort of star power that you saw the other day? You were like, whew, that that player, man, on LAN. Is there any those players, or was everybody just kind of just in the
Uh,
groove?
like I feel like I wasn't surprised by anything, but it was nice to see like Boulder had some really nice moments.
Hmm.
I like yeah, he can also hit things on land, like definitely. And then also Voxy at some point was just terrorizing teams.
Hmm.
So he really showed up to play. So
Yeah,
that's very exciting.
I think it was really impressive just to see like players that went on and took TF2 easy or Witness Gaming like same sort of skirmish power. I always thought that on land they would kind of just like overpower them in certain aspects.
Yeah.
But yeah, and anyway, we do have maps going into I think our next first coverage of our first upper bracket game, which we decided to pick was Big Bloat LAN versus Jurachio. I hope I'm saying it right.
You're definitely not saying it right. I don't know how to
Czech
say it right.
team, Czech team. There
Yeah.
you go. So we have the maps for them. So hopefully we'll get them fed through at some point. But obviously, as a bracket system goes, we've got a pick ban system,
Yeah.
and yeah. So these teams are curated. Also, I need to remind you, Beta, we've had
Okay.
the King of the Hill maps added into the map pool this
Yes,
time.
that's a real thing. Like mostly for Witness Gaming, they are just like so hyped for all of the cough maps. So we're in a cough
Mm.
meta. So that's really exciting. And just you can't stalemate cough maps. So these days I almost feel like just more cough maps in there, man. Just throw them in. It's Bagel and Product
Yeah.
for those of you that don't know.
Yeah, product been around since like the test of time, but Bagel, kind of a hot new map on the scene that people are
Yeah.
still kind of getting used to. I almost have to remember which one was Bagel again. Hmm.
It's the good one.
It's
It's the one you can't snipe on.
oh yeah, it is definitely a change little. Entire different map compared to product. It's
Yeah.
almost tempting for map makers to be like, oh, just take what works and copy and paste it, but it very much does feel like a different flavor of Koth.
Yeah.
And I know the top teams are definitely excited to play and get these Koth maps in there and all this. So I'm gonna join you in the fact that Koth maps are good and we're gonna see a lot of them on. I reckon coming into it.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they're going to be banned out too often. Maybe like some teams are really keen, so they're just gonna get at least one of them banned automatically just out of spite. But yeah, I don't know what the case is for these teams, Karachi and Big Bloke Land. I don't know. And speaking of those two teams, I feel like they're gonna be pretty closely matched.
Hmm.
It's I think overall the player quality on Big Bloke Land is like slightly higher, but they're probably also more rusty in general.
Hmm.
Whereas on Karachi, it's like you have some really, really strong players, and then you have some up and comers that maybe we don't know so much about.
Hmm.
Like maybe I'm just underestimating them. Like how good is SNH? I don't
Well,
know.
it's okay. We don't have to just use our big brains on the settee as well. We've got some big brains behind a nice little casting desk as well, and we've got the games going away somewhat soon. So I think this is a natural point to start throwing it over to our boys over in the standing desk. How we doing, boys? How we doing?
Doing good, I would assume. Deeply.
Yeah,
Oh, dude, I'm always doing good. Always doing good every day.
Well, that matters, right? We're having a great time today. We're going to be watching a wonderful game, which, as Peters mentioned, should be a really close one, simply because these are the teams seated right next to each other. If you're thinking about it that way,
Yeah.
you have fourth place Big Block Land, fifth place Jurachi in the group stages anyway. So just from sheer numbers alone, this should be the closest match we'll ever see the entire LAN. Surely.
Yeah, I was gonna say, interesting that you say that, considering every single game yesterday.
Was extremely close.
Yeah,
There were
pretty
a
much.
lot. There
Pretty
were a
much
lot.
every single game that we saw was ridiculously close.
It was quite something. I mean, I'm looking forward to this. We've barely been able to watch these both of these teams so far. For instance, yesterday we only got to cover one game of each of them, right? And those were at the start of the day as well, when they weren't even like warmed up and really into the game. They didn't really know like what they were maybe doing at LAN and all that stuff. So now that they're all warmed up, this should be really, really interesting. And it looks like our first map is actually going to be Granary.
Yes, yeah. Looks like it is going to be Granary. I think, from what I saw, we'll be doing Granary into Snakewater into a potential Bagel decider.
Ooh, I mean that is the funny thing about like two CoF maps. And they mentioned earlier as well, right? Our beautiful analysts. With two CoF maps, if you want to play CoF, you're guaranteed to play it, because it's ban, right? Both teams ban first, and then they get to pick, which
Yeah.
means no matter what. And Papi was talking about this a lot. With this, they are down bad. They want to play CoF so badly, they're always gonna force it every single round. So
That is interesting.
I feel like just off the back of that, we're gonna be seeing a lot of it, and the fact that maybe both of these teams will take it to 3 maps. We might even see CoF there. I'm looking forward to it. I love CoF, man. It's
Yeah.
great.
I think it's it's such a fundamentally different way of playing the game as opposed to 5CP, and it can really throw things out, but it is also, I don't know. I'm certain a lot of teams would disagree. Like, there are teams who are really good at CoF, but I also feel like it is a little bit more of a risk, because it's almost like uh, different situations in Counter Strike in my head, right? So
Mm.
like best of ones in Counter Strike always feel really, really weird, because sometimes people just hit their shots.
Yeah.
I feel like CoF is almost a little bit similar, where you can be a good team on CoF, but sometimes what if the enemy team is just, they're hitting all their shots? That has more of an impact on CoF than it does on 5CP, because it's literally just a case of, if they can just keep winning fights, they're going to keep getting time regardless, even if your kind of grand overall strategy is a little bit better. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm sure a lot of people would disagree, but that's kind of how it always feels like to me. Like, it's a little bit more of a risk.
I feel like as well with CoF, it tends to happen that you see it. At least you see it frequently. Like one team just kind of starts running away with it. I feel like it's more momentum based, maybe, because on 5CP, even if you're starting to lose a couple of rounds, maybe you lose point after point after point. At some point, you might be able to find some stable footing again and just slow the game to your pace, or like find a way to stall it out, find a way to like park the bus at least for a little bit until you can stabilize again. You don't have that with King of the Hill. You
Yeah.
have to always be aggressive. You have to be playing it. If one team has a pace or is outpacing you, you have to try and catch up to them. You can't slow the game down for you. You have to catch up to them.
Well, I think it's fundamentally down to, again, how 5CP works, because in 5CP, you can have a massive uber disadvantage, right? Your medic goes down, they've got, let's say, a full advantage. Well, you can kind of try and delay them a little bit and then buy yourself about 30% kind of charge, building when they walk into second, and then when they go towards mid, you can get like a little bit more. And then a second you get your Uber again, it's like, cool, right, now we can stop them a little bit because both teams have Uber. Obviously, in CoF, like when you're playing that, the timer's still ticking down, but also even when you have the Uber, you need to do something. Otherwise, that time is going to keep ticking down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like you say, it can be a little bit more kind of momentum-based, a little bit kind of more snowbally, really, just because as the losing team, you are absolutely forced into doing something. You can't just kind of wait them out a little bit.
Like every second is so much more precious
Yeah.
than in 5CP, because you got 3 minutes on that timer. Once that stuff starts ticking down to the low times, sure, you can get overtime, but that's not going to help you all that much necessarily. And it gets quite tight towards the end of those matches always. But we're all talking about King of the Hill right now. We're not even playing King of the Hill first. We're playing Granary.
That is true.
Granary is a completely different map. And, as we've mentioned previously as well, traditionally, a soldier map.
It is definitely, yeah. A lot of people will consider it a soldier map. It's a hugely impactful one in terms of mids and in terms of our demos. But I mean, both teams looks like they're pretty keen to go. We do have ourselves 12 players in the server. I think they're all readying up. I think we might be getting ready to go.
Oh, that's lovely. You love to see it. Let's see what this is going to look like. Big Bloke LAN versus Jirachi in the first elimination bracket. Well, it's the upper bracket, so nobody's actually getting eliminated, but the first little playoffs bracket match on the second day here at RCADIA LAN. And they're making their way to mid, as you'd expect the demos to do, and they're just like staring each other down a little bit. The usual stuff. Nothing quite happening just yet, but sometime one of these guys is gonna make the first move. There you go, soldiers are flying. Are they gonna land on anybody and kill anybody? That's a lot of damage onto the medic for Big Bloke there, but Piggles just surfs it around, escapes it. Holding on the other side has died though, and Jordy and Mac taken care of. So far so good for the Czechs, but they have to find a couple more frags and keep themselves safe. They take care of left, they take care of Hugo as well. Only losing Nation on their side as well, so a very solid mid there for the Czechs, but Piggles did stay alive.
Yep, that's the all-important bit. It's going to be Piggles making sure he gets out here alongside his little scout buddy. It's going to be difficult for them to contest second just yet until these spawns come in, but the second they get there, you can see all good stuff now. They're actually even going to... Oh my god, it's a crit going all the way in, but they're getting nuked because they're just way, way, way too late.
And Lucas, Based God, just walks forward and kills anybody because, well, if you're shiny and you can't be hurt, that obviously helps. But yeah, if you have crits, you're still vulnerable, and that's all it takes. Jordy's trying his best to maybe buy a little bit more time back there, but he's just going to get killed while Czechs are already all over that last point, and they're getting it immediately. What a quick round to just come out swinging for Jirachi.
Yep, I mean, yeah, they did exactly what they needed to do, and that was basically get the Uber. And yeah, I don't know, 3 times 0, still 0.
Yeah, no, it's a quick round, right? It was less than 2 minutes. I'm sure Mac's team has been warming up. I will mention this after the games concluded yesterday, especially the Witness TF2 Easy game. TF2 Easy were like rearing to keep scrim. They wanted to keep playing, and like I saw Lucas and I think it was Nation just walk over to Josh and was like, "Hey, you guys want to scrim us? We haven't played these 2 maps yet," and they just immediately started scrimming while everybody else was off drinking. So I think they're like very keen. They really want to keep playing, and it shows right now with that coming out swinging. Next mid fight now. DC goes high, but it's not going to really land on anybody. Coling's going to try the same, but only gets 1 rocket onto Piggles. Again, surfs it away. Beautifully done. This man is as slippery as an eel, and so far it's been working pretty well for Big Blokes here. They've only got SNH left to contend with, and, well, he's just decided to run away because what can you do against 4 people?
Yeah, that's this is not the moment to make big plays. This is the moment to get back, even when you start burning a gun, something like that. Definitely pretty solid mid there in terms of Big Bloke LAN. I feel like it's real moments like that from Piggles, just like, I don't know, it seems like such a tiny thing, getting that surf onto the high ground, but just surviving and getting that health back can almost decide an entire mid, because it's such a heavy commit these soldiers have to do.
Yeah, you have to get in really deep. And with you on the high ground as well, sure, the soldiers can jump up there, but it's a commit for them, and you're out of harm's way of pretty much everybody else. The scouts basically can't do anything to you anymore, and you're just good to go. And as they're good to go, they're going into last year, and, well, you know, they've gotten a century. The Uber is faded. Now it's going to be an interesting fight, because they actually have to kill people, and they're not doing an amazing job. They're finding a couple of frags. That's the soldiers down for the Czechs here. They find Lucas as well, but SNH is just laying down the pain as the heavy on the point. Nothing that can be done anymore. Mac is still caught in. Surely Nation just cleans that one up as well, and now they have to try and find Piggles somehow, but he's already hell out of dodge. He is in no harm's way whatsoever anymore.
Yeah, you could see how much of a commit kind of Big Bloke did towards the point. They got some really, really solid cap time, but ultimately they just kind of couldn't keep it going. They couldn't get that last little bit. It's always a little bit difficult. You could see Mac didn't want to commit too heavily there, but as a result, his guys on point might just end up getting a little bit, I don't know, rolled from all these players going out the other spawn.
Yeah, like they managed to find a few frags, but crucially that heavy stayed alive. And he was just able to lay down so much damage onto everybody. Because once you let that heavy live for too long, you've already lost. You've already committed a couple of your players, they're all dead as well. Oh, Jordy, huge damage onto combat. Is he going to be able to get the force out of Gedu? And, oh, okay, counter bomb by Lucas is going to get the exchange underway, but it's obviously so much better for Big Bloke, and they're going to try to cut off anybody else as well. Nation is going to be, in this case, anybody else. And the Jirachi players, they're just going to have to keep acting up here. I mean, you're only 2 players trying to protect your medic, and there's so much aggression coming forward from Big Bloke here. They want to have another round on the board, make this equal, make it so that they actually, you know, can have a shot at winning Grinder here. And right now they're rolling this forward. They want to have another attempt at this last, and, well, there's no Ubers in play, so they're just going to try and take this dry, which is very ambitious. Nation is already sniping as well, trying to see if he can catch somebody out here, but he's not going to be able to do that. Either way, it doesn't matter, because you've taken care of Hugo and Af, and that's all it takes to slow these blokes down for now.
Yeah, I feel like Big Blow Clan weren't necessarily going for the kind of hard commit last push. Maybe kind of, maybe see if you get a frag, maybe see if you can get a sack, something along those lines. But only losing a couple means they can look to keep contesting. You can see Jordy really trying to just rain out the damage from this little corner, but nope, going to get taken down, and then no one else is looking too much like committing. They do have the Uber they can trade at any point. Yep, Adiski's going to be going down. Uber does get used. It is going to be a better one on the side of Daegu, and it looks like, yeah, Lucas really wants to try and juggle some of these players, but he's actually the one getting chased down all the way towards Shutter, but managing to live just about. Adiski is still in a spawn queue, so the blokes, they want to go in. This is really important position for Hugo. He's able to do so much damage from up here, force out so many players.
There's so much damage raining down, nuking everybody. But unfortunately, there's nobody else to really follow up. He gets a kill, gets cleaned up himself. Nation now fighting in the side here, trying to kill Av. Can't quite win that 1v1 though. So it's still just SNH on the point together with his soldier buddy Adiski. Just seeing if they can get everybody else out of here now. Finally, they've managed to clear the area. And the blokes are going to have to find a different way to get back into there. Still not coming out ahead at the end of the day. They still managed to lose that fight, and crucially, Pickles dying as well means Gedu's going to have a sizable advantage now.
Yep, I think everyone is focused on, I don't know, other things, and then Nation manages to get in, gets that one important frag towards Pickles, and then you just won't win that extended fight. Never.
It's a tough one. You got the war of attrition, and the Ubers actually just come out of Tarachi. They're just going to try to roll this forward as deep as they can. Yeah, they find one frag with it left, gets taken down, but that's probably all they're going to have to settle for, because everybody else on blokes was already way out of there into garage. They just get chased away. It's more of a zoning Uber, and they managed to get mid off the back of it, but now the advantages have flipped. You've got that full add-on Piggles, and they're going to be raring to use that. They're waiting for left to spawn. There he is. He's going to make his way forward, and they are going to make their way in here. There's absolutely no chance they wouldn't. Get some ground out of choke and now get these soldiers off the high ground. Ideally, you don't even have to use, and if you can deal with the soldiers being around and keep Piggles safe from having to pop, so far so good. He eats a bit of damage, but he's just being protected. Everybody around him is shooting at things in the sky, and it's worked out.
Yeah, like you say, the dream in that situation is to try and walk as far in as possible without using. And they did manage to go and complete for free and pick up 2 frags off it now. We do see Daegu just about to get his own Uber towards second. They do get a spawn as well. So, looks like they will be contesting second. But just from that frag, from that little bit of position, that bit of momentum, the blokes are able to take this top left position towards Lunchbox. Hugo does try, go for a bomb, but no, unfortunately, it ain't gonna happen, buddy.
It's a very tall order getting through that tiny door when you've got 2 soldiers spamming it. I mean, it's ambitious. It could have worked. You never know. We could have gotten the exact frame perfect jump, but it didn't quite work out. And the flank from Tarachi comes through. Actually, they use through connector. It's gonna be a bit better for the blokes here. So they use a bit later. They flash a little bit less. Gedu's just spread thin, having to try to keep his entire team alive. And does so for the most part. SNH gets taken down finally. Adiski does as well and gets into a insanely long respawn queue, so he's gonna be out of this for a while. But the blokes are still. They had taken their time as well. They got to rotate around, find a way to get into this, slowly but surely making their way across the point here. But Matt gets taken out, and that is a crucial frag to have here if you're protecting your point, because now nobody can really spam across that point very easily.
Yeah, it makes everything so much more difficult. Like, yeah, you can't kind of tickle the point a little bit. You can't get that spam in the same way. You can't even hold Shutter in the same way. And as you can see, Lucas is trying to go all the way in. Yeah, they're doing huge damage. Does look like some of these big blow players are coming just a little bit too hard. I'm not quite sure what the plan was.
I think they were just trying to get Gedu. They got him pretty low. They got him to like 40 HP, but it just wasn't enough to round out the kill in the end. They just protected him ever so slightly well enough, and then everybody gets cleaned up. Now they have to try and hold their second here, and well, the Ubers are roughly equal. At least Piggles will have by the time the Czechs will try to make their way forward. But they're not in a great position, players-wise either. Some of them are just spawning, making their way forward. It's going to be on the Czechs to make their move here. They are up around as well. If they want to play this game, they could very well slow it down. But it looks like they just want to go. They're keen to have some more of a buffer here against the blokes going forward. And they're going to try and see if they can make their way through garage. Spam a little bit through there. See if they can maybe pick somebody off, get somebody sacked in, something like that. You never know if an opening presents itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit difficult on ground. There's a couple real kind of standard options you'll see. People kind of going for skip jump all the way through garage. You kind of, go off the wall and then you can kind of skip through and go in pretty deep. You can also see teams move towards the right-hand side, towards choke, and try and buy their soldier as much space as possible, and then go for a much higher bomb. But both options, they're a little bit tricky. Like you say, Grana is a bit of a map of doorways, and getting through those doorways when they're being spammed as hard is, it just ain't easy.
You really gotta try and get in deep somehow. It looks like that's what SNH is doing. Just walks forward, holds W into Jordy, manages to win that 1v1 as well. That could be a little bit of an opening for them here, yeah. They're taking that immediately. Jirachi making their way in through Garage. SNH unfortunately does get cleaned up eventually, but yeah, actually I think off the back of that, Jirachi has immediately realized, maybe let's be a bit more careful here. Even though nobody on Blokes was forward, and they could have probably taken some ground, but how would you know that? You are not omniscient when you're a player.
That is true. That is one of the funniest things. I think people, sometimes underestimate when they're watching a game like this. Sometimes you can see situations where you're like, well, why did this guy do this? But I mean, it's because we can see everyone. We can see the outlines. We can see, free cam and all different types of things. You just have access to more information. In the moment, you are very, very limited to only what you can see and what can be communicated. And, that is why team communication is such an important skill.
And it turns out the play was putting SNH on
Oh!
Sniper, and he's going to get a nice little shot there onto Af to open things up. Now they're trying to get him peek even deeper if he can get another crucial shot here. Even just getting one shot already, it's something. It's only a scout pick, so obviously Blokes are going to try to maybe hold close. Now Pickles is already on the crate, so you have to peek so deep to get onto the medic. And they're just going to use into Garage, actually. Very ambitious here. Obviously, there's going to be a counter Uber out of the checks, and it's going to be a lot better. Now Blokes have to get out of there as fast as they can, and they might just get nuked down if they're not careful. But no. They're not getting killed at all. They're actually finding the kills. Adiski and Nation both taken care of. SNH is still on Sniper as well, which means now in this fight, as long as he can't get any angles, he's actually kind of useless.
Yeah, it's almost like just having three. You can see they're not really looking to commit here at all. We can watch these much longer angles for anyone just overextending, but realistically, yeah, they had no real chance there of fighting in terms of mid. And, yep, you see Jordy just go all the way in. He knows Sniper can't be playing that far forward by himself. Pickles even picking up Lucas. This is going very well for them.
Oh, nice little pipe there by Mac as well to round out the kill on Adiski. They're just rolling this forward, keeping it up on the flank. Jordy does get taken down by Coling, but gets him dangerously low as well. And if Coling's not careful, he might just get caught out before he can even escape to last. And they still got a couple of spawners waiting in the queue as well for the checks. This is another great opportunity for Big Blokes to actually make a move on to last here. The Ubers are equal, but if they can get something going, it could actually be around conversion, and they know that Coling is still caught in. They're gonna actually pick him up as well, so secure that frag, gives themselves a nice little bit of an opening, because now it's a 5v6 on last, and obviously that's an opportunity you'll gladly take with Coling just being caught in like that. That Soldier going really low, so a nice air shot. Clean up by the scattergun, unfortunately, by Af, but still, it's going pretty well. Nation gets one headshot on last here. Is he gonna be able to keep it actually working, though? Actually, yeah, I mean, everybody else just gets kills, turns out.
Yeah, I mean, Granner is such a... Oh my god. Dude, my boy Nation has the dumb setup where if you change class, you die. He literally tried to change class. No comment, mate.
Maybe
no
he
comment.
just didn't walk far enough in spawn.
That is true. That is an issue in Granary, like
It has been changed like somewhat recently. It used to be a lot bigger, so maybe he's still used to the old one. Either way, I don't think it's gonna matter all that much considering the Ubers have been exchanged on second, but it is a bit of a favorable one for the checks with Af getting taken down in the tail, and Jordan is still deep into this flank here on Lunchbox, which gets taken care of as well. There's almost no stickies on the shutter. Adiski's going to try to make his way forward here with the rest of his team. And with everybody else being so low on the Blokes, they just kind of have to back off. So much damage and choke. There's already so much aggression on them as well. And huge by Coling just gets a nice little 3K actually, including Piggles. Meaning no heals for any of these remaining strugglers. Just getting out of there for Big Blokes. It is a bit of a crumble for them.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, crumble is exactly the word there. It's such a beautiful little flank there. Yeah, I don't know. I guess just the Blokes just weren't aware, right? Like, they just had absolutely no idea. And this is now, I mean, it's exactly the opportunity the Czechs need to just get another round on the board.
It's a prime opportunity as well. You got a full ad, you have all your players ready, you're taking second basically for free as well, and the Blokes have to just somehow set up on last year. You've already got left building a sentry. You've got Af switching to heavy as well. They're trying to hold this as best as they can, put everything they can down, and so far so good. They're denying these players well enough. They finally take down the sentry, but Mac finds a kill, and so does Hugo, so does Left, so they're actually fragging a lot here. Nice little shot onto Adiski, but is it going to be enough? Yes, it is, of course, because they've wiped the checks, and there you go. Just like that, a beautiful hold by Big Blokes. Even with a full ad, Jirachi just couldn't quite convert that round.
Yep, it ain't the easiest thing, so they're going to be staying in it just a little bit. About halfway through the game now. Still only one round, which, isn't entirely uncommon for Granary, but it does mean there's constant opportunities. That's Good damage there from Jordy. Okay.
It
Bit of
just
a
ran out of ammo, I guess. It happens. Happens to
Yeah,
the best of us.
it does.
Almost got that kill. Unfortunately, he's just going to feed it. He's on 1 HP as well, just out of commission for a while here, but it's good enough for Tarachi to just keep their aggression up into mid and slow down these blokes yet again, put themselves in a nice little situation to perhaps keep moving forward. However, they should be aware that they're at this at right now. They should be aware that Piggles has and that the blokes are looking to go. Look at that. They're making their way through choke already, and they just get picked off by a nice little sticky trap. Immediately shut that down. With AF out of the equation, there's no way blokes are going to be pushing out now, and the Uber coming up on Gedu is just going to seal the deal on that.
Yeah, exactly. So, once again, doorways. Runner in doorways, man.
Doors. Well, how do they work?
I'll never know. I'll never know. So, here we go. Equal situation, equal players, equal everything. Will be, once again, a bit of an opportunity for people to try and do something a little bit fancy, but if you're on the Czech side, you know, they're still going to be keen to do something, but they're not going to be quite as keen.
I mean, especially like if you're in this equal situation, if you're Tarachi, you are up around, so any even remote stalemate and even situation just benefits you, because you can bleed more time off of that timer, make it harder and harder for big blokes to, you know, like put more pressure on them, make it harder and harder for them to come back into the game as well. You are only up around, but it is something to work with. That being said, they are feeding a couple of players here. Disky, Lucas both get taken down. They have to immediately give up any ground they have, even on mid, because they know if they commit to this, it's only going to end in disaster, and Jordy's on the chase immediately. Was that a nice little rocket? Yeah, that was a nice little hit there, actually, onto Coling as well. Just to make him fear you. And the flank by blokes just actually going so far forward already, both of them. Just in deep, there's the wrap as well. The entire team is there. Is Lucas going to be able to get any kills here at all? He's actually just going to get flashed by his medic. It's a bit better for the blokes, just ever so slightly. They have to flash slightly less, but they're not getting any ground with it at all. They still have to deal with a soldier behind as well, which is just a bit of a thorn, a bit of a nuisance. Surely AF cleans this up, but they've already given up so much ground. They're still only up a frag in these checks. They're keeping up the pressure. They're not even inside. They're just going to get wrapped. They can take the short way to the point, I guess. It's a very weird situation where now the red team is fighting on the blue team's side on the second point, but things happen, I guess. And so far, it is going very well for Tarachi. Apparently, attacking your own second is way easier when you do it from the other side.
I mean, yeah, these things happen. These things happen. All that matters really, it's the end result. And like you say, that is a pretty happy end result for the Czechs. Once again, they're in the driver's seat. I feel like that's kind of been, I don't know, it's not been all their way, as you can see, from it only being one round or so, but I feel like they've had just that little bit more control, a little bit more situations where they're able to kind of take charge.
Yeah, it might be like a 55-45 situation or something like that right now, but anytime they have been in charge, I feel like they've been able to take it ever so slightly further than the blokes have so far. And, well, a nice little couple of frags there, especially onto Coling and Lucas, are certainly going to put them back in control instead, even if there's a big of an Uber on the Czech side. You can't do anything with it when two of your most crucial players are already dead.
No, yeah. Like, the second you lose your demo and then, well, basically any other player, it's so significant.
Yeah, and actually get forced. I think they're just like, maybe a bit too ambitious. SNH just gets left out of the beam for a split second and dies to Mac as well. And now, blokes have that full ad to just roll back into mid with. They're going to just do exactly that. Soldier's going high, trying to see if they can get an early force. They do, but they only really bleed a Disky for it, and the Uber accomplishes nothing else except taking mid now, which they were going to do anyway, and they had to pay a lot for it. They're going to try keeping it rolling forward as well, but it might be a bit over-ambitious for the blokes if they can't get the frags quickly, if they can't sort this out, because Gedu's going to have an Uber again soon, and once he gets that, it is a shut door for the big blokes. So the fact that they're finding some frags right now is actually really coming in their favor. Like, yeah, okay, they lose Jordy on the point here, but it's already so good for them. They've gotten 3 frags. They have a full Uber to work with. Well, probably by the time they actually want to push. It's a nice situation to be in. Adisky just feeds in again as well. And they might just want to push us in. They might even know that Gedu can't quite have yet. He does actually not get it, and there you go. There was just nobody there from the Czechs to really protect the point. The soldiers were already dead. Nobody to bomb, nobody to walk on. They were just not ready for blokes to just push in right away. And there you go, they convert the round, they make it equal, and we've got 10 minutes left.
Yeah, just like that. There you go, keeping it nice and equal.
It's that easy. It turns out that sometimes you don't even need Ubers. They're just overrated. They're a completely side thing. And it's going to be taking us into the next little round as we see a little bit of a crit streak strategy coming out of big blokes, which is curious. I mean, it's a curious mid-rollout strat to do. we'll see how well it goes for them as they're just spamming each other across the point here, seeing what they can accomplish, what they can get going. And so far so good, you know, you don't see that much. Soldiers maybe trying to a little high. Finally, the first frag of the mid has happened. It is onto Nation. A lot of damage on the Pickles as well, and he actually does get cleaned up, so even if they had gotten the crits, it would have not worked for them. Lucas and Gedu are still alive, and they have to somehow get out of this. SNH is there as well to try and protect his medic. He does get a nice little frag onto Mac as well. That's going to probably seal the deal, even if Blokes can try project some power here. Maybe they can get the kill to Lucas, which they won't even because SNH is just fragging, and if they keep Gedu alive, which he might be able to do, he's struggling a little bit killing with Hugo, but he finally does it, and it is a 1 mid for Tarachi, at least so far. They managed to keep that Uber ad going as well, and Piggles is still running the crits, which is at least a little interesting, I suppose. I don't know what they're gonna do with that though. I don't know if they're actually gonna be able to do much at all with those crits. In a defensive situation as well, you know you've got that full Uber you're going up against. You gotta just be able to get the complete surprise factor out of that crits and just have something working with it. If you don't, then it's completely useless. And Mac is, I mean, he's known to have some nasty crits every once in a while. There it comes. Oh my god, they actually get the crucial frag where Gedu just dies to it. And this is an absolute disaster for the Czechs. If they can keep the team alive here on the Blokes, this is actually such a turnaround. The Disky is still up above, but he's not going to be able to get any damage down. It's only the scouts left for Tarachi, and Nation is gremling a little bit, but is he going to be able to do much at all? He's going to have to fight 2 scouts here. He manages to get one of them pretty low, but there's 3 players chasing him down. He just gets cleaned up, and that was a beautiful crits play. It actually worked out for the Blokes. They're going to keep rolling it forward as well, obviously, but now they have a chance to get back into this driver's seat here, control the pace of the game, see what they can possibly get going. Obviously, Tarachi are going to have a word with that because, well, with 8 minutes left, you kind of want to just win this in regulation time. Go into a golden cap, even if they weren't a thing yesterday, you probably don't want to do that. It's just like a waste of everybody's time. Nobody's really a huge fan of, you know, of the golden caps and all that stuff. So I think they're going to be trying to get there's another crits, but this time they were ready for it, and they just destroy Mac instantaneously and make sure that crits is not going to be a problem. Anyway, I am now joined by Bum because Epoli had to leave on short notice. Hello, Bum.
Hello, nice to meet you. Yeah, Epoli's just unfortunately rushed off with a nosebleed, so hopefully he gets better soon. But yeah, as you can see, we've got Fat Guys back on their last right now. Fun Guys, sorry. Of course, that's what it stands for.
Of course.
Yeah, there is a full ad coming up right now for Daegu. This is going to be an opportunity for Tarachi to get back in the lead, of course. Just had it tied up, and Bloke with the sentry gun getting set up on last.
It's gonna be an interesting hold. They've done it before against the full ad as well, and Tarachi seeming a bit hesitant, knowing what they've gotten themselves into before, but they're gonna be able to use it in early up top. Are they gonna be able to actually get much done though? Mac is kind of caught here. He might die. No, he lives. He lives for so long, but it doesn't matter because nobody gets onto the point. They just get pushed into the spawn. Nobody can wrap around, and just like that, Tarachi manages to actually pick up the round.
Yeah, there's just so much cap time. Like, Lucas is completely locking them all in. He's destroying the sentry at the same time as laying all those sticky bombs down on the spawn, and there's no one able to get to the point for Fun Guys. Everyone's just running over it, able to cap that up behind the Uber as they should, and Tarachi back in the lead once again coming into this 4th mid-fight.
With 6 minutes left on the clock as well, you're starting to get into do or die time ever so slightly for Big Blokes here. They have to pick up another round, maybe 2 if they don't want to go to a golden cap. It could very well be a bit pressured for them now. They're going to send in their soldiers deep. Are they going to be able to accomplish much with it though? They don't actually find any frags at all. They just get juggled around. They do so much damage. Everybody's so low on Tarachi, and they're just going to clean up all that damage just like that so easily. The scouts are going to have to escort Gedu out because you can't do anything anymore when you've already lost all of your damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a shame that Jordy and Hugo don't actually manage to pick up any kills there, but you can see the impact they had was absolutely huge. So much damage in the choke, just leaving Leth able to clean up just those tiny little HP players with a couple of scratches from the scattergun, and now there's actually a recon test on second. They are desperate to not give this up. Mac takes so much damage, but outputs so much as well as he's getting pushed away. In the end, Tarachi are going to be able to maintain hold of the second point. It's about half capped here. There is going to be some flank pressure coming in onto Lunchbox from both of the soldiers here. They're actually running it all the way up top with the medic. Let's see, could probably just be a sack from here fake one soldier with the spam, and then Jordy is going to come through with the bomb. Just about hits the pole in the middle, but he gets the pick onto a Disky. Going to go 1-for-1 there.
And I have to trade that one out. Unfortunately, not quite what they were hoping for, probably. It's not quite the opening creation that you could have had from the team here. And again, as time keeps ticking down, more and more of those plays are going to be a problem. Hugo's going to try the exact same thing, but he's, again, just going to get juggled around, get stopped immediately, stomped into the pole, and they're just having to stand outside and wait and try again. And, well,
That's huge.
Lucas walking into a sticky trap is certainly going to help with trying to push.
Yeah.
I think that's going to be very, very helpful if you don't have to deal with the demo anymore. Af gets taken down, but honestly, that's probably an okay trade when you consider it is, at the end of the day, for a demo in one way or another.
Yeah, literally the oldest trick in the book. I don't know when the hubcap trap was invented there on Granary 2nd, but it's been around for so long, and the fact that it can catch off Lucas at that time is big, but unfortunately, they're unable to convert off of it. Losing Af made it a lot more tricky, and Adisky has actually, it looks like he's been building up this banner of this whole time here on 2nd.
Yeah, he's on the conch, and I mean, that's certainly going to be like a bit of an X factor. It is more situational than the battalions was. So you're going to have to actually be able to use it correctly. But if you use that correctly, like at the end of like an exchange or something like that, it can give you that bit of an X factor that you could need here. And again, you're just trying to hold. At this point, Jirachi, they don't necessarily have to push out unless they have like an insane opportunity to do so. They can just chill. They are still on 2nd at the end of the day. As long as they don't lose 2nd extremely decisively, they can even just get to last and have that. It's going to be on the blokes to make a move. They have to just start getting in here. They only have 4 minutes left. They have to make stuff happen, but they're just struggling so hard to find another soldier bomb, but he's going to just get juggled around. Jordy trying his absolute best, but ending up just feeding more and more, and probably going to have the worst logs I've ever seen.
Yeah, unfortunate. Jordy really running out of time to make something work here on 2nd. But this could be an opportunity, getting in behind Lucas. Lucas over-committing for that frag onto Mac, which he does not manage to get, but the Uber is now forced out from Piggles. They don't even get onto Degu. He has a huge 100% advantage now. Big Blokes have kind of thrown this one away.
Yeah, they just couldn't quite get in far enough. I think maybe a slight miscommunication. Maybe they were expecting Jirachi to be a bit more aggressive on that re-aggression, but nah, they just backpedal, hold the S key. You don't have to commit anything. You've lost Lucas, okay, sure, whatever. Basically, you lost your demo in order to force out an Uber that would have been a very big problem for you if you weren't caught in the wrong position. Now they just gotta wait for Piggles to get again. They actually try to use the banner through the side here, but Adisky is immediately killed as he leads the charge, and well, so that banner is useless, but they find a couple of kills anyway. It's good enough to get them back out into yard, and now Big Blokes are going to really start feeling the pressure. They're back out to mid, and they have to convert around. They don't have a lot of time to work with. They're on the back foot, even with that Uber ad working with. It's going to be a tough order.
Yeah, the banner not too useful there to get out in 2nd. The Uber was good enough to get control of yard, but then they don't find enough to get forwards onto mid, and you don't want to be just relying on a yard hold with this disadvantage, but the Uber is coming up onto them already. They just need to be careful here as they do actually pop through. They get juggled. This Uber's really, really slow, and eventually they just call it off. They don't find anything with the Uber at all, and they have 2 minutes to try and get into this last.
It's enough time to get an Uber going, and it's not like Jirachi are really keen on pushing out unless they get an insane opportunity to. And it looks like Blokes don't actually like really care that much either. They just want to commit at least a little bit. They managed to get the Uber out of them, but they lose Piggles crucially, which is such a disaster. If you kept them alive there somehow, that would have been an opportunity. But now with Mac the only player left, you've just wasted an entire cycle, an entire spawn cycle. And obviously Jirachi are gonna immediately use that opportunity, even if they lost Gedu, it doesn't matter. They can retake 2nd here. They can just fortify themselves. And with 90 seconds left on the clock, it is looking dire
90
for
seconds.
the Blokes.
And the crits, though, for Piggles. They've been running this all LAN. They've got a lot of crits under their belt. And they need to pull it off right now if they want to stay in this first map. Bloke dying to the sticky trap on 2nd. That's going to be Lucas slowing them down just a little bit. The crits is only up to 50% so far, and they literally have 1 minute left on the clock. This is going to have to be a miracle crits from Mac to get something working here. Bloke is going to be so late into this fight, rolling all the way out from spawn. 90%. Here it comes, Cerny.
It's happened before. He managed to do it already on this map. He has to just nail the most beautiful sticky in the world, and unfortunately it doesn't quite connect with anybody. Piggles gets taken care of as well. Disky just a beautiful bomb in to take care of that, so there's no crits in play anymore. Finally they find one frag, and it is onto a Disky as the only player. It's only Left and Mac left, and well, they're just kind of gonna have to run away. Mac is having a last stand in the shutter, but he just gets taken care of, and it is probably curtains.
Yeah,
for blokes at this point.
Massive play at the end from one of the soldiers. I believe it was a Disky coming in behind through second, just getting onto Piggles as that crits creed comes off. Instantly just stops the crits from having any value whatsoever. It was only active for about a second, and that Sticky missed anyway. Nothing else for Big Bloke to do here but YOLO push. There's 10 seconds left, and they need to do something insane. Max Sticky jumping all the way in. Does actually take the sentry gun down, but the Uber's out on point. There's 7 seconds left, and there's not enough players for Fun Guys to do this, it looks like, as they do just run onto the point, and there we go. Chirachi going to be taking the first map of this best of 3.
2-1. It was a close one, as probably everybody would have expected. Everybody would have probably said this is going to be a close matchup, and I mean 2-1 is almost as close as you can get without a golden cap. So
this is like definitely the closest matchup we've got in the first round of the knockout brackets. It's going to be very interesting to see if Big Blokes can come back into this one. Obviously, the winner of this game goes on to fight Witness in the next round, so it's going to be difficult for them either way. But we'll see what ends up happening. We are going to go to a quick break. Join us afterwards for the second map.
And we're back, just like that. Just like that, we're back for the next map, hopefully. I mean, apparently they're going to be starting soon-ish, that's what we were told. So we're going to be seeing Snakewater now. Big Blokes and Chirachi, that's the name. I always call him the Czechs, but you gotta be at least like, when it's a short name like that, you know, you gotta give him the honor.
Gotta give it a try. It's not like the French names, which are a whole sentence of French speech that you have to learn the language to even know what you're saying. It's way easier to say Frenchies. But yes, Chirachi able to convert their map pick of Granary there at the start in a very narrow game. So hopefully, oh no, sorry, not their map pick.
It was
the Bloke map
pick. It was the Bloke map pick,
This is going to be even more of a tall order now for Big Blokes to mount this comeback. They've got to secure Snake, obviously, and then Bagel if we should even get to it. We did see a very, very close matchup between Chirachi and Duplo on this map yesterday. And I think that the Blokes are a much higher caliber of team than Duplo. So if it was that close, I might say maybe they do still have a chance. But as you were saying, the Czech team, they were keen to be scrimming, practicing, getting everything up to scratch last night. So maybe they've learned a thing or two from that match. They've moved on, kind of brushed aside some issues, and that's why they've picked it here today.
You also need to consider that match against Duplo was their first match of the day.
Yeah.
That was the first match of the day. You're fresh at LAN. You're not warmed up really at all. You've had like a couple hours to set up your setup, and that's it. So, you know, they were. I think they were already looking like a different team just when I was walking around and watching them play at the end of the day than they were at the start of the day yesterday. And now, obviously, it's a completely new day. You've gotten more used to, you know, the environment, playing together, etc., etc. And it is your map pick. I mean, they must have some confidence considering they picked this map.
Yeah, I mean, and there's so many maps to pick from. It's obviously the 9-map pool in this event. There's got to be some amount of confidence going into it to actually have to pick that one out of all the ones left available. I think there's 5 left available in the when you're able to pick. There's only two bans each.
Other pick, then you pick.
Picks.
So
ban.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah. So Snakewater, I don't know. I wasn't too impressed with them yesterday on it, but as you mentioned, that's the first game. Everything's changed since then.
And it's always been a toss-up. There've been teams like they've been trading rounds that they've no business really trading, right? Suddenly you have Germans almost tying TF2 Easy yesterday and then tying Duplo as well. It's been all over the place. Teams have been doing crazy stuff at this LAN.
Everyone has been super crazy close. Even when you wouldn't expect, like TF2 Easy with having close games to all the lower teams. Obviously the closest game you can possibly have versus Witness with the tie right at the end of the day. It's been manic all day yesterday, and it's kind of what we were expecting coming into this event. Like, all of these teams, at least on the lower end, we had no idea where they were going to place relative to each other. These guys are absolutely 50-50, and our first map of this game proved that as well, with a 2-1 outcome in the end. Right at the very last second, it could have been 2-2.
Very close. And also, obviously, like, you were expecting maybe at least head into LAN. Obviously, you know Witness, TF2 Easy are going to be the big two. And then a lot of people were putting League of Shadows to be right behind them. Like, just like tiny bit behind them. But now, obviously, with Delhi not being here, them having to adjust with Zams, who's been stepping into the role phenomenally. He's been doing a great job at taking up that role, but obviously, unfortunately, especially because it is a Merc at the end of the day, it is a downgrade for the team, and that's opened it up so much for all these other teams to start coming and actually go for that third place spot, maybe somehow catch TF2 easy on a bad day, and suddenly they're second.
Yeah, it's especially League of Shadows, as you were saying. I think they're a team that relies a lot on the prep work. They have a lot of demo watching going on in that team, so any Merc at the end of the day, no matter how good they are, obviously Zam's more than capable of playing at this level, but when your team is that dedicated to playing with each other, learning, getting everyone on the same page about all the strats you're going to do and whatever, losing a player from that is going to be a difficult one, but we are getting straight into this second map here. Big Bloke need a W to stay in the upper bracket, and Chiratzi, of course, looking to close this one out here on their own map pick of Snakewater.
Just make it a quick 2-0 for themselves. We'll have to see if they can actually accomplish that as the first mid is underway, and they're just going to be looking at each other. And unfortunately, they've swapped team colors, so I'm going to get confused for the first 30 seconds or so. But Hugo's going to have a fast little bomb in. Unfortunately, there's nobody to land on because everybody on Chiratzi has just rotated to the other side. They're all on the catwalk high ground, so he's not going to find anybody and just gets taken care of. But they find a few frags now, and they're actually collapsing down onto the team. Even if they've lost almost everybody on there, and Piggles included is now dead. They've wiped. Actually, they've just wiped. It happened so fast.
Yeah, a really well-played passive mid for Chiratzi playing up on their own balcony. Obviously, Hugo finds nothing with the bomb, ends up just behind. They have to commit so deep over onto the enemy slope, coming in towards Choke, and they don't find the frags for Big Blokes, and then the collapse comes in. Chiratzi clean up absolutely everything. Piggles has to have hard committed over the point with his scout, so he loses his life too, and that leaves us in this 100% Uber scenario for Chiratzi, getting ready to take this one in already. Piggles on the crits as well in case he does survive this. That's going to come into play, but first of all, they need to deal with this Uber.
Yeah, and that's going to be a tough one. It's going to come in through the shutter, as you would expect usually on Snake Class. The sentry's so far back, and they still take so long to kill it, but it's not really denying all that much ground, and they've found a couple of frags as well already. Make it 3, actually. Just like that, they walk onto the point. Another quick starting round, under 2 minutes yet again for Chiratzi. The exact thing happened on Granary. Yep. So they're coming out swinging yet again. Yeah,
they were super fast on Granary. We saw that it didn't quite carry on throughout the whole game, but at least at the start, they were super fast. And that is an unfortunate last hold for the Fun Guys. They just had everyone go into spawn at the exact same time, and Chiratzi take the opportunity to play the point as they should. So into the second mid, we're hoping to not see a wipe for Big Blokes this time around.
Yeah, I mean, if they want to win, they should certainly try not doing that. Not dying is a great opportunity to win the game. And as it stands, they're being a bit passive on both sides here. A bit more ground for the Blokes. They're being a tad more aggressive, but both teams very conservative right now. No soldiers bombing, just waiting, peeking and prodding. Scouts trying to chip a little bit of damage. But no, they're just very keen with waiting. There's finally a bomb by Hugo, but he just gets destroyed by Lucas. So now they're down a player. Matt gets taken care of as well. They find a Disky on the other side. Coley gets launched, and well, unfortunately, all they got with that next bomb was Lucas. So
yeah, Jordy's super close, like trying to salvage that and find Degu, but Lucas just says, "Get down, Mr. President," takes the rocket for him. And at least they do manage to escape with their medic this time. It's not too bad. There's still 2 projectile classes down. They're just rolling out to the fight now, so that could have been an opportunity for Chiratzi if they were really feeling gutsy to try and take a dry push through lower there, but instead it looks like they are relying on this sniper. It's going to be a Disky actually keeping 2 scouts up on the field. He's taking an angle towards window right now.
It is a deep angle to have. Unfortunately, nobody's holding all that passively just now. All it takes, though, they don't know he's there. All it takes is one player being a little bit unobservant, maybe not looking at that red dot on the window frame, and suddenly they're in a prime angle. But Pickles is in no harm's way, at least. That would be the prized target, obviously. Settling for Mac would be good. 165, unfortunately, is not enough to kill a demo man. So now they know about the sniper. Now they know where to spam. Now they know where to not stand and where to not get shot at.
Oh, they're just putting so much pressure onto Saw while they know about this. In fact, they've managed to take all of Saw for free. They get Nation as well with a pick on that, and actually Leth is going to go down as well. So it's 1 for 1 right now. Hugo all the way in behind, though. They do know about him. SNH is going to be looking to chase him back, and he's looking to win this 1v1 with him right now in Kitchen, but he's just missing all those last few shots. Finally, Hugo will get cleaned up, but it's good enough delay. Adiski's going to get ready to take a position, try and take an angle and find another pick with this soldier down.
Yeah, they still know the sniper's there, so they're still being a bit more careful. They can take some ground in Saw, but now they have to be careful as soon as that sniper peeks. Oh, there's a nice little headshot that ringed off. Unfortunately, though, Jordy does not die to it. He actually manages to escape. He was fully overhealed, so that is a saving grace. That's why you love your medics, because they keep you alive even in the most gruesome of times.
Yeah.
And that time it worked out well. And Adiski's peeking deep, seeing if he can just settle for anything. The longer he spends on the sniper without getting a kill, the more time he's wasting.
Happening on mid here.
Actually, yeah, they're just trading out on mid. Interesting choice, I suppose, by by the Fun guys to move forward there with that the little Uber exchange. I guess they just wanted to have something happen. Maybe they could get lucky, catch somebody out, and unfortunately they didn't. So now it's back to the stalemate, and they are down around, so I'm pretty sure blokes are killing themselves right now, trying to have something happen.
Yeah, I mean, the blokes are trying to be as proactive as possible. They're kind of just busting into Saw every time this sniper takes a wide angle, just seeing if they can kind of force their way through the flank while everyone's focused on where the sniper is. Both teams just trying to build this Uber back up. Neither really wants to do anything without the safety of their Uber, it seems like. So both teams playing super passive, not even looking at each other for the time being. Adiski getting back into a position, trying to snipe someone off the fence if possible. I would allow for a soldier sack or something to come in, but no one is showing their heads at all. Big blokes have played against a sniper too many times to make this mistake.
Yeah, they know by now what could happen here. I mean, with, you know, a couple shots they have already been hit by, they know that Adiski is very much capable on this class as well. So they know that it is dangerous to give him a bit too much ground to work with. That being said, they are giving him quite some deep angles into main here. Again, I guess they're not peeking him, so it's not that big of a deal, but the more ground they let him and his team cover with this, the worse it will get for them. Naturally, like, they have to make up for it by taking ground in Saw, but Lucas has all that locked down. They really have to just make sure that this sniper cannot get an angle onto anybody. At this point, he just wants any kill, honestly, and Lucas killing Jordy on the side is probably not what they wanted. There you go, nice little shot onto Hugo to clean him up as well, and it has busted wide open for Chirachi. And
yeah,
the blokes have to just run.
Eventually, they just kind of use the sniper as a distraction, as the bait on the hook. They don't actually put him into any angles where he can get kills, but they are just a ticking time bomb. They know they have to try and do something about Adiski, and then when those soldiers bomb forwards, the scouts are there to back Adiski up. They get the free frags, and that just gives them second for free. Now the sniper taking a very wide angle into last. Through drop down here, gets these eye on the NG, and that's actually a very, very significant pick for Snakewater Last in particular. Not having that sentry up in the middle means that sacks are so much easier, and in fact, they're just taking a trade into lobby. Fun Guys went all the way through lower here, just got up behind them in lobby and used off the Uber. They forced them out of lobby at least, so that's going to give time for after spawn, but at the end of the day, they've just got Ubers out the way. It's no big deal.
Yeah, and now we're back to another little stalemate, even Uber situation. Adiski has just stayed alive this entire time. They've thrown so much at him, and they've not even managed to kill the sniper. He's just going to continue doing his job, trying to see if he can get a nice little shot, nice little angle onto anybody here. And Fun Guys kind of struggling to really deal with it right now. Like, they can't kill the sniper no matter what they try. And then they have all that pressure having to try and hold last here as well. Again, nobody's giving him an inch in terms of, like, peeking him, and Left is just going to mow him down with a minigun in the end. So finally they find that kill. They managed to keep everybody else alive as well for the time being. So actually, if they get another good frag, potentially, maybe they can push out, but it is such a high order.
Exactly. Jordy had the right idea. Instant counter-sack into lobby. Did so much damage to Lucas that would have been a huge kill to find, but didn't manage to get it in the end. And now Adiski rolling out on the spy. Interesting. They probably, I mean, it's probably spy checking, so they probably know Lef has chosen to play sniper here as well. Just out of last, you know, maybe they were expecting Adiski to continue sniping, not switch up the strategy or anything like that. They might not be aware that there is a spy staring them down. But they might get a sneaking suspicion with how passive everybody on Chirachi is being right now. They're like, they might start getting ever so slightly suspicious that there is somebody that's not supposed to be there. They're doing this trade again. Fun Guys just running straight in through lower. They use off the Uber. They actually are going to find a scout during the trade, and they're trying to juggle the medic in, and they do find it from Chirachi. So that's going to be a very big one. This spy is completely useless, just whiffs the stab and goes down. But at the end of the day, his team has done his job for him. They got Piggles after the Uber trade. So it's not too bad for Chirachi here. They are going to have an advantage when Piggles eventually spawns.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, again, ambitious play, you know, Fun Guys. They want to make a play. They want to make something happen. Go for the exchange, but it just backfires. The Piggles just gets juggled around for ever.
Yeah.
Can't make it through the door, dies immediately as soon as that Uber fades, and now it is going to be not a very sizable advantage, but it is one nevertheless. And Piggles has decided, yeah, we're probably gonna die, so I might as well try to run crits.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get it in time, that'd be great, but only going to be on 50% and actually missing out a couple of seconds of healing there, so that's going to slow him down. Here comes the Uber any second now. It's up onto Degu.
There they go, through the shutter. As you've seen before, they're going to try the same thing again, but this time they won't be pressuring people into spawn all that much. Blokes are already rotating around, but there's a bit of cap time. Half the point has been capped, and they have to get onto that point immediately. They have the heavy, they have the crits ready, actually, for it as well. He's just mowing down everybody, and crucially, at least for now, Gedu has escaped, but he's going to get mowed down by these scouts. Everybody's chasing that. And there you go, they actually wiped Jirachi.
Yeah, giving Degu a very long spawn as well, just letting him waste a bit of time getting a few shots off to get that. A very, very weird last push. Lucas is the one like clearing all the stickies on point or trying to put his own stickies on it, but then the scout dies to enemy stickies anyway. Just very strange stuff happening there. Misha does get the headshot onto Hugo from the forward spawn, so this is going to slow them down on mid quite a bit here. Adiski's also gone all the way behind, but he does get cleaned up by Leth in the end. The bomb forwards from Jordy just gets destroyed by a pre-fire air shot pipe there, and they still haven't dealt with Nation in the forwards. He's going to take down Mac. This is being a disaster push into mid. Gets the third one onto Aff as well, a nice easy body shot, and that is complete chaos for Big Blokes. Bloke himself gets taken down as well. He went behind in that fight, and Hugo just has to escort Piggles out to last. He's still on that 90% crits, but look at how much ground they've lost from what should have been an advantage going into enemy second. They're way back on their last once again.
Is this the fabled Nation Rage Sniper that I've been told about? My man's hitting shots. He was ringing them off. He's realized, okay, like Adiski's had his turn. Now it's my time. Everybody gets a turn. I wouldn't be surprised if by the end of the map we see Lucas sniping as well. They're just gonna have some fun with that, and so far he's been having an impact. I mean, just off of like nice little shots alone, and then Struggles getting cleaned up, they managed to get all the way from mid back into an opportunity to try and push last year. Obviously, there's crits on the side of Piggles, and he might be willing to just like use these ambitiously as well. We've seen it before, but it is way harder to get a nice sticky angle or something like that out of last, especially when you know you've got this guy right here staring you down.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, if they were opting to go with it, we'd probably see something like the trades they've been trying to do before, just walking it through lower, hope it's not watched, and then see if you can crit one-tap the enemy med, but doesn't look like they're playing it that way. They are very, very passive back on the point right now. Heavy and Sentry up. Nation just got a whiff of Mac on the left side here and does actually find the kill onto Hugo. That's bust this left side wide open. They are going to be able to take a lot more angles, get some more players in here. They does get hit the headshot onto Mac, and Lucas is going to clean that one up as well. The whole left side is free. He gets to see Piggles for just a second. The crits comes out, but the heavy is taken down immediately. Nation is winning this round single-handedly right now. They are walking over the point. They've got it half capped already. Lucas just laying down the sticks, and they do convert the round. Nation from the 3K on mid to the 2K at last, taking this round all the way from what should have been a lost one on their own side to a win eventually.
He just hits those. He simply hits those. I don't think he missed a shot during that entire last push. Whenever he had a target in the sights, he managed to kill them immediately. That is what you want out of your sniper. That is beautiful stuff. Now with 2 rounds up for Jirachi, about half of the map left, so anything is still possible. But Big Blokes are gonna have to try and find some way back into this, and they have been struggling. Even when they get slight advantages, they struggle, so let's see if this next mid-fight is going to be looking a bit better for them, or if it's more of the same, as they're being a bit conservative. They finally a bomb by Adiski to get in behind, but he's not going to be able to land on anything just yet. Collins managed to slip into IT as well. Adiski's actually just going to waddle forward onto Piggles, almost gets the kill as well. He's got so low. The medic is so low. How is Piggles still alive? There's no follow-up at all to actually kill him. Somehow they've managed to keep him alive, get everybody else killed. Lucas even overextended, trying to maybe get that kill, gets cleaned up, so Edu and SNH just have to run away, and they're being chased as well. Jordy's ambitious here. That is ambitious. You've got Hugo backing you up as well, so they managed to make sure at least that these guys are out to last. But
yeah, Tony G has just traded in all of his bad luck of the last few years to get out of that mid alive. So low, but manages to keep it up the entire time. They are now double sacking into last. Jordy and Hugo both going to get taken down without being able to find Degu, so it's an opportunity for Jirachi to try and do something. Second point has just been capped up. Uber's still even, and they are looking to peek into second, sending a soldier in through Cheese. He's managed to force this scout off of the angle, but whether they're going to commit into second is still yet to be seen. They're just buffing up Adiski, but No, they opt to do nothing in the end. They are back on last.
Yeah, they took a little bit too long to try and take some ground there. They weren't really that confident. They're just going to have Nation snipe again. He's just going to win the round single-handedly
And
anyway.
Hugo on Spy as well for the offense.
Oh, interesting. And I don't, yeah, he's been able to do that on a while, so he's definitely committing to it. He's not just checking. So this could be a little bit of an X factor. You've got some gimmicks coming out with the pick classes, and potentially if Hugo can get a nice crucial pick here, that could do something for them. It doesn't look like Chirazzi very much aware of the fact that there could be a spy in play right now. A lot of aggression by Big Blokes as well to still feign the fact that there could very well be a push coming anytime soon. Both teams have their Ubers. They're just waiting basically for the enemy to make the first move. And Chirazzi, you know, they're not ambitious enough to just push out. They're not going to go for like a weird under wrap.
Yeah.
Because it's not Piggles.
Hugo has such a vantage point here. He's just finding out where everything is, going to call for a distraction sooner or later before he goes for a kill. Actually, this demo surfs back into him, but doesn't get seen. He's got the soldier disguise on. It might actually be fooling this medic for a bit here. No one's actually looking at him at all. He does just go for the face stab on the engineer eventually and gets immediately taken down. That was an odd one, but doesn't work out in the end. Adiski looks like there's a bit of a counter-sack there and does get taken down by the winger of Leth.
And I mean, you can't blame him. You can't fault him for just trying to take some ground on lobby again. Like, Fun Guy's still being very, very aggressive. They want to hold on to this lobby. Jordy's going to get a kill into Coling, actually, so manages to get that one. And they're just going to try to push this in. They're taking some ground. Well, at least they're going to send Jordy in, who manages to kill the sentry. He does die for his troubles, but that's already something. And a bit of Captain coming out of AF as well, directing the attention. There's the force out of Gedu. They managed to just get a little bit of damage snuck in, and it was enough. Now Piggles just has to escape with his, and that's going to be tough when you have that guy just running you down immediately. There's the demo as well. Lucas is going to get that force out of him, even if he does get cleaned up. Yeah, that's already pretty bad for Fun Guys. Now they don't have anything to work with to actually try and get into this last push. It's effectively an equalized stalemate again.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close to being brilliant for Big Blokes. They just decided to take the shutter side for free, knowing that everyone from Chirazzi wasn't watching there. Jordy nearly goes down to the sentry, but manages to spam it down when he gets pinned up against the wall. Oh, Mac could lose his life here. That would be very, very dangerous, but instead, he hasn't, and they've taken down Coling and the sentry. They're able to just get into last right now. Bloke does go down, though. They are once again taking the shutter side for free. Nation's trying to do anything he can, but there's already time on point. There's already sticks on it as well. Mac is just laying down the law on point here. The saw comes out, and the medic's able to block the point. Will it be for long enough? The spawns are not here in time. There's just this one soldier. He gets onto the point. He is going to take down Hugo. Coling has to go huge here. Demo versus Coling. Coling's bombing forwards. Mac has nothing loaded, trying to swing the pain train. This is such an awkward 1v1 here on last. And finally, Chirazzi with the clutch play. Gedu getting that Uber Saw keeps them alive on last.
Something about medics on Snakewater last
Yeah.
and Uber Saws and protecting the point. I feel like I'm having a deja vu of some kind right now. Anyway, wonderful play. Beautifully executed. The fact that he manages to hold on just long enough. Coling manages to make his way to the point. Unfortunately, it's not quite over yet because Big Blokes are going for round 2. They manage to use the Uber in. They find a sentry. They find nothing else, though. Everybody just gets mowed down on the point. They all committed for it so deep without anything to really back it up for. Maybe the lack of Mac being a bit of a deciding factor there, considering he was just rolling out a bit ambitious by the Fun Guys for that one, but it could have worked because I mean, look at the captain.
I know, they had so much, and that's why they wanted to commit to it. I mean, not having their main damage dealer in the class, you can see why they opted for the cap instead of the kills, but that's what loses it for them in the end. All those Ubered players just on the point at the same time. You're not going to cap the point like that, and one blocker just denies all of your players from doing anything at the same time, and now the Uber is forced out on mid for Chirazzi. They aren't even going to be able to get a chase going off. They do just opt to collect those 2 soldier kills and cap the midpoint, so now it's a massive advantage for Piggles. Big Bloke's going to need to start converting something, though, here. Still not on the board with 12 minutes remaining.
Like, you can have as many advantages
Oh my
as
god,
you like.
Luke's so close.
Okay. he just was trying to be a bit cheeky there. But it doesn't matter.
Piggles,
The distraction worked. The Disky just slips in and kills Piggles. And just like that, with the snap of a finger, the tide has turned again. Chirazzi are now in the driver's seat once more. They have an Uber. Even if they lose mid here, it doesn't even matter, because they can just keep it rolling forward. Now, obviously, they gotta make sure that there's no little rats hiding in some corner, because that's what the Fun Guys are going to do. They're going to be hiding in every single corner they possibly can, or seeing if they can somehow sneak somebody onto Dago here, because they need this Uber out of the equation. They had a prime opportunity on a silver platter. They threw it away. Now they have to salvage whatever they can out of it. If they can get an early force, killing SNH certainly gonna slow down Jirachi ever so slightly.
And
it's
slowing them down so
yeah.
much. I did not expect this delay to even really come in for Jirachi. They're playing this as passively as possible. Like, they could have been on mid so long ago already. Bagels still doesn't even have, and they have 6 up again. They could have pushed this at so many opportunities. They are completely willing to just play out this round advantage, it looks like. They had so long to get into mid, and they just lose 1 and call it off completely.
This is why. They wanted to have the 3rd player sniping, and now it's going to be SNH. Had a nice little headshot there to open things up a little bit, but unfortunately no kills converted just yet. And the fun guys, the big blokes, they got to deal with yet another sniper, and this time it's another one, like another player, so they don't even know exactly what playstyle to expect out of him. They just keep him guessing. Never let him know your next move. Af getting taken down on the flank as well in Seoul, whatever it is. It's gonna slow them down ever so slightly more. And now we're getting into the point where the timer is actually going to become a bit of a problem.
Yeah.
You're below the 10-minute mark. You have to convert 2 rounds, which in 10 minutes is doable, but you gotta really pick up the pace. And if you're just constantly sitting here losing players left and right, you can't really mount any pushes. You lose Piggles in like a weird drop or force.
That's the thing about the defensive sniper as well. Rather than having to be a disky earlier, you're the one taking angles. Eventually, big blokes are going to have to peek this, and that's why they've used around the corner so early. This sniper from afar can just pick off and do damage to whatever he wants, though the Uber is out in return from Daegu. They've chased down 2 kills with it, Af and Hugo losing their lives, and now Jirachi going to be busting this one forwards into mid. They've already got so much space. Everyone's running away, but Jordy in on the backlines doesn't manage to find the kill he's looking for. Daegu's still alive, and once again, big blokes on the back foot, back on their own second.
It's not looking great for them. Every fight they lose like this, every minute that gets ticked off the timer is one that's going to really, really bite them in the next couple of minutes when they really, really want to actually convert some rounds. And I mean, you know, the Ubers are equal, but they have to make a move out of their own second. Now they have to deal with, yet again, the sniper staring them down. SNH just holding that little window angle for now. And they know it by now. These blokes, they've seen enough of this sniper. They know what to expect by now. So they're going to go into Saw. They're going to see what ground they can get over. Jordy spamming a little bit from main as well. It's enough aggression to actually get these Jirachi players to back off a little bit. And they're just bullying their way in here. They just got to make sure that Pickles does not cross any sidelines right now, because if he gets headshot, that is going to be such a disaster. And SNH has a prime opportunity there, just barely misses the shot. They do find the kill onto Af, but the force gets got. Hugo slips in, gets that nice little force out of Gedu, and that's probably going to give them an opportunity here. If Jirachi cannot follow up on anybody, which they will try their damnedest to do. They want these kills. They managed to get 1, they managed to get 2, they managed to get 3, and it is looking dire. I mean, Pickles gets a soul.
Oh!
Is he going to get another? No.
See, oh my goodness, he lived so long, just whiffs that second Uber, so I thought for sure he had that one, but unfortunately doesn't manage to hit it. But, I mean, either way, he's got himself a 25% ad from that. So, not bad at all, but I don't think it's enough to get out of Snakewater last. It's going to be so tricky. And Jirachi know all about it. They're playing back in the disad position, and yeah, it looks like back guys are going to be moving forwards. They do want to try and use this. It's going to be one of the few opportunities they get when they are players down, but losing Mac there just sends them straight back to last.
I feel like this must be so tilting by now. You've had 3 people play sniper against you, and all of them have been kind of effective as well. They're going to try to use this Uber in to see if they can catch anybody. They catch a couple, but it's not going to be a whole
They're
lot.
going to get Calling here too on the flank, so it's not bad at all. Like they find 3 players and the second point for an Uber. It's not too bad. They still do have to worry about this Uber charge on the other team, but with 3 down, you've got prime opportunity to try and bust in, get a force off. They have so much space on mid here already. Hugo and Jordy could go for huge bombs. Jordy fakes it. Hugo's in with the real one, does get the massive rocket onto Daegu, forces him off. So nicely played from big blokes. They do lose, obviously, both of those soldiers to the Uber, but now it's out of the way. There is a bust coming in on 2 second. Everyone's going super deep trying to chase these frags, but they're not finding them for Jirachi. Everyone's going down super low. They do actually manage to get the second point in the end, and Fun Guys are back to last, but they do have a small advantage and a Lucas pick to go on.
Yeah, and I mean, that is certainly something to deal with here. They need to get out, these blokes. They want to get out. Max is raining down some damage already. There's a soldier bomb, and you got to keep your demo safe right now, so Yeah, we have Left doing a great job at that. Adiski gets cleaned up. Nation also died a little bit earlier, so they have a nice opportunity to try and get back out here. They're only down a player. You have a bit of an Uber ad as well. Now is
Nation
do or
on
die time.
Sniper is the scary thing, though. This exact situation has happened before. They do get into mid relatively scot-free. Nation looks like he's in the second forward spawn instead right now. So it's going to be tricky. They need to not lose their lives to this defensive sniper on second, which has just been ruining them. Like, they have to go into the sniper eventually. The double sack is in. They get so deep there onto Degu, but the surf is so nice. He's managing to keep himself alive and with the Uber intact. The second bomb comes in once again, but doesn't find its intended target. All of the fun guys are running in behind, though, trying to follow up with everyone so focused on the medic. Maybe they can get some other kills onto the combat players, which they do, but in the end, they don't quite get the numbers they needed to keep that one going. Things are going to slow down, and there's 5 minutes to find 2 rounds, or they're in the lower bracket.
It's becoming more and more dire for Big Blokes. They have to find a way, but they just can't. They can't ever get a clean entry. They always find a couple of frags. They maybe get a force, but they can't clean it. They can't close it out. Again, you lose Jordy just to a sticky trap here. That's 20 seconds shaved off of your time. Yeah. 20 seconds wasted for him. You can't really push unless you have all of your players here, especially if you're going for an exchange and like an even situation. It is so dire, and they just keep making like these tight. Like, it's always like one tiny mistake, one after another. Like, it always like drips in, and it's really screwing them over right now. They have to tighten up their play so much in the next 4.5 minutes, or they are indeed in the lower bracket, and God knows what horrors await them down there.
The good news is this isn't exactly the hardest point in the game to just force something when you have nothing. That's a interesting bomb from Hugo. Gets kind of destroyed by the stickies on the way in, and now they are just trying to force a trade, but Degu says, no, this isn't a trade. This is just you guys using. He is holding on to this as long as possible, gets a whole 8-second better Uber, and look how much they destroy with it. They find Piggles down on grass. There are still players behind, but second isn't capped. There's no back cap threat. They do just want to go back and clean up Af now. He is going to get chased down in the lobby. That scout actually does take a 2v1. Bloke unable to trade it, but does go down himself as well. Pickles has only just spawned. Chirachi getting a lot of momentum going here. They're already forwards onto mid.
And we see the crits coming out of the Big Blokes once more. It is an ambitious play. It is a Hail Mary at this point, but maybe, just maybe, it is what they need. The surprise crits catch out these Chirachi players as best they can. It's all they've got to go off at this point. They just need to make this happen. If these crits are cringe and they don't work at all, this is over for them. They are not converting around here whatsoever. So
this
they
dry push into second, though, going very well so far. The counter sacks are in. If they can take down these soldiers, it's going to be nice for them, but instead it's going to be Leth falling instantly.
It's not looking good. I mean, you know you can't really contest against an Uber that they probably have on that side. They have to wait for the crits to be ready to even have a chance to use it. A lot of cap time. I mean, Mac just committing to that with the pain train does a lot of work. Jordy dies as well, but as long as they can somehow still re-aggress into this, they know Adiski's now dead. They are going to use the crits. Af maybe caught a little off guard, gets a nice little meat shot onto SNH, but doesn't get the kill cleaned up, unfortunately, to Coling. And the Uber is obviously going to come out of Chirachi as well, and that's just going to clean up everybody. Left is the only player left, and he manages to slip into second here. Might even get the cap. He's going to pull people back, that's for sure, and that's maybe going to buy his team a little bit of crucial time. Almost just turns around and kills Gedu like that.
Yeah, why not just 180, just headshot the med with all 9 bullets of the scattergun, but not enough in the end, and it's already getting capped up here on mid. There's just so little to be said for Big Blokes in this game. Just no time left at all. Everyone just sacking in. Mac once again with the huge bomb feed. Doesn't find anything. Jordy's trying to get anything done from Kitchen. They are just running this forwards onto mid. If they can deny this, they actually have someone backcapping on second. They are blocking mid for long enough. The chase is back to second to get Hugo off of this backcap. He's going to go down. They are just causing as much chaos as possible, Big Blokes, in the last few seconds here. They might be able to, well, they will be able to get second here, and they might be able to take this one into last. It's crits, it's a disad, but it does build a little bit faster. They are looking for a hero one-tap onto this medic, it looks like.
Maybe they're going to wait for Mac. Maybe they're just going to let Af do his magic again. He's certainly very far forward. He eats a lot of damage as well. Finally, the team's there to back him up. The crits are used, and unfortunately, the Uber was ready. Gedu has a right mouse button pressed at the right time, and now the crits are useless. and they've already killed 3 players as well for the big blokes here. And with only 80 seconds left on the clock, I'm pretty sure we're reaching the almost impossible realm unless they convert the round right now in this like Hail Mary last push. They know there's no Ubers or anything in play. They know they've got a couple of spawners coming in eventually, and they find a frag onto Nation. No heavy means that this defense could actually be bust right open. The sentry isn't really built all that well, at least it's being moved. And they can just spam it out. Mac is just committed to staying on last year. He wants this point so bad. He knows that if they don't convert this right now, they have no chance of ever coming back on this map. And they need to convert this. They're doing an okay job. They're finding a lot of damage, but no frags are falling their way. They're actually losing players left and right. It's only Af and Bloke trying to somehow make this happen. Make it only left himself, actually. He's just got out as well. Pickles can't possibly connect with him, and he's actually going to drop in lobby.
There we go, it's a done deal. Mac was getting so much done there on last for so long, but just didn't have the players to follow up on it. And there we go, GG is called in the end. Chirachi gonna be the ones taking this second map and knocking Big Blokes down into the lower bracket in this first round, where I believe they are going to be facing off against the loser of Witness Gaming's match. So they should be up against Poundland, which is our open qualifier team.
Oh, well, that might be an easier matchup than who knows. I don't quite remember, but I think in the group stages, Blokes actually beat Chirachi.
Yeah, I think so. They ended up placing higher than them in the groups for sure. So maybe I think they won out the head-to-head there, or yeah, that's a good job from Chirachi to actually turn it around since day one. As you were saying, they've clearly paid off in practice. Yeah,
they've settled in a little bit. They've warmed up a little bit, and they've been doing a great job so far. They're going to be having to face off against Witness going forward in our next round, unfortunately, which, I mean, you never know. Maybe Domo's having a bad day, right? And then suddenly everything turns around, but
Lucas gets his revenge.
Oh, that's actually, there's a bit of like a story there, isn't there? Yeah, there's going to be a bit of spice, perhaps.
It's going to be such a difficult one. I think a bit too much of a tall order. And we are going to go to a break before we bring you our next game. I'm going to give a shout out to Epley. I hope he's doing better wherever he is right now.
I'm sure he's doing good, yeah.
All right, we will catch you after a short break.
Churazi. All right, fair enough.
Nervous after that group stage. Did that group stage humble you at all?
The group stage was kind of like a hit or miss for us because we played really well against teams that we wanted to play really well against. And then the 3 games we were supposed to win, or like we thought that we are supposed to win, we absolutely blundered. So it was an up and down of emotions, yelling, trying to get our stuff together. But yeah, today is looking much better.
So
sure.
Would you say it's all been like introspective? Do you feel like you guys always comes to like dropping the ball? It's not been a case of any teams have surprised you or anything going into the LAN tournament? What about you, Colin? Anybody's surprised you at all?
Well, what surprised me is that League of Shadows, they have a merc, so that was kind of surprising. Well, yeah, we actually played against most of the teams pretty well online. And yesterday we got pretty humbled. However, we got pretty pissed at ourselves. So we really had to introspect what we can do better, and we also played a few scrims after yesterday's games.
That's good. That's good. I like to see the effort, boys. How much effort went into after day one? Were you guys actually going over demos, or was it just scrims?
We've played 2 maps of scrims after the games were over, and then 3 maps of scrims this morning.
Yeah.
And that's about it.
Yeah. Have they done? Do you feel like that actually benefited you in a massive way?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Well, not last night. Last night I was tired as
bleep.
Yeah,
tired as
same.
bleep. Well, weren't we all tired as bleep? I was so bleeping tired. You won't believe.
This morning it was like a night and day switch. Like just having like good breakfast, cup of coffee, a good night of sleep, and then getting on the game and just like warming up for 3 maps. That was good.
we also like fix up our discipline.
Yeah.
Like we weren't playing discipline yesterday at all. We were just feeding constantly and
Yeah, in the
bleeding
group stage,
players.
no one was listening.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
that's a good point. Do you think it's the serious game is when you guys shine the most, where you actually like feel like you're playing seriously? You know, you've got that sort of, I don't want to say like that sort of scrim attitude where you're like, oh, let's try it, oh, let's just get in there, all this stuff. Do you feel like you prefer those sort of official matches, or?
We just have people switching to sniper every time.
Yeah, it was actually quite interesting because we tried to play without sniper and like spy most of the time yesterday because we were taking it so seriously, and we kind of switched back to how we played online, which is what like a relaxed attitude of like if Adiski is playing sniper, let him play sniper, right? So that's what we did, and it actually worked. So
and also Nation hit like really nice headshots on Snakewater.
I was sat behind you guys. I was in the trenches with you, watching and keeping an eye out all this, and everyone was kind of popping off. Everyone had their own little moments as well. Was there any sort of particular moment that you guys like enjoyed or had a highlight personally as a team? Like I like that Daegu, that Daegu Ubersaw moment on Snake.
Oh that was
pretty hype.
That was huge. Yeah, Daegu's Ubersaw. Colin had a 3K on mid, the nuke bomb. That was nuts. That was like when that happened. Like I knew that we were winning that map because it was a fuck.
Ooh, it's all right.
It was a mental disaster for Max team, most likely.
Yeah, it was actually kind of nerve-wracking for me. When we won the first round on Granary, I was like, okay. We won the first round. We won also the first round against TF2 easy, but you never know when the tables can turn around against you, right? So I was like, okay, we won the first round, but we'll see how it goes. And then we won the second. Then we lost the next round, and was like, okay. And then we actually managed to win the third one. I was like, okay, we won the first map. Let's see how the third goes. The second goes. And I actually couldn't believe it that we are actually gonna win it.
Now, obviously, you've got the big bad coming up in your next game in the upper bracket format. It will be Witness Gaming. It's Witness Gaming. It's a terrifying name. Have you guys actually got any sort of plans for them, or are you just going to play your game and just see how it goes?
No, we're probably just going to play our game and just like trying to keep ourselves warm for the next round because no one in their right mind would think that we can upset, but maybe we can try something like do some funny stuff, see if that works out. Maybe take a couple of rounds, just make it interesting. Play some silly game of TF2. But yeah.
Colin, does the X factor of these big names, if you see Pappy in the server and you're playing on stream and all this stuff, does that actually make you play any different as a player, or does it not matter who your opponents are?
Like for me, it made difference definitely a few seasons ago, but now I feel like when I've played the game more and when I've played Prem myself, I feel like it's not that big of a deal anymore.
Right.
Yeah.
And the final question I'll have for you boys before I send you off on your merry way: who we mark our own MVPs all the time, but you guys, you're part of the team. I feel like you guys should pick out your own MVP out of that match. Who do you think was most valued out of your squad during that entire match?
Ooh, it's difficult.
Everyone played well.
They did, but I want an answer, Adiski. Come on.
It's difficult
all
because for me, it's not one person. That's the thing.
Oh, that's a team effort.
I would say Nation played better than in group stages.
Nation was popping off that sniper, man. That was tight.
But I would say Daegu for these two maps.
Daegu? Should we give it to the medic for a change, Colin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I obviously, I would give it to Lucas, but since he's getting the MVP all the time, I don't want to really give it to him.
All right.
Because it's so obvious, but I'm going to give it to Daegu as well.
All right, well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. That Daegu is our MVP, and these have been our most valued couch members here, Adiski and Colin, joining me from Fugazi. Anyway, it's been a wonderful time. We'll see you soon, and we'll be up with more content. I think we're going to be doing loser bracket round 1 next, so that should be interesting. Anyway, we'll see you then.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the RCADIA TF2 Community LAN. I'm joined by Doey. We're going to do some analysis here for the Big Bloke LAN versus Poundland game that is upcoming. First of all, Doey, they've just suffered a defeat at the hand of the Czech team. What do you think went wrong for Mac & Co in that last game?
A lot. They're really bad. That's kind of the main thing. But yeah, it's mostly to do with the constant aggression, I guess, from the Mac team, Big Bloke LAN, whatever you want to call them. They really want to be called the fun guys. They couldn't change their name. That's why they're all wearing the shroom hat. But they just kept kind of feeding, and they just need to not do that. It's really easy. And kill Lucas when they hit him for 250 and he lives 5 times in a row. It's like, that's unlucky. I was standing behind Geordie and Hugo. I was watching them. And yeah, a lot of desperation, a lot of bad calls, but that's kind of okay. Now they just make the run through the low bracket and win the whole thing. That's easy.
Easy.
That's all it takes.
So they are obviously up against Poundland here next, our open qualifier team. Poundland actually was meant to be playing with Zams. Obviously, they've lost Zams, who had to go and fill in for Delhi, but they're still doing just fine with Emectus, make it obviously out of the open bracket into the actual big boy section of the tournament now. But do you think they have a chance against these Prem vets?
Based on how the big bloke LAN played, I do.
Really?
Obviously, I didn't say that to those guys. I actually gave a little bit of advice, which was like, I was hearing a lot of croaking during the game. I was like, go get a cup of tea. Just calm your throats down. It'll be fine. But then on the other side, I had, last night I was talking to Zams, and he was saying like, oh, Emectus is doing really well.
Yeah.
Because playing, he's like a loose cannon prodigy.
Yeah.
So keep an eye out for that. Keep an eye out for the crits. But I have a feeling it's going to be closer than people think. I think a lot of games are like that. And that's kind of it. I think every team has a chance.
Yeah.
People kind of written it off. People have already written off like Witness is going to win. But
well,
that clearly wasn't it.
Speaking of every team having a chance, ongoing as we speak, we had the entire LAN hall stood behind the Germans. We have, obviously, on the other side of the bracket, Verdas Liestisdorf going up against League of Shadows, and they're one map apiece. They started their game super late, so we're not able to catch it, unfortunately. But those guys, there's an upset potentially happening there. Both those maps super close. Germans nearly just took it 2-0 there.
Yeah. I didn't catch the first map either, because I was watching my guys play.
Yep.
But I watched second on Sunshine, and it was close. It was like nail biting. Like, there's been, I think, 3 or 4 games already like that so far. And I'm talking to Colin, playing on the Czechs, and we're watching from behind Flick and June and Zams, and it's kind of a bit dicey. Colin's asking me, like, who do you think is going to take it? And I was just there like, well, it's 50-50. Like,
yeah.
How can you tell when it's this close? And you've kind of, people came in thinking, oh, you got the first top 2 teams. Then you've got this close battle for 3rd, 4th, 5th. And then you've got like 6th, 7th battling as well. And now the Germans have started showing up.
Yeah.
And suddenly it's like, okay, it's not 3 to 5. And also TF2 Easy is also having close games. So it's not 1 to 2.
Yeah.
But it's like kind of becoming like more segregated, like 1 kind of maybe iffy. 2 to 6th is like kind of in the air. And if Duplo starts showing up and Poundland show up, it could just be the whole playoffs actually is up in the air.
That was going to be my next question. Obviously, as we were thinking, it was going to be those 2 and everything else is super close beyond that point. Now coming into LAN, I mean, that's pretty much come true. Everything is still ultra close. All these teams look like they can take maps and games off of each other. But if you had to give me like your predicted list of each of their placements 1 through 7 before the LAN, has that changed now coming into the LAN? Were you wrong in what you predicted? Which team do you think has stepped up a bit, or which one's underperforming?
I'm never wrong. That's the first thing. So, you know, that's very well-known fact. But no, it's still. I'm always like hesitant to actually say, because obviously I'm never wrong. So I'm hesitant to give such a bold statement. But from what I had seen, the Czechs are doing better than I thought, and everyone's kind of having up and down days. So far, like, I would say the play of LAN would be yesterday. It was the Germans against big blokes, and Mac got a 6K during the crits. Not all on crits, but like he just wiped the enemy team on Grand Second.
Yep.
And that so far is like the play I've seen at LAN. And then you go back 3 hours earlier, and he's playing Process against the Czechs, and there's a round where he does 0 damage. And I haven't seen a player, let alone like a combat class player, do 0 damage in a round.
Yeah.
In years. Like, it does not happen. And now it's happening at LAN like that. Like.
Yeah, everyone is just like completely bipolar between one map and the next. So how much, if you had to put a percentage on Poundland actually coming in with the upset on this game, how much do you reckon they have a chance in this one?
Poundland is actually a team I haven't watched that much. I watched a bit of the Bus Crew, and I was hearing even screaming during their game yesterday. But I haven't actually watched them play that much, so I'm not sure. But I know a few of the players. I know Sneaky, I know Hoy. I would say a percentage chance Poundland wins. 10 to 20%, I think.
Okay, so you're not backing them, but there's a chance.
There's a decent chance. I think like games will end 5-2 in 25 minutes, 5-3. I don't think they'll just get rolled. And now I'm gonna see them just get rolled. But as I said, but you know, Sneaky and Mac play on the current Div 1 team together, so they're not like that far away, right?
Yep.
So I'd say keep out for like rivalry between these two guys because they're currently like playing this season. Should be interesting.
And it sounds like the gamers are getting ready to get started. So thank you very much for joining me, Doey. We're going to throw it over to Beta and Turbo on the casting desk.
Beta, looks like we're back on the casters and away from the couching segment. Does it feel good to be back in the casting table, desk, whatever you call this thing?
Yeah. I think I'm going to get some energy, so this is going to be good. And this should be very exciting to see, you know, how good Poundland actually is. I haven't watched a single of their games, seen any of their results. I barely know their lineup, but I see the roster, and pretty good team. And it's a matter of like how good are Big Block LAN.
I think it's one of those teams where they could probably contest and squeeze their way into an invite group if they really wanted to, but I'm not sure how it ended up with them in the open bracket, but they've made it here now. Every year there's a chance for like that one top dog open team to make their sort of thing, but I don't think they've managed to get past this point in time. I don't think I can remember the last time I saw an open team actually fight their way through an invite bracket team.
Yeah, it's pretty rare. I want to say I have seen it before, but then, you know, they make it to round 2 and then they get slapped around. So, but still, if you can take down one of the invite teams, it's got to be like a nice feather in your cap.
Yeah. Now, obviously, we're going to a best-of-3 format still here in this lower bracket. We're not that cool to put best-of-1s in. And so it does mean map picks and bans haven't been decided. So I've got your maps right here on a nice slab of piece of paper. So Bagel and Sunshine Process. So we're actually going to see Bagel for a change.
Yes.
Excited to see some Cough. It's the first time we get to see it this entire tournament.
I'm genuinely excited to see some Cough. I really like Bagel as a map, and I like Cough in general. So I think it's going to be really good. And if nothing else, we're going to see 0 stalemates and probably 0 sniper as well, which could be the bane of other, you know, Cough maps here. But
all right.
we are live.
Yeah, we're straight into it. If you're just joining us, this is the lower bracket round 1. It's Big Bloke LAN or versus Poundland.
It all works.
It all works here on this Cough King of the Hill Bagel. And already to start us off, Beta, I'm not really seeing any sort of aggression coming out. Both of these teams kind of feeling each other out, playing it smooth.
Yeah, both Hoy and I think Hugo are trying to like jostle for the little house positions. The thing with this map is that you usually try to see who can take the flank routes, and right now it's only warped in the right house from my point of view. But now finally we get some soldiers jumping in onto the other one. There we go. 2 key picks. This is the big fight, and it's really going in the favor of Big Bloke LAN. So there you go. Fun guys, sorry.
Yeah, during all of that sort of like slow gameplay, they didn't realize that they were running the crits during all that. I heard a couple of crit stickies, a couple of crit rockets pop off during all of that. And when the dust settles, they are winning out on this map so far. They've got some time on point. They've got the control. They do lose Hugo, however, but still, they're up, ready, building those crits again. And they've responded over on Poundland with their very own crits here, Beta.
All right, so it's not even going to be like an Uber or anything. Like, as aggressive as it gets, just perma-crits on both teams. It's going to be the most uncomfortable match for these players. They're just going to be constantly in danger of being insta-gib. I like this. This is good stuff. It looks like it's going to be slightly faster on row, but it's not by much. You could definitely just, as long as you factor in all the movement.
Good damage coming out. Oh, the crits is coming out. Laser beam versus laser beam. Sneaky just seems to be ever so quicker firing off that crit scattergun compared to the big blokes, and yeah, crits versus crits, man, wild.
Yeah, I really thought Hugh was going to just completely shut that down. He did such a good job of just spamming that entrance. They were taking a pretty big chance of going in through the side house like that. And Hugo kind of punished them, but yeah, sneaky. He hit his shots. He did a lot of damage with the little scout laser beam. So it was a bit more than a pinprick in that situation. There's going to be a forward hold break here. Not much resistance being put up, but they do get salty. So this is a great start for the Fun Guys.
Yeah, nice sort of coordinated focus fire there. Hugo coming in from behind, going to get on top of the medic. I think that's crits taken out of the equation for Poundland, as well as the rest of the team who collapsed in, trying to do something about this big red blob tearing into their point.
Oh, this could be a spawn camp, crits. This could absolutely be a spawn camp.
They should see it coming, though. They have to see it coming. They've been rocking the crits ever since that 6-man or something like that. Crits every day, all day.
Oh, this is sneaky from Hugo.
Hugo, massive damage coming out. Can't quite finish anybody off, though. And you do have a couple of remnants of this blue squad. They're still going out into the meat grinder here, Beta.
Yeah, they're not stopping, and probably they should have in that situation. There was just an absolute like nuke coming out from the entire team. Everyone was eating the same damage over and over again. So not exactly optimal here, but the Fun Guys, they're going to hold on to the point. They're going to be happy about it, even if they do lose their old medic in the process. It's basically even. We'll see who builds better. That's basically what it's going to come down to. But right now, it's just the Fun Guys holding it. And that's a nice little demo. Oh, Ro, no. He dodged the first rocket, not the second one. Great bomb in there. And right now, it just seems like as soon as Poundland stick their nose out, they just immediately get like a fist to the face.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not sure if it's like dilly-dallying on their part. They go into that valley area, a scout gets on top of them, and they get so distracted that the rest of the Fun Guys, the big bloke LAN, just comes in, collapsing on top of them, and they're just kind of free meat.
Yeah, Jordan's guys are going to get this crit squeak. They were just waiting around a corner, but there's not really a whole lot of other people there. He's going to be...
nice. In all that sort of haste, though, desperately use that crits. They overextend themselves. Warp gets the flank on them. These flanking soldiers have been the bane of both of these teams so far.
Yeah, it's been pretty nasty. Even when they don't kill him, they do so much damage that everyone else can kind of get cleaned up. So it can be rough trying to catch everyone. There are a lot of little hidden alleyways inside the little house where you can get up. There's a little fun vent where you can jump up. Soldiers don't need that. I'm just mentioning it because it is fun. Yeah, it's not important. And Ro, he's about to he's going to use it on a scout. That's
and immediately gets gibbed. I don't see a single sort of crit landing on anybody there. These crits have really been kind of feast or famine for both of these teams.
I wonder if these guys are sitting next to one another because maybe they've just decided...
Oh, Mac Daddy! He's turned up. Put that crits away. Just enable that man as they will kind of back off. They're trying to just keep somebody constantly healing. That was what an overextension coming out from Rowe and company, though. Really just floating about where they have no business to. I feel like the fundamentals of COF are being lost a bit on these boys. Crits coming out. 1 rocket, 2 rockets. Can't quite get the land these last couple of crits. Hugo finally finds it. And that's why you don't see too many soldier crits. Well, Hugo making it work here.
Yeah, inside this house is going to be pretty good. Jordan on the
meat grinder. They're still going forward. There's nothing allowed to go backwards. I guess that's just what happens when you brought down to those last final moments of the game. You're just going to enter the belly of the beast, and sometimes the beast swallows you.
Yeah, I think this is all Doey's fault, right? Like, he jinxed it really hard by saying it was going to be close and definitely not a roll.
I mean, this is just but one round, one humble round here.
Oh, I see an Uber chart. This is exciting.
Oh, my God. Unprecedented play coming out for Big Broke LAN. It's going to keep them on the toes, but this could work in Poundland's favor because they will get that crit squeak that they're still rocking up. So let's see if they, actually pull it off as soon as they get it.
It's going to be pretty exciting. Again, a pretty passive mid here. Definitely it's not to be expected on Poundland because they are, of course, just building up this crit squeak. That's what they're waiting for, but no aggression coming out from the Fun Guys either. The crit squeak is about ready to turbo tap. It's on 90%.
Yeah, but they lose Sneaky. They lose also the roaming soldier. A nice set of rockets coming out from Warp to actually kind of equalize a lot of kills there. They've got a crit squeak in the back pocket, but they don't need it. Or maybe they'll need it now. They'll come rushing in. They've crits the demo man, but the man can't land the pipes. He can land the stickies though. Impetus. Imactus.
Yeah, meanwhile, Piggles picked the medic. Really important key there. With an arrow, just randomly across the map, he just picked off the enemy medic. That's crazy.
Well, they've got the Uber charge now, almost a hard counter to any sort of crit shenanigans, and they claim the point just as quickly back as they had it over on Poundland. So not really a devastating crits or state of affairs of the game.
Yeah, you can't really use the Uber as aggressively as you can at Crit Streak. It's not as easy, at least. So that could be a thing that we need to keep our eyes out. But they have Ubered in right now, and they are finding a lot of kills. But very crucially, Rowe is not one of them, and he's actually gotten out. So now they're going to be on this crits advantage once again. So they just need to not lose too many players before that happens, and we're all good to go. They can just go out here and not get caught in the meat grind. It's probably good. I suspect they're going to go through the low ground. It's harder to...
Yeah, but the stickies there, they need to clear the stickies first. They have spotted them, so that's all sorted out. Sneaky, trying to scout for them. They throw in the initial set. They all put it all on Sneaky on the crit laser beams. He will get focused down by these scouts, however, and there's no real sort of players left for this crits to target. They all do a delta split, come around the corners, and just like that, when the crits fades, so does the rest of poor Poundland.
Yeah, just not quite able to to make the scout crits work. I do love that we live in an era where scout crits is just what you do now, I guess.
I think it's because it's instantaneous, you know. You see that crit sticky,
hit
you can just dodge it and just like really pass the first sticky as well. You're not really in that range, and if you are, you're probably in the dead zone. Oh, nice little shot coming out from Jordan here. They come back out of the doorway. They're running the Uber charge still, and they should know if they see the medic, they're going to pop that Uber and wipe the enemy team just like that.
Yeah, and it was really like Jordy. He got in there, got the nice shot, went in behind, so the medic couldn't even retreat if he wanted to. So they were just locked into the F grinder, just taking everyone down. Is he gonna get a kill? Jordy almost spammed down a Soldier there, so they've been pushed all the way back right now, Poundland, to their own spawn. They're gonna have to spend quite a lot of time getting back into mid. It kind of feels like they're not even getting into mid at this point.
Yeah, they just meeting too much spam. They are doing a good job of like picking off the initial players that jump in, but during all this, Jordan's behind. Jordy is getting some nice flanks and really decimating them. It feels like they want to get all 6 players focused on this big door area of this bagel map, but then they just lose sight of all these flanks that could happen to them.
Af gets the bleed kill. There you go on Salty. Yeah, we all know how that's gonna make him feel. So Hugo, he's trying to weave his way in here on the house. I think, okay, he has been spotted. I thought he maybe was going to be able to get some flank going, but not quite going on. So we actually see Poundland here hold mid for the first time in a very long time, it feels like. And now it's just a matter of can they actually hold on to it. And they have also gone with the Uber gun now. So
they give so much room to them. They just let them just kind of come in for free, really, on this bagel map. They don't really want to hold close at all, it seems, for Poundland, and then try to take it from there. But Big Bloke Land, they're not even interested in fighting. They just cap off the point and kind of usher them on. And that puts a lot more pressure on Poundland to get onto that point and just kind of equalize it out. The time is ticking during all this. Sure, they're winning on the kills, but the timer has got to be kicking in at this point.
yeah, it's a lot of time pressure, but obviously when you're holding on, oh, they want to use this aggressively. They're going to take down App immediately.
Oh, nice Uber. Finding Piggles, get on top of him, and then like smashing the rest of the Remnants here.
The follow-up though.
Yeah, I think the Uber didn't really like stay in the lobby long enough to really have its effect on these post Uber fighters.
Yeah, it was a good Uber, but the post Uber situation is not quite as good. Sneaky wins a 1v1 against the left.
He's finding gamers all around the map though, just kind of farming them one by one. The man has not held or let go of his W key for a while now, but during all this, Big Bloke Land pick up another sort of cap point and some more time, more
pressure.
pressure.
Get it down to 0, almost. Okay, down to 3. That's actually salvageable. You can lose the point now, and you can still recap it.
So if you're Poundland here, Beta, do you like hold close, or do you just stick with that sort of frame of mind where they just hold back like they've been doing? It looks like they decided to actually hold close this time.
Yeah, I like holding close just because you can put your players there pretty and spam all those entrances, and then you can pull back if it gets too hairy. Yeah, Jordy's going to jump into Hugo here very aggressively. They bought a lot of space, and it has caused everyone to fall back. So now we're in the passive situation, and they're putting time onto the point. And they definitely need to block this.
Yeah, they've got some toes on it now. They were hoping maybe those players could overextend by trying to cap the point. But it's a big point, Beta. It's really hard, especially with that cover on the point. It's not too dangerous, actually, capping. Jordan with a nice flank onto the medic, and there we go. That time has encumbered. A nice little effort from Poundland, though. They did gain a minute back in that sort of difference, but they just lost too much of the lead starting off.
Yeah, if they can just keep up the momentum of actually getting the point and then holding on to it for a little while, they can just slowly, like over the course of 3 major periods like that, they can actually win the map. So yeah, looking better for them for sure.
It's just these holds, man. I'm not liking the holds. They sit back, they like to let them in for free, and it's such an easy point to kind of abuse and kind of tiptoe your way around them.
Absolutely. Let's see. We do have a Kritzkrieg again right now, so Fun Guys, they've been very passive every mid, but this time around they also have a Kritzkrieg, so it makes a lot more...
Oh, Hugo with the turnaround. A bit of a beef coming out there from Hoy.
Yeah, he should not have won that. That's for sure, but hey, sometimes you get those. I think they're about ready to get this Kritzkrieg going, but Mag is not really loaded.
Yeah, it's going to have to be a while before he's pumped. But they are primed in a spot that he could probably abuse and shoot, but he's kind of shooting it blindly here, and they're now moved into the side of the lobby area, so this Kritzkrieg null and void here. Piggles even goes down.
Yeah, they almost probably didn't notice there was the Kritzkrieg going on, you know?
Feels bad, man. Oh, App coming in on top of the combo will get punished for his sins, and they do hold on to Roe. Roe will be forced to use the Uber charge now. 2 HP warrior on that man practically before he got forced there, but nothing really accomplished with the Suba.
Nope, and we do see Poundland holding on to the point now. So this is one of those periods, and they decide to just not go for the forward hold at all. They're just going to hold back.
They really, really hate that idea. They just want them to get in and then take the long distance vibe, bait them in, and then go for this big boy pencil jump into the high in the sky. Warp does not find the kills he was
but
hoping
Hoy
for.
does. Piggles is dead.
They need to blob up here over on the side of Poundland. They're going to want this medic kill over on poor Poundland here, and already being
Jordy's
pressured by
behind.
Mac.
This is huge. 1 rocket on his medic, 2 perfect by him, and he's still flanking.
1 kill. Can he finish it off with another? 2 kills. This man could find a third, I know. Oh,
Yeah.
no, the third's dead.
Yeah, Left's going to do that for him, but it is a team game, so I think he will forgive him in due time here. But great play by Jordy. Another soldier flank. That's really been the story of this game so far, I feel. Just soldier flank wreaking absolute havoc on everyone.
I think this is part of the bane of having a new map, especially a map like KOF that has not been seen in the group stage. Not really a meta or an established way that people like to play yet. You're kind of just winging it, and it's just looking like the winging of Big Bloke LAN is just a bit stronger.
Yeah, very much so. It kind of reminds me of KOF Ashfield, where you just always flank from different routes.
Yeah.
It's not quite as extreme, but when it's not a much played map. All right, App's going to get...
Oh, nice finish off by Warp there onto Mac, but he will go down for such a kill. But that's a value. That's a value kill there. They could maybe seize something with this. They have got a Kritzkrieg though, and they're poking around the corner. The medic is...
Medic's kind of weak.
Here we go. He used the crits, but they've switched sides.
Oh, that's
that's a nice, wonderful pinpoint rocket, finding the medic, finding a lot of damage here. This is the crits that they were hoping to pull off all game.
Yeah, that was beautiful. I can't believe he didn't get like a 4K with 1 rocket there, but he even switched onto the scout to get another kill with it. So great crit speed here.
Yeah, they're holding the lobby close. This is what I like about this lobby area, because you can keep an eye on this drop down. They could just call it out and almost do like a little mini sort of flank if they wanted to, but they pull it back, they go and take the high ground instead. Soldiers try and come out the middle door, it doesn't quite work out for them. Hugo manages to get in, does take out Road. That's medics out of the equation for Poundland, but with no combat classes left, they have to just take the scout taxi out for Big Bloke LAN.
Yeah, they're going to hold on to the crit speed, and they completely know about it, so this would probably be a good time to hold up forward, but they can't really do it because of the...
Oh, Kritzkrieg coming in. He's using it really early. Blind. The blindest Kritzkrieg you've ever seen. I don't know what they expect is going to happen. They're not just going to stand there.
Get this scout.
Oh, no. Not a single kill has been had, Vita.
He can get an air shot, though, to make up for it.
Oh, scout takes it. Boo.
Boo. Yeah. Every time, man. Something cool could have happened.
I think they're all trying to take the air jets up to this lobby area, but it's kind of a carpet bomb situation. Now taking middle door? No, God, they're keeping me guessing. I can't even imagine what the rest of the team is feeling. Managed to get out, claim the yard area over on Poundland.
There's a scout in, though. Gets him Nexus down. Actually, a roll that will finish him off. A big bomb in there is going to take down Row. This is looking so good for the Fun Guys. This is a big book landing. Nice little air shot from Hugo, kind of just slam the soldier into the ground. Second soldier gonna get meleeed from like 3 different angles. That's gonna be a 3-0. Big block land takes this first map in very convincing fashion.
Yeah, that was very decisive. I think you could see like the different philosophies of how to take the map. They wanted to hold the lobby over on Big Bloke LAN, and they wanted to play maybe more like a kind of like a passive game, or like hold back and maybe jump him, just see if they can get any sort of shenanigans between them getting to the point over on Poundland. But it just didn't really work out for them.
Yeah, it's very interesting actually. Just I've never thought about this, but holding that far forward, it allows the enemy team to just kind of go around you, but then you are behind them and you can kind of send sorters and flankers.
So, well, what can you do? We have got like a big crack team of analysts to actually go and dissect some of this game here before we go into our second
that's
map.
what this map needs.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. How was the game for you boys over on the couch?
Thanks very much, Turbo. It was pretty good. We got to sit behind the teams for a while, watch what was going on. Obviously, not too much to talk about in what was a pretty swift and comfortable game for the big blokes. What did you take away from it?
I was seeing some Gods TF2 in action. Perfect to see. Love to see it. A lot of crits. But you also saw standing behind both teams. They were on like opposite sides. We just walked down and back and forth. But definitely seeing Poundland not just giving up.
Yeah.
They were doing stuff. They were hitting the shots. They're still, Div 1 low prem players on the team. So, yeah, they're just playing okay.
Yeah.
It's good.
There was a lot of frustrations from them, some very minor things that they were making mistakes on, but there was some opportunities they had to get into the rounds, particularly the second one. We thought maybe there would be an opportunity for them to actually get around for a bit there, but at the end of the day, it's just way too strong for big blokes all the way through.
Yeah, I think there's something really good that the blokes were doing, and it's more of a psychological thing. Every time when I was standing behind War, every time he pressed tab, I could see 6 different sizes of an Ubered engineer profile picture on the enemy scoreboard. And I was like, that's going to get to someone eventually. It's going to work. They've also changed their wallpapers on their computers to also work. So if you stare down the LAN hall, you can see them sitting in this bright red corner of Ubered TF2 players.
Like the stock Steam profile pictures of the screaming classes, yeah. Well, we also saw Leth was typing question marks in chat after every kill.
Oh, perfect. That's good. That's one of the rules. It was always type perfection. That's what you love to see.
All right. Well, it's Sunshine coming up next. Have you seen big blokes in action on Sunshine? Do you know how much they favour themselves on that map?
I have not, but I know that Geordie likes Sunshine as a soldier map. And I also know that Geordie and Hugo swapped roles after their loss to the Czechs this morning.
Interesting.
Because Geordie was like, someone wasn't calling right, and so I'm now going to do it. So Hugo's now roaming Geordie's pocket or taking more heals. I think that's fine. They can do both. They're both really good. But I haven't seen them play Sunshine yet. I think they'll probably manage to take it.
Yeah, it seemed a lot more convincing than... Well, I mean, we were expecting it to be convincing, but it was very, very clean all the way through for big blokes. Do you think it's going to be 5-0 on our second map?
No. I mean, as I said earlier, I guess Poundland weren't rolling over and dying.
Yeah.
They did the equivalent of like winning a round and getting 5-1. Just it was on Koth, so they didn't actually like convert it. But they kind of, because Koth is much closer. When you win one round on Koth, you can just win every round. I think having a 3-0 is miles different to a 3-1. A 3-1 can be really close. You can even have a close 3-0. But on CP 5CP, it's so different. Going 5-1 on 5CP is fine. Like, it's still good, still convincing. It's Witness have lost one round so far, and it was to the blokes.
Yep.
And they still are very convincing. So that's the sort of difference.
What did you think of Emectus obviously stepping in last second? Do you think he's filling the boots of Zam as well?
I was standing behind him, and all I could see was damage numbers. So he's doing great. That's all I can say.
All right, excellent. Well, we are going to be getting into Sunshine any second now, so take it away again, Beta and Turbo.
Thank you very much, Bone. Thank you. And there's not too much really to chat about in all that game, and it was like Bowie said, a decisive 3-0 coming out of this, boys. Do you think those sort of results converts well from what do they call it? Game mechanic, game type. That's the word I'm looking for.
Game mode.
Game mode.
I don't
Bam.
know.
Close enough.
I don't know.
Do you think it changed? So do you think King of the Hill, completely different kettle of fish now that they're going into a CP control point map.
Right. Maybe, but probably not. It's my very diplomatic answer. I think we can expect them to be pretty dominant, but there is always the chance that you can just roll around, as Doey said.
Yeah.
You can actually show up on the scoreboard when you have a good little moment, because usually teams of this caliber, they are going to have good moments where they have like a really good mid or have a good fight, and they can roll it into last with some sort of big advantage. And yeah, you can actually convert those to the point where it shows up on the scoreboard. But I don't know, Big Blue Land, they just seem so much better. I'm mostly interested in how many crits we're going to see.
Yeah, it has been very crit heavy, but the map kind of lended itself to this. But now that you're going over to Sunshine now, Beta, do you think that map could still run a perma crits and have it be okay, or is it just not that kind of map?
It's fine. It's fine for crits, I think. It's a little bit difficult into second, but
all right.
Yeah.
Well, we don't have to predict anymore. We're going to see it. We're going to go straight into our maps. We're going to head off over to our second game of this best of 3. Potential match point here for the Big Bloke Lands, or the fun guys, I guess you could say, as we are getting started here, Beta.
Yep. I'm going to be looking out for fast soldier rollouts so far. I don't think I see any. No. Soldiers are just chilling, going in there, just letting the demos duke it out for a hot minute before they join up.
All right, so first initial jump, it looks like, coming out from Hugo. Pie in the sky will actually kind of get initially controlled and dealt with. Those two of the soldiers done in a counter for. The counter aggression comes out, but again, they're just as controlled as well. They do lose row during all the chaos of this midpoint, so the fun guys just need to head back and keep Piggles alive, and I think they could walk back into mid quite soundly.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty classic situation where you give up mid for having the Uber ad, so they just need respawners, get in there. And meanwhile, I expect to see some soldiers standing on some high ground trying to maybe get in there, but yeah, it's just going to be Hoy, I think. And he does get a soldier. That's okay with the help of Warp there. But that's it. They're not going to get an Uber out or anything, so they're going to continue to retreat here because there's actually only on 40% Uber. They're quite far away, so this can roll into a second point.
Yeah, I think the second point, if they're smart, they should just kind of give this up as much as they can. It's really
Piggles can jump, though. Oh, my God.
Oh, he actually had to use it. He had to use Uber. I think that final rocket definitely would have get him. In that sort of close quarters of the cafe, there's no hiding from a bomb like that. But I guess they just kind of came in, snuck up on the poor medic.
Yeah. He had zero help, basically. I think he was screaming a whole bunch for that. So, yeah, all of a sudden, Uber are reversed, and now it's going to be Big Bloke Land trying to hold this midpoint, see if they can force the Uber out of him. Oh, nice pipe there from Imexus. That's going to take down Jordy.
Yeah, Road still goes down, though, however.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it went. It's still the same sort of suicide situation that we had before. The only difference this time is the Big Bloke Land doesn't have an Uber charge actually going into mid. So they could take some sort of sneaky fight here if they're over on Poundland, but it's a difficult state of affairs. So I think a lot of people have just gone back now.
Yeah, they don't want any part of this second point. They're going to just hold last, see what they can do. They have an engineer setting things up, have a sniper getting ready to just get a peek shot in there before he switches off, maybe to heavy or something. So looks like App's going to try and spearhead this, probably with Mac as well. And here we go. There's going to be the big Uber push. Maybe they can get ahead 1-0.
Yeah, the initial pick, they can't find it, however. They do pick up one soldier, actually, during all that chaos. And the engineer's been swapped out and used. The heavy weapons guy is being addressed and dealt with. And it's looking extremely clean in this last push for Big Bloke Land.
Yep, not a whole lot to point fingers at there from Big Bloke Land. That was very, very good. Just cleared the point of Sticky's got a few picks, just rolled the momentum into a lot of kills, got the point, no problem, 1-0. They get 4 more of these, they move on to the next round of the loser bracket.
Yeah, I think they were hurting, losing the soldier that early. That's usually like your anti-point defense and kind of pressures things out. Plus, it means everybody else was just going from one door, made it very easy.
Oh, we have a fast rollout this time around. Hugo, he tries to get the demo man, but unfortunately, he's just going to end up being the pick himself. So immediately, the fun guys just decide not even to contest mid. But there you go. That's a bit of a wind in the sail to Poundland.
Damn, that's a lot of pressure on your soldiers to get some work done. If you're the only connecting factor of whether or not they should go to mid, as they will kind of try and push in dry, go in from this this kind of grass lobby area, and Amectus will get the nice kill trade onto Mac. Will go down.
What's on the medic? Yes, gets him up against the wall. Gets the easy kill. Well done by him. Expertly timed.
Oh, they're going in actually. Scout Chariot, and they will just use the Uber off, and they just did not see this coming at all for poor Big Bloke LAN. I guess they were expecting them to back out there from the numbers alone, but yeah, head count kind of underestimated there.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think they were expecting to lose their medic, and then yeah, sometimes you're just pretty close to their combo as it is. So there you go. That was really, really good. Poundland, they're going to just try to build up this Uber once again and then be ready to do the last push. They're going to need to figure out what to do exactly here with it. They could dot push it, but for some reason, I have this feeling they're not going to do it. They've been pretty passive in that regard.
Well, what a lot of teams would like to do at moments like this is try and spam down that sentry gun, do something with your time while you're building this Uber, but looks like they don't even opt for that. They're just going to try and build the Uber charge, go immediately on the dot push, and hope they get a lot done whilst they don't have an Uber ready for Big Bloke LAN. They start off trying to pepper off these soldiers, but they do a good job of rotating. They take out the sentry gun now. Immediate pop coming out from Big Bloke LAN. They don't want to risk anything when it comes to this Uber charge, and they get a couple of, if anything, triple amount of healthy kills here, including a demo man as well. That is definitely a sign of push.
Has been cut off.
Oh dear, and they're keeping him prisoner. Will go down now, but look at that long respawn.
Yeah, that's so painful. When your medic is the last person to die, it's so painful.
On the bright side though, Pickles went down during all that beta, so we can still have a single kind of hope for Poundland to get back into this.
Yeah, it's not the worst part thing in the entire world. They'll still hold on to mid for quite a while here, but yeah, it was unfortunate. They actually did the dot push. I was thinking maybe they weren't going to do it, but they did it. But you know, need to get onto the enemy really quickly when the
ridiculously hard. I think that's one of those dot pushes where you need to kill the medic, but a medic on a map like this, very hard to get on top of with an Uber.
Yeah, he was holding in spawn. It was very smart.
And he wasn't even waiting as well. He was basically get Uber, use Uber, get the equations out in and out of this entire scheme. But we're at a point in the game where Poundland are holding on to mid. They are technically holding well or sitting pretty this round, but I kind of wonder what they can kind of cook up here, really. They've got the advantage on the respawn, so all eyes on Poundland for now.
Yeah, it kind of seems like everyone just took a coffee break, just let everything settle down, get in there. It's really good stuff. Why not have a chill pill while we wait for the Ubers to come in?
Yeah.
Oh, Soda's going to jump
Oh
through.
no, that pesky scout bumping into that. You don't get them on jumped maps. I feel sorry for you, Warped.
Yeah, that was the easiest air shot of Hugo's career. That Soda was standing completely still in midair. Let's see if Hugo maybe can get in there.
Oh,
looks like the answer
the license
is
to die. Roma, instead of changing targets, Basalti got his number right on top. It does allow a space for his team to get in, but will this be the punishment for poor little Big Bloke LAN as they overextend into this? Keep in mind, if they keep the trades up here and just take the long fight, they will win out here eventually with players respawning on Poundland. But the focus fight seems so much better on Big Bloke LAN.
Yeah, they have all the space right now. It's actually to the point where they were just standing in mid, locking down chokes. It's so easy for them. So great job by them for just moving forward there.
Yeah, they kind of just gave it up there. I'm not sure if I'm really liking that gameplay there. I feel like they had a bit more belief. They could maybe focus fire, just choose a doorway. There we go. Now that's the focus fire I expected. I don't know what they were hoping to pull off there on Big Bloke LAN. They maybe forgot that, yeah, walking into 6 people in red territory is still a bad idea.
Hey, he took half the health off of Hoy, you know? So
Trade.
That's gotta count for something.
Worst trade deal in all of existence.
Yeah. Doesn't get punished for it though. It really seems like the big difference between these two teams is that whenever there's like some sort of opening from Big Bloke LAN, whenever they make a play, they don't really get punished by Poundland.
They just kind of like they just roll over. They're like, oh no, oh well, they're in now. Give up. They don't want to take that confrontation.
Yeah, 2 players have snuck behind. They just kind of powered their way through into lobby. So Jordy and a scout buddy.
I mean, I think it's time to just get the buffs out and start taking some scrims. But it's like a kind of a nerving gameplay because they know that this is also a big distraction play. One player out there in the lobby is one less player out there protecting your medic. He's very low, brought down low in the corner. Poor Ro, look at his health right now. He has to use the Uber charge now. They commit in as well over on Big Bloke LAN. But the post Ubers are just absolutely garbo for poor Poundland, and they're just getting farmed at the seams. They even lose Ro after all that here. I guess that just that head turner of those two players behind just left them a bit spread thin.
It was actually like the Uber came in, and then when they tried to retreat, they just ran into the flank. He got completely mulched by left. He got like a 3K of just all stragglers. No one was looking at him. They were just all limping.
I feel like if they stand their ground a bit more, Beta, they'll find these situations a bit more favourable over on Poundland. But they're just kind of, maybe it's the pedigree alone, you know, that big bloke LAN thing. They're the ones that took a round off is it TF2 Easy or Witness Gaming, you know? Yeah.
It's it might be respect, but it also was just like they took a bunch of damage in the beginning of the fight, so they had to retreat. So, yeah, that's just a skill issue basically at that point where you just you end up at a disadvantage because they're better than you.
All right, well, Uber Charge, just about ready for Big Bloke LAN. They're going to push in from lower. Not too surprising. Well, a lot of advantages like to push out here. Kind of got in for free, really. Don't know why they didn't even need to pop so early. I think, did they have the sniper? Not really. As, Mac has got the door on lockdown. And look how injured all these players have to go. And, yeah, it just takes far too much time for them to switch around and to get out, even with a bit of sliver of HP that they take from the initial spam. It's very, very clean still so far from Big Bloke LAN.
Yeah, Poundland kind of taking a pounding, not going to lie. It's pretty rough. Just the fact that every single one of them was in spawn, and there was just a demo man holding one door and two soldiers holding the other one. That's murder. Yeah,
Poundland looking a bit like Pennyland right now. Very, very cheap knockoff here. But hopefully, maybe they'll turn it around here. Clear and sail maybe on this mid, as they are trying to initially set up. They're going to not go aggressive with any of their players, just feeling each other out. And the way it's really usually been Hugo to be the first one to jump in. There you go, right on schedule, right on time. He's bullying this poor demo man. Amexis has been dealt with and destroyed, and you even find the rest of the soldiers doing some work for the fun guys as well. And they're having a real fun time here, Beta, on this mid.
Yeah, Pickles, can he survive though? Yes. Get the sneaky clean-up scout eventually. They're going to have this full Uber going into last. Ro's still dead. There's not even going to be like buffs.
They're going to last. I like this play because it allows them to not really initially set up any sort of sentry guns, maybe catch off this random couple of players where they're like, what are you doing at this part of the base? You're skipping in timeout. They've Ubered in, Beta. They're calling themselves Feriotech. They're keeping them in spawn camping. I thought this only happens on pubs.
Yeah, but there's a soldier outside who actually forced them to come back, and now all of a sudden everyone's out there. Pickle could actually sneak out if he wanted to. He wants to stay in.
No, they're picking them off. The scouts have rejoined the fight. We've finished capping second, boys. What have you got left on the plate? And the plate has been cleaned.
Yeah, that wasn't the best spawn camp I've ever seen, but they barely managed to suss it out there, and then the scouts rejoined in, and they actually got the clean up. But that was pretty close. That wasn't pretty. You want to sort of lock them in spawn, but as soon as you let in one guy, you kind of have to abandon the idea.
Nice shot call. I imagine that was Mac probably calling for that, just to go aggressive into that last point. They definitely got blindsided, sucker punched by Big Bloke LAN here. So Poundland, there's still a lot of time on the clock. The scoreline might look intimidating, but they could still turn this around. They've got the tools.
Yeah, Warp's going to jump in very aggressively. Doesn't get onto the medic or anything.
Ooh, good damage coming out from Geordie there onto the scouts. And let's see if the scouts over on Fun Guys can clean this up here. Everyone minuscule HP for the poor boys in red. And another one goes down, bites the dust.
Oh, gets the arrow. That's what you get for retreating like a coward. Oh, soldiers up in the bell tower.
Oh, give him to Piggles. Yeah, he wants him. He needs him. He's aiming for him. Can't quite get him, but I like the effort.
Yeah. I don't know if I like that jump in from the soldier. That seemed pretty
telegraphed.
Suicidal. Lots of words to describe it. The big Uber ad coming into last. No way of saying that differently, because that is happening again. Looks like they're going to go through lower and just take in the demo man again. See if they can lock them in spawn.
All right. Ubering in Brighton early. The soldier spam has that. There's no initial thing to deal with this Uber charge though. The sentry gone so close to the doorway whilst being upgraded. The pyro comes out. A couple of reflex being pushed out here. Buying some space, buying some room. Stacked point is happening, but they managed to nullify it with some stickies. Hugo though, playing the long game, letting his team die one by one. Secret agent Hugo. There's a pyro. I've been found. Sus. Kill. Vote him out.
Yeah, unfortunately the pyro retreated that way, but hey, at least he got the pyro kill, which is not important, but it feels good. But it feels good. Turbo.
Yeah.
Like, kill the
Take
stupid
that,
powers.
Pirate. You've nullified my
they've
entire
Ubered
push
on
earlier.
point. This is not what they wanted.
Could be good if they could get this demo man pick here, but they can't quite get on top and back it. There's a big ambush waiting around this corner for a Mectus, and he will go down. Rowe goes down as well. Bad news bears for Poundland being pounded into the dust. This isn't their land anymore.
No, there's gonna just be a roll in here to last. Come on, what? Kill them all. Actually kills one. That's more than I thought he'd get. And there you go. That's gonna be 4-0.
Well, do you believe in miracles, Peter?
I believe in like jumpers to mid. That's about all I think we're gonna see out of this.
Warped. He does love a jump map, but those scouts just seem to be getting in the way. I'd imagine times get ruined all over the place if you throw a couple of players that hate your guts in there.
Yeah. That could be a real thing. All right, no sticky jumpers or anything.
Yeah.
But I think Hugo wants to get like a proper rollout this time around. Maybe get the demo man. You know.
He did a wonderful job last time starting off these mids previously, and he's the first one in, the first one to get aggressive. Maybe they need to change a gear here over on Poundland, especially at the last remnants of this game.
Yeah, Warp, not okay. Pickles tried to surf out, but there's just so many players that are in it for him. So all of a sudden, it looks like we're gonna see a one fight coming out of the Fun Guys, but they did lose their medic in the process.
Well, I don't think there was coordination in that point ever. You ever load into a DM server and you randomly spawn a part of the map? That's what it felt like watching that mid. Everyone was in a random section of the map fighting their own little fights and then getting picked off by an opposing other second fighter.
Yeah. This is like playing Granary.
Oh, Hugo predicted. Taunted as well.
Oh, yeah, this is
a 4-0 taunt.
Yeah, but he killed him. He outplayed him there.
Got him.
Yeah, like predicted with ease.
I wonder if he turned around there. Players could turn around and just screen look, you know. That looks like a screen lucky moment.
Yeah, can we get an admin just to check that out? I don't know how he knew that.
Crits are critical. Mac Daddy, can you make it happen all over again?
They're not even going to wait for it.
They're taking out the sentry gun. That's one less crit counter. Crits comes off. One sticky miss. Two sticky hits. A hit. Can't really find anybody else. He's desperately fishing for everybody, but they're just hiding away from the big, bad, scary Mac. But the rest of his teams do manage to get in there. Hugo's on Spy.
He's doing the same thing. It didn't work on Soldier, but you know.
Oh, backstab coming in. Easy clap. And he hits him with the Spy Crab as well. 5-0. Tasteful memes here on this final section of the game.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, are we shocked? No.
No. Am I happy that we ended the map with a Spy Crab? Yes.
Yes. I'm sufficiently entertained. Hopefully you guys are sufficiently entertained as well, and hopefully the teams will be entertaining enough to humour us with a couple of interviews. Who knows? Maybe we'll have our men on the ground, or our men will come up here instead. Yeah. But in the meantime, Beta, what could you tell Big Bloke LAN, or maybe even commiserate about poor Poundland here? Because that does mean that's the last time we're going to see Poundland in this competition.
Pound down some beers instead, I guess.
Yeah,
like, isn't that what you do when you lose at a LAN?
Yeah, I try to lose as quickly as possible if that's the case. But all right, so Big Bloke LAN, this LAN does not finish for them quite yet. This is, I'm not gonna lie, bit of a gimme match for them and all this. So,
sure.
Do you think there's any sort of things they could actually ride off of this victory? Do you think this is just like, it's nice to get a feel-good win under your belt going into the next round?
It's going to be interesting because they're going to be playing against the winner of whoever. So there was.
So it'll be whoever won and lost out of the Germans and League of Shadows.
Yeah,
and
I don't know that because.
And it'll be versus the who did the Czechs
I think
beat?
it was Duplo.
Yes, yeah, Duplo I think would be the other team that's in there, because I think they played off against TF2 Easy, or something like that. So that should be a good match. Everybody, we were talking about it, everyone kind of entered the mix with all ailments and issues and all this, and now a lot of those ailments and issues have been kind of ironed out, and we're in a brand new, fresh day with fresh teams. So it's almost like you get a new set of teams going in, but this time it's elimination. Do you think you could back this Big Bloke LAN? Do you feel like this is like still a champion squad that we saw a little bit in that group stage?
I don't know what you mean by champion.
Okay,
I don't think they're winning.
Champion out of all the plebs, while TF2 Easy
like
and Witness just laugh at them like
I think they're
throwing scraps at them.
Yeah. I think they're a bit too careless to really be able to go too far. I think at some point it's gonna kind of go wrong for them. So
I mean, I'm going to indulge myself here. I know we're talking about the two teams, but I want to get some questions in before we get some more gamers in and all this like that. May even go throw it to a break. But if you had to pick a team that had their best shot of kind of scratching Witness or taking on TF2 easy and all this, who do you think is the best fit for that? Out of all those little lower teams,
I would say play style wise, it probably is actually the Czech team.
All right.
Like Karachi. I feel like that's the right type of play that could maybe throw Witness Gaming off.
Yeah, get them snipers involved, get a Disky who's been there, done that, all this. Yeah. All right. Well, in the meantime, though, I think this is a nice point in the game to kind of end it off here. Nope. Actually, apparently we've got enough content coming in.
Yeah, I just saw them walk in the door.
Yeah.
So you're very optimistic.
They just want one more minute. So I guess we can humor you guys just for one more minute. So, all right. What kind of, if you were like a fly on the wall, what kind of questions or kind of curiosities would you want to know going into these two teams? Do you want to know what these sort of ideas or what sort of plays or adjustments they'll make going into their further parts into their competition?
I didn't hear what you just said. All I want to know is how much Crits Creek. Like, did they just agree to run Crits Creek for the first round?
Yeah, they have been running a lot of it. Do you think like that's just a meme, or do you think they should just like it's actually got some credence to it?
I think it does have some credence, just because, as I mentioned on Bagel, you can hold that far forward, and then when they circumvent you, you're actually behind. Like, you can actually use people to flank because you just leave some people in there. So maybe there's some forward hold with Crits Creek shenanigans that are like actually have some merit.
I am not going to join you on that point. I think that unlock is. It's deceiving. It's garbo. You have those moments like Mac apparently got like a nice 6-man or some crazy kills at some point.
He would claim that, wouldn't he?
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, I heard there was some crowning moment where the Crits Creek paid off, and then you always stick that in your mind all the time. So you kind of think, oh, we could just run this all the time because that's just going to happen every moment. You forget about all the other times you just nuked, destroyed, and the metagun is like worked every time. But you're like, but crits though, crits.
It's Old Faithful, yeah.
I don't like it. That unlock does things to people's minds, and also it saves. I need to save my voice a bit throughout this competition.
It burns really bright, that memory of the one time it worked. But I don't know.
It's a poisonous item.
So Pickles, I think it was J-Max Chill that was like looking up stats for Pickles, and he was like number 2 guy in crits used per map, and Pickles had over 2 crits used per map. So, but apparently there's someone that's ahead of him. I have no idea who it is.
I mean, it is a crazy cool sort of item to work with. Just by the fact that it's different TF2, and maybe that's enough for those sort of like established teams that have been playing these particular items. And speaking of, we can just ask the devil or the horse straight out of the mouth themselves. They've got their own.
That is how you say that. Yes.
Yes. Well, it's hard when you've got 7 people talking in your head. Okay, I've already got voices in my head to deal with. Yeah. Anyway, speaking of, let's throw to the voices in my head next to me. See you guys.
Voices. The voices now have bodies as well. I'm Bum. I'm here with Mac and Geordie. They've just dispatched of Poundland, knocked them out of the tournament quite easily. How are you guys feeling?
Yeah, pretty good. Changed up some dynamics. Feeling dynamic.
Feeling it. New play style.
Yeah.
New team. New us.
Yeah.
Yes.
Crits has been working now all of a sudden.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's definitely just the crits are way better. That's all it was. Definitely.
Yeah, we've heard news from Doey about Mac that you had a crit 6K and it was the best play of the event so far. Is he capping?
It's like the worst best play you'll see. One sticky kills 3 people. That was sick. Like onto point, classic, bread and butter, and then like the other 3 are just blind deaths.
Okay.
Just like random. I just spewed stickies when I don't see anything. I dead like 5 seconds later and they all die.
All right. Well, we're gonna talk about what's to come in the future of the tournament then. You guys obviously had a game this morning against the Czechs, got knocked down to the lower bracket. Do you think that you should have won that one?
We had a very rough I don't know. We started getting better yesterday towards the end of the night. Once we had eaten, had a few drinks in us, we started feeling it. The first 2 games yesterday, for example, were very rough. We struggled getting into it, But once we like, we're fueled up, we get the energy, we get the LAN comes in, we start playing better. But like, it's the same story this morning. Like, with the first game we play, we're just like everybody's quiet. We don't have the energy to just really feel it, and we can hear them scream from the other side of the venue, and we're like kind of just like quiet. But I took a few shots. We've had a few energy drinks, and we're starting to rile up. So I think it could be same story today.
You just need a bonk atomic punch in you from the
Yeah.
bar.
I need a red bonk, bro.
Got a couple green
I'm on-
specials.
Personally, I'm on the red team.
Okay,
The
yeah.
blue bonk is awful. Oh, shit, it's so bad.
All right. So, I think we're still waiting on a couple of matchups. We're a bit delayed by Germans versus League of Shadows on the other side of the bracket, but the League of Shadows did eventually win that one out. Germans took the first map, and then League of Shadows with the comeback. Was that the result you were expecting? Were you even expecting it to be that close?
Wait, hold on. Who won it? Sorry. I
Uh,
misheard,
tier-
I
uh,
think.
League of Shadows won eventually.
end,
Yes.
got it.
So Germans with the first map, and then League of Shadows back to back.
League of Shadows is definitely the favorite, but
Yeah.
it just surprised me that it got close. Like all the teams are very similar skill level. All the invite teams
After the
like,
top two.
on like exactly, like the top two like way ahead. I'd say Witness was like a bit ahead as well from TF2 Easy, and all the other teams, it's like completely dependent on like just the day and the energy. Like if one team's feeling it, then like they could just get third. But it could be any of the invite teams, honestly.
So the teams that are now joining you in the lower bracket will be the winner of Duplo and the Germans, and also the Czechs. We assume have been knocked back down by Witness Gaming, but I think that match might still be ongoing.
I
But
mean,
it's like
They're
we can
stro-
pretty
they
comfortably
were
say
strong
that.
today. They're playing very disciplined TF2, so maybe I don't know.
Which team would you most like to play out of those three? Out of Duplo, Germans, and a
Duplo?
Czech rematch?
Duplo or Germans probably.
Probably Germans, yeah.
Definitely those were definitely the easiest games we had in the invite groups. I think we won both games 5-1, 5-0.
So do you think if Germans do come out on top over Duplo, is that a worrying game for you to have that they've just gone so close with League of Shadows? or-
No,
No.
that doesn't make a difference. It's definitely like the Czechs were the roughest matchup, but like the Germans and Duplo, they're kind of like they play the game pretty similarly. They both have like a pocket scout that's really vocal and leads their team. They both take a lot of Uber trades. They're very similar teams, but the other invite teams are slightly different and were rougher matchups for us.
Okay. Mac, which one would you rather play? Are you agreeing with Jordy?
Pretty much same, yeah.
Okay.
I like playing against Voxy.
and
And Daddy.
some teammate rivalry. Why aren't
Yeah.
Swift playing at LAN? Greg couldn't make it?
Yeah, Greg couldn't make it. And pandemic, obviously, these
Of course.
issues. And
Yep.
yeah. People had like LAN ideas like before. That team decided to
This
play.
team like existed
Yeah,
before Swift.
Yeah. Same
in
with
that sense.
same with the Germans as well, to be honest.
Mm.
Danny was always going to play LAN with them. So.
And obviously, speaking of pandemic, was meant to be your scout at this event.
Yeah.
How's Leth dealing with it?
I think he's doing an alright job, man. He's doing all the dirty work. He makes it look good. I think it's fine.
Yep.
Yeah, I think he looks bad when we all look bad, so that's fine. That's
Yeah, it's
can you
like
do?
left plays like yesterday. Like our flank started off strong. Like
Yeah.
left was actually probably like one of our strongest players yesterday.
yeah,
And like when everyone's feeling it, like left is also playing well.
yeah.
So he's just doing his job all the way through,
Yeah.
basically. Not
Yeah.
the best scout in the world, but he's doing his job.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean he's just picking up the class. Like he's doing fucking well in my.
Yeah. Bad boy. I'll give you a backhand once off screen. All right. I don't have any more questions, so if you guys want to give any shout-outs or say anything that you really want to get off your chest, Jordy's slouched
go
down in
first.
shame.
Shout outs to Tio, Mr. Manager. Shout outs to Doey, and shout outs to Aaron Pandemic.
Yeah. I was gonna say the same, man. Just shouts to Pandemic mostly. Shouts to Zod. I know he'd like that. I had to.
All right.
They're probably watching.
Cool. Excellent. We are going to throw to a break then now. Thank you very much for watching, and be back for our next games.
Hey, we're back. We're back. Well, just like that, Beta. We exited the doorway. We went back out, and they went, get back in there. We've got more coverage to do of our lower bracket round 1 because in the blessing of a disguise of this sort of delays, we managed to get like a bonus game out of it because we covered Big Bloke LAN versus. I forget the name so quickly already.
Poundland.
Poundland, my God.
Yeah.
And as quickly as they were forgotten, they were quickly defeated. So that means it gives us time to go and cover the other game, which is kind of a spicier game, to be honest, though.
Yeah, that's the one we originally wanted to do.
Yeah.
So it worked out beautifully for like the audience at home. Like I'm sure DCS is losing his mind and everything's terrible because of delays, but for the audience, perfect.
Hey, all right. So it will be Verdast East is Doof. I am butchering that so terribly, but I think they'll be playing off against Duplo. So it's the Swedes versus the German.
Yeah.
Is there? I don't know. Could you go with the storyline of nationality versus nationality here? But it's home turf versus the away team. Are you excited, Peter?
Yeah, and the Germans are heating up. That's the really exciting part because they are. You know, they just had a really close game against League of Shadows, and League of Shadows have shown that they're probably like the 3rd best team in here. Or at least so we thought, but yeah, the Germans, they really competed well with them. So we are already on the first rollout here on this first map. It's still a best of 3. Keep that in mind. Take it away from Phil.
All right, the first thing I'm seeing in this Sunshine mid is Alba going really aggressive. Straight off the bat, kind of serving up a bit of air shots to start off things. They go right into the jugular of Wordastis this Dove, and when the dust settles, though, only a few scouts remain. It's 3 versus 1 here, but Boulder is a big, bold name, and hopefully he can... Okay, no, he's got a man.
That was a bit too much, from to 2. But yeah, that demo man did not have a chance. It wasn't even it wasn't Alba that hit him. It was Grix. So Grix was also killing him.
Yeah, I feel like there was a lot of hate for just one demo man. Like, they threw everybody, the kitchen sink, at that poor boy. So, you know, maybe for Philip, mission accomplished in a way. You kind of wiped the team by baiting them.
Yeah. One of those rockets had been...
Oh, nice trap coming out from Gar. So that's going to be a nice little tournament. Oh, God, they even lose Voxy during all this as well. So
it's gone horribly wrong. It's now
the chasing
are just so aggressively pushing in. Everyone's super weak.
They're going to keep going as well, and they don't have this little scout taxi as well. The medic getting pummeled down. The last one going down for that poor squad there.
Oh, Phillipson, he's going to be a Hail Mary play, but no. All right, lots of cleanup. The only bad thing here for the Swedes is that they chased with both scouts, so they're not capping mid very quickly. So they do need to deal with this forward spawn.
You say that's a negative. Look at them. They got them all like trapped in. You belong to us now, says Paul Duplo. As well, they will cap off this second point. They've got an Uber charge ready for last. Couldn't get any more cookie cutter right now.
Probably not, and just the fact that the sentry gun's not going to be that built up is so nice for them. And they're going to go into this right side. They're not even popping in. They're getting in so deep before they even have to pop. Gar's going to go in here, see if he can knock down the door really quickly.
Yeah, they're switching doors. Gar trying to lay down the damage, but he's got those stickies really reloaded.
Oh, he survives on 3. Okay, he did die eventually. Maybe it's not enough. I think the Germans actually managed to get out of the spawn area just in time. You know, I feel like if Gar had just been slightly faster there, he could have just nuked the entire enemy team as they ran out through
I feel like maybe you need a bit more team effort taking out that sentry gun or something, because it felt like a lot of resources poured on that sentry gun, and the poor dead man had nothing left in the barrel for the rest of the team.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe you make a good point there. Usually the key is to put 2 stickies and like 1 scout shot, right?
Yeah.
And that takes it down, and you can just move on with your life, but it was just him there. And
it was like 2 pipes, about 4 stickies, and then like some awkward reloading later. But well, you got to move swiftly on, as they will Uber out here over on the Germans, and I'm not really finding too much traction with this Uber here, Beta.
No, they get a lot of space, but Alba was sneaky in spawn there. He's a great sniper, and there you go. He's not going to miss a shot like that. Demo man down. That's going to cause them to have a lot of opportunity to run through chokes if they so desire.
They've got to push.
They do desire.
Yeah, they've got to push here. It's a demo man pick for crying out loud. You're going into middle. There's so many doorways to choose from. They get in basically for free. Still got the threat of the Uber charge now going into second, so they keep snowballing this. Stickies, though, could cause a bit of a pain. Does get a nice little jump on Boulders to make sure he avoids that. Danny even controlling Isolated. He was the nominated man to take out and trade off that Uber.
Yeah. He tried. That's about all he got out of that. He should be there for the repush when they get in. But
Take
they
2
are not
Beta.
waiting.
Take two as
Take
we're
two.
going in. They haven't used immediately this time. They finally used now, but not really.
Oh,
Oh no!
that's-
This is like the worst disaster moment. They've even got the Uber charge ready over on the German squad as well to chase him out of these doorways. That's Agent going down, and
Oh, Philip gets caught out by Griggs though. Really nice job by him, just getting in front of him. He actually evades death for quite a long while as well. But eventually, we are gonna get the Cav out here. Agent did go down. Gar, don't do it, Gar. Don't jump in. He does have a
he's looking at
sneaky,
the trap.
sneaky
He's looking at the trap, but the
Yeah.
trap might have been his own death here as he will try and jump out. They're chasing the poor man, and a bit pear-shaped here as he will manage to still live.
Yeah, he can bless his lucky star there that Ignis didn't feel like chasing him, because I'm pretty sure Ignis would have actually gotten him. But yeah, he didn't realize how weak he was.
Anyway, B, so that was 2 fluffed last pushes. I'm starting to see a trend of why Duplo can't really finish out these games that they have, these good games they've been having in the group stage.
Yeah, the thing about Duplo is that they're the last in the group stage. They had 1 point, but they had a lot of close games, and then it would be like 2-2, and then they lost 2 rounds in a row. They didn't quite finish those last pushes.
Yeah,
it's unfortunate.
You're right. What I think of it is like their ceiling, their skill ceiling is incredibly high, but that floor is very, very low as well. They do manage to pick off Grix here, who found himself just kind of in no man's land, but a price to pay, I guess, in trying to equalize and slow them down on this second point. They could still make a push out of this port. Keep in mind, they have an Uber charge ready over on Duplo.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance that they're going to do this without Voxtech. Voxtech is the main guy that they put through the Ubers with the demo man. And when he's not there, not only do you not have the guy you normally chariot through, but you also just don't have a second scout. And having a second scout in one of these post-Uber fights is so crucial. So they're just going to wait it out. They're going to take it easy. I saw a lot of this standing behind them. I think we can expect some man-tread shenanigans maybe coming out of Ignis. He has done that before. Danny's going to jump in. Will Ignis follow? Looks like the answer is no. They do get Grix, so they're not going to get counter-aggressed on. So that's nice for them at least. But
Just a lowly level 1 sentry for Duplo. They decided to run and rock the heavy weapons guy for a little bit because I guess they were reckoning they were going to push straight away, take advantage. Ignis jumping in, going past the sentry gun. He's on top of the medic basically, but even the sniper getting a couple of hits as well. They tried to throw in a scout during all that shenanigans, but I guess it just didn't really work out because there was a trap or player that caught him out there.
yeah, I'm a little surprised they waited until like Danny hadn't even really spawned. All right, Baldo's gonna stick on sniper, see if we can get a sneaky little. I'm pretty sure it's like a wall.
There was opportunity. He was on the screen. He was clickable, but the man could not click on him quick enough.
Yeah, you always get it like when you see him hovering over the outline through the wall.
You were like, that's ETF2L Samus coming over and like,
Interesting. And there's probably like a wall between it as well, right?
Yeah,
You're standing inside the point.
You're telling me you saw this player through this vent, through this glass plane, through this stairway, and managed to hit the perfect pixel.
So somebody make sure they stand behind. Ooh, nice little shot there. Gonna make sure that Ignis, again, his logs are ruined. They're just gonna keep sending them in, it looks like. I didn't see a whole lot of creativity coming out of it.
He gets him! Boulder finds him! He just has a magnet attached to that poor medic and knows where to land that body shot. The body shot experts, it seems, on the Swedish squad.
Hey, if it's a kill on the medic, I will take it any day of the week. Shockey's trying to be sneaky, see if he can get behind. The answer is nah, you cannot. As Grix takes him down, this is going to be a really clean push out as far as I can tell. They're just making sure that they're cleaning up every single part. It's actually a back cap going on. Danny tried his best to get in there. Now we actually have an Uber, and there's a medic completely exposed.
The sword is out! Slay the beast! Slay the beast, says Boulder. Even takes the stylish Superman jump away.
Yeah, that's... sometimes you just got to execute the medic, you know?
Yeah. You've done crimes, and the one who makes the sentence swings the sword is... They will get the nice medic advantage going here for Duplo, but it's all about these last pushes here, Beta. That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah, it's been struggling so far, but the Germans have also been pretty deep in spawns a lot of times, so I feel like if they rotate faster, they can actually get something done. Danny, again, in the skybox, gonna get taken down, trying to see if we can get the Uber Force out. The answer, unfortunately for him, seems to be that is not an opportunity right now that he could make good on. But they do have they actually have to hurry a little bit. They're only going to have about 30% advantage.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the type of area
Yeah, that's
where
the
you're not
amount where
fast.
you usually see. Oh, a snipe coming out. Swee's left out of the equation. Have you ever started an Uber with less kills than you even went into it? As they're trying to just stack off the point, bait everybody out, see if they can get some kind of damage from the stickies. And no, it doesn't really work out, I'm afraid. They're still throwing in a few more players last second, hopefully to make something work. But I think there's a bit copium here, Beta.
Yeah. It's super unfortunate to lose a scout right as you enter in there, but maybe it should just be that you don't peek before the Uber's in, just so you can ward the sniper off. I don't know if that's too passive, but yeah, I do like that you asked me, have I ever had a bad Uber? Like, yeah, Tony Tap. Have you not seen me play this game? I've had my fair share of bad Ubers. Danny again holding far forward. Dude, Danny's just getting picked off left, right, and center so often, it seems.
Man, they are holding somewhat close. Need I remind you, they have an Uber charge. They could push out. There we go. I see them coming for the trapdoor. The flank around. No, they don't even need the stick in Uber. They found him. Secret agent Voxy will take him out, kill him off, and even gets a bonus crits kill as well. This rest of the team here should surely be able to snowball if they can keep on top of these backcappers, and they have.
Yep, it's always good to check dungeon. They do just that. Take him out, get the second cap. Very clean. Dude, that medic was so oblivious.
Yeah.
It's really bad that they didn't have anyone actually checking the dungeon there. That kind of shows that they're probably not the most established teams. That kind of stuff should just be something you have in order.
Ignis. Oh, Grix will get the easy shot onto him onto the bell tower. And God, they're still just trying to make it work here over on poor Duplo, really holding in and staying in the fight for as long as possible. I mean, the Uber charges are out of the equation, but it makes me a bit worried.
Yeah, there's like they could get overwhelmed here. It looks like neither team really wants to get too aggressive right now. They're just taking their time. They're waiting for the Uber before they go in. A lot of teams will push before the Uber comes into play, but Voxtech should not have won that, but he just did. So he just gets a second one as well. Voxy. It looks like he's on one of his benders again.
Yeah, these scouts just get you under their reticle, and they just do want to tear their eyes off.
Oh
my God!
He's just hitting
the man's just gobbling up. Hungry hippos. The man stepped off the point because he wants more kills.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's got the barrel in the mouth of the poor demo man. He still wants more. Give me more. Another one for the Voxy. Another one for the red demon. That is where das this duff.
Can you imagine hitting people for less than 50? Voxy can't.
It was the most egregious part of it is like the damage to distance ratio. He seems so far, but it's so meaty.
Yeah, just perfectly on the hitbox every single time. And he was doing this yesterday as well in periods where he just seems to just flip on.
Yeah, admins, can we check like the random spread command is on her? Because sometimes maybe those pellets are just kind of all occupying the same space. So that's like a slug.
Yeah. Philip, a bit slower, but he has a scout to help him out here. So when you're that slow, it's fine. Alba comes in for the medic. Oh, nice dodging there. Bobby, really nice dancing there from him. But Ignis surely not going to miss. Yeah, medic goes down.
Okay, well, I'm starting to see the trend here. There's basically like a Meals on Wheels package from Duplo. Please sign here and here, sir, and enjoy your meal, because they just go straight to them to mid and make it so easy for them. Sure, yeah, they get some damage out, but they're a bit resistant to leave enough on the German squad to then just claim their 3 picks.
Yeah. Just the fact that they have a medic and a scout alive and post-mid there makes everything so smooth for them. They just don't really have to worry about anything. There is no soldier forward to take down the sentry gun. That's kind of what the platonic ideal of a push in like this is that you have a soldier just spamming down the sentry gun before you go in. But as it is, they don't have time for that. They're just going to take in Philip. He's not rotating around. They're actually just going to focus this soldier on the right side. They do take him down. They
could play it a bit slower here now, and that's what they're doing. They're standing back, seeing what easy targets come out of this first. But the longer the game goes with this heavy weapons guy, the more he's going to have that impact. And yeah, they're picking off the players now. They decide to all go in collectively, but you just need to have some sort of more damning bait play coming out from the German squad there. Maybe get somebody on point or something.
Yeah, both teams have struggled quite a bit with these last pushes. I would kind of like to see them jump in deeper and then rotate around to the other spawn really quickly, because right now teams are just rotating in spawn. And it's just too easy for them to get out of it.
Oh, It's okay, Ignis. We'll pretend we didn't see that. Oh god, so it's alright. They kind of fluffed the defenses there for a bit. There was a bit of a wide opening, but well, what can you do, as they're going to keep rolling with this over on Duplo, maybe make this into a heartbreak of a round, send them from last to last to last, as we are going in. A big
Alb
jugular.
on the med.
Very nice, even gets out and struggle and brings the scout away from the fight for a hot second, and when he comes back in, gets gunned, well, he hasn't been gunned down, but the rest of his team has.
This is going to be a beautiful position right now for the Swedes. This is exactly the type of situation they need to try in.
And now it's going to be an awful last push. I'm calling it now. Good God. I don't know what it is. You could play some of the most beautiful TF2 you've ever seen, but if you can't last push, you ain't worth nothing in this game.
Yeah, it is unfortunately true, but I am a lot more positive than you. I think they've learned their lesson, all right? I believe in the Swedish team. I think they're good. All right, let's just get in here. Just mulch them in spawn.
I'll level with you. It's a hard last to push, I feel like, generally.
Yes.
So, you know, it's going to be a task, but you do see some wonderful teams pulling out some wonderful last pushes there, so I do see it's possible. They get in nice and early. Gar, they can't really take out the sentry gun quick enough. Will finally use it now, and they've used this entire sort of damaging load to get out and get things set up for his team to come back in. They're all rotating around. I like this because now they can get reloaded, get kind of reassessed. They kind of get picked off, I guess, over in some of these doorways where they enter back in. But now they've just entered the blender with less numbers than before.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They did the right thing. They got to 2 picks and then kind of got equalized a little bit with 1 pick. But then they came back in, and as they did, you just got spammed to all hell.
Yeah.
And it went really poorly for them. So unfortunately, for the Duplo, you were right in your pessimism. And, yeah, these last pushes have not been kind to them. Oh, the scout.
Oh no, this is the saddest state of affairs for a poor soldier. Oh god, so they are still trying to make it work though, despite losing both the soldiers.
Oh
god, getting a lot of damage in. Can't quite get the pipes off, but gets the roller onto Philip. Life is cruel, and this is the best way to deal with a last push beater, is lose the second point so hard that you can win the last push.
Yeah, just push last push really hard, or push second really hard.
Yeah.
Win that way. So there you go. Duplo, they solved it eventually.
If we're bad at last, we'll just be really good at second.
Yeah, this reminds me a lot of Snake games that I've seen where it's just, we can't push last. Let's just kind of lose
bait
second.
them in. Just give them everything they want, make them fight on second, and then hopefully we win.
Yeah, and then we can roll into last. But yeah, 1-1. This is going to be going down to the wire, I feel like. It's been so close the entire time. Teams just keep on exchanging advantages, and I've seen nothing to indicate that they're not completely evenly matched.
It's got to be mentally taxing for both these teams. Danny jumping up in the sky, trying to divert eyes, trying to divert rockets towards this team, and it just keeps them distracted enough for the rest of the German squad to come in and start cleaning up, and they're just playing off this sort of blob TF2, focusing fire on the same player that they can find. That player is Sui. He will go down, and Boulder and Albert decide against it, but they really should attempt to get Bobby here.
Yeah, I kind of agree with the decision to not go for it at that point. They were just not in a position to do it. They should have gone in earlier, probably, if they really wanted to. But yeah, as it is, sometimes it's just giving away your life. And I think these guys probably feel their logs are bad enough as is.
Hey.
You know, it can be kind of brutal pushing into Sunshine last a bunch of times because you just kind of suicide over and over again.
Right. Peter, talk to me about these sentry gun placements, because the Swedes, I feel like they just need to rearrange the furniture every 2 seconds or something like that.
Yeah, they can definitely keep you on your toes, but maybe later. As we do see they're jumping, not the sentry gun, so maybe that's part of it.
Yeah, because they're wondering where there is a sentry gun, because it's not doing anything.
Yeah, he just switched off. There you
oh
go.
my god, they actually get minced. Look, without the sentry gun that's taking all the brunt, all the damage, all the fight, all the attention, how are the rest of the players supposed to rotate around and make their impact there? I didn't like that sentry gun placement, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, it was a really great collapse by the Germans on that.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
Yeah, it's just they switched sides very quickly. They got that 1 kill on one side, and then they just switched over very quickly, got the kills on that side. And sometimes when everyone's just hitting their shots and you're doing this is a weird rollout, by the way, from Philip. I've seen him doing it a bunch of times, and it feels wrong to me that you can like surf down like that and take the med kit down. Surely that's just slower, right?
I think you come out healthier, maybe. Don't need less heals coming into the mid, perhaps. Maybe it's a bit safer as well because you've got that bell tower. It doesn't really easily spam in place. They're cutting across the point, getting brave here on the German squad.
I guess the medic for it.
But yeah, defensive has won the day here for Duplo as they just let them come to them. Seems the aggressor seems to be the loser in these mids.
Yeah. The question is that going to extend into the future? Because they are down a medic. Agent died at the very tail end of that mid. He's still not up. No one has any heals. So this is a second point that's going to get recapped pretty promptly, I believe. As Bobby has the full Uber now. Gonna go through. There's a soldier down there. Please. Oof. Okay, Albert does go down. All right. And they didn't get the Uber force out.
Scared of the Uber charge as they're just kind of holding sheepishly on this second point. Maybe trying to put Grix in a nice position to get a force out. Jumps now, but look at that control coming out from Vox Tech. It's so easy for him on lamping.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy how it just looks like he's being hit by Natasha midair or something. He just stops.
Yeah. Break, hammer unit 0.
Yeah, it's pretty brutal. I played against too many invite scouts for my liking, and it's just like this. You just stop it.
Ooh, look at this man. He's played so many invite scouts. Well, I've only get to play with the Div 1 plebeians back in my day. They didn't stop me in the midair. Anyway.
Yeah, Danny's in. Big bomb. Doesn't really get the damage he was looking for. He's going to get picked off instead. Voxy, he's just on the kill streak now. Like,
oh, the health back, the clutch health back to come in. Albert still comes down, however. And they got an Uber charge there, and they're outside, and the rest of the Germans are not. So that's a victory for the Duplo boys. Are they thinking about dungeon again?
Probably.
Oh,
never mind. This is the surprise jump scare Uber coming out of them. And
damn, Voxy has actually scared them enough to send them back. I mean, they did lose the Demoman during all that sort of scout surprise. So, well played to the Germans to kind of keep going there. Vox is just really feeling himself.
Yeah, indeed. Soldier in the choke. Going to see if he can get anything. Does get the Demoman. That's really nice. But Voxy is still very healthy and very much on the warpath.
Ooh, nice rockets coming out from Danny there as well.
Yeah. That position on the bell tower is so powerful if you're not being like actively dealt with.
Gar has to find himself some nice sticky traps to maybe even things out here, but with a soldier coming in so early like this, I don't think he'll even get out alive. Oh no, that's like the worst timeline for a demo man to have. You can't even get a kill with your trap, and you just get picked off by the jumping soldier.
Yeah, sometimes demo man is just the worst class in the game. And
especially if you're on your own like that. So
yeah, that's what it feels like.
They're going into last without a demo man defense here. But they're going in with Voxy taken out at the start of this push out. That's enough for the Germans to back out here. I wonder if I would still take that trade.
Yeah.
Demo for scout.
It's hard to tell. Right? I think it's just I don't think Shocky was in a position where he could take the medic in. So if you jump in your demo man really aggressively and you don't have a scout to run with as a medic, then you can't get in there and save him in time. And
plus, it gives him a nice excuse to run off and spy here, Beta.
Yeah, I don't think Voxtech does this a whole lot. I could be wrong.
I like that. We know when somebody doesn't spam those classes so much, really makes it truly a surprise factor when they go for these classes.
He's in a good position. No one's looking. This is actually very, very good.
Oh, they're rotating around now.
Oh, no! Accidentally.
Boy! Oh, got him with the cookery. As it's I admired the attempt at throwing in some soldiers there during all the chaos, but that is definitely a 3-second point here for Duplo.
Yeah, I feel like all spy attempts so far this LAN that we've watched, at least on stream, have just barely not worked. Right? It's like, oh, this is a great situation, and then people just randomly turn around.
It also feels very mechanical as well. It just feels like they kind of fluff things ever so much when they go in for the backstab.
Yeah, they get that thing where it sounds like they're stabbing the wall behind them.
Yeah.
It's the most frustrating thing. It's like, I'm hitting the wall behind him. How am I not hitting
maybe
him?
you got the adrenaline pumping your thing. You're a scout. You've got zero sensitivity, so you have to like throw your entire weight behind the stab.
Yeah. Speaking of adrenaline, this guy just zoomed in there, all high, and he died. So Danny just continues to try and make plays. Not been too successful, but Alba.
Well. That's soldier living if I've ever seen
it. Yeah, he thought he was taking a scout 1v1 with a scout, but nah, there was a second scout.
Yeah, this is as soon as you touch any sort of lower ground, the scouts just go, there's a weak soldier somewhere, and they just go up tower over you.
Yeah, they're just currently setting up here to make sure that they can actually get a proper heal going. And there we go. Soldiers in.
Damn, they are chasing for that soldier kill. And Danny, is he gonna? Oh, that would have been a spicy kill. And I think he had enough damage as well on that pickaxe to actually get the Minecraft kill, but not today.
Yeah, just increase the switch speed like by 3 times, he would have gotten that one. But yeah, nice little attempt from him. Got one fat rocket onto the medic for sure. And I'm a little surprised Sui didn't run in there. Isn't that Sui's job?
Yeah, I saw the medic as well. I saw Sui with like nothing in between them as well. Yeah. I would have moved forward, but then again, I am not as smart as Sui. So maybe we could. Oh, Boulder going down in the cafe. Albert also going down in the flank. I count them 2 picks here, Beta. 2.
Yeah, this might be the time where they try to jump some players behind. We've seen this from a couple of the other teams, but no. The
soldier in. Danny making space for his team. And drop coming out. Ignis, the blindsider onto Agen, will get, and they follow in a wipe. I think that was a nice last minute of play from the rest of Duplo to get this tide-turning fight, but it did not work it out at all. They've just got them between their ivory teeth here, Beta, and they're biting down hard.
Yeah, there's no way. It doesn't matter how much damage you do when there's a full team with full Uber that didn't even get used, by the way. Just coming in here into last, and once again, we see second falling so hard that you just get last for free. That seems to be the best way of doing it in this game.
Well, look at it, Beta. No time for a round reset. 4 minutes left. Mathematicals are being said by casters as it is possible, but it's improbable. Unlikely.
That's the one. Nailed it.
Yes. All right. Another mid, another day, another fresh dollar as we hopefully have one of these teams not go so aggressive, because the aggressors kind of losing out on these mid here, Beta. So we wait with watchful eyes to see who wants to lose their mid, as everyone's just kind of entered a big blinding aggressive mix. And when the dust settles, one team is only got 2 players, but they're not on mid, Beta.
They're not on mid. They're building an Uber.
They backed out. They backed out. They pussied out of there. They saw Agen go down, and they thought, that's a victory enough for me. Get that medic out.
When you're trying not to lose the game, keeping your medic alive is the #1 priority, because it just stalls out the game.
Let me write that down.
Yeah, yeah. I know keeping your medic alive in general is really important, but sometimes you'll take like a mid-win.
Yeah, over. It is very much a play to win the war rather than win the battle.
Yes.
So they go crits here. This is a Hail Mary of a war game move for Duplo, but I like it. It speeds up the pace of the game, and that's what they need. They need pace if they want to get these rounds on the board.
Yeah, and at most they can get up to an even Uber, so yeah, might as well just try and go in for crits here. I don't think they have time to crits, then build it up again, and then have a crits out.
Okay, crits here. The first sticky counts for absolutely nothing so far, and not even all the other 7 stickies that followed it after. They even lose their medic.
Tragic.
They lose the demo man. That's the kind of dual nature of this crit. It sets the pace, but sometimes the pace just means fast forward to losing the game.
Yeah, it's I mean, they had to go for it, right?
Yeah,
nice
yeah.
Don't
disrespect. I feel like it's just one of those equations that you have to try to get the answer you're looking for, rather than playing to lose, I suppose, or playing not to lose so quickly.
And you couldn't even give it to the scout there because you needed to get the medic drop out of it. Well, so you had to give it to the demo man.
Yeah, and they had to do it blindly as well, because I guess it's a bit telegraphed, or it's too dangerous, or just not enough time, is there, really?
Yeah. All right, so with 2 minutes now, it's reaching this impossibility. You need to push immediately, is my point.
Yeah.
So Duplo, I think.
No, they're making the choice for them. They actually popped the Uber
Yeah,
off
I thought
early.
they would be going forward, trying to get around, but no, they're actually retreating quite a bit, which is surprising.
They have to come back out and fight, though, but they just literally walking into the firing squad, one after the other. A scout will try to join in. The scout will back out and take a 1v1 instead. Hell, it's everyone's missing apart from Stefan.
Yeah, yeah. Sharky does tend to hit. All right. So we have the team. They're not even going to build it. We're just going to see if they can roll into last here and just finish this.
Nice damage coming out from Gar, but it's just all for naught. There's, oh god, there's so much damage laid out by Philip there to kind of get people off that point. They do finally compromise and get on top of him now, and they cap it underneath their feet here over on where Dasty's just duff, and this is looking like a wash for this first map.
Yeah, this is definitely over. This fourth round basically happened because the Swedes were playing too aggressively because they had to. So no shame in that, in losing that round. So at this point, it's all over. It doesn't matter with the score or anything. You don't get tiebreaker points or anything.
But we can't afford a GG plugin here at the LAN, and we can't tell Valve to put a GG plugin in the game. So we're going to have to sit here, Twitch chat, and enjoy this minute with us.
Yeah, indeed. Dude, I was sitting behind Shocky, right?
Oh.
I'm pretty sure he's got ADHD. Like, he's always doing something. It's kind of crazy how he's
Mate, he talks with people while he's in a match. Like, he'll take off his headset and be like, hey, how's it going? Like, fist bumps and things like that. The man's just...
he's always doing something.
You got to keep in mind, this is from a generation of scout where he was told to do 10 different things at once in a game, so he's probably a bit bored. He's like, Shocky, you just do this, and... just
that's the classic Nox call, right? Like, Shocky, you go choke and you deny the 2 soldiers and make this sure the scout doesn't get a demo. It's like, okay.
I love that joke. I will reference it as much as humanly possible. Well, bad jokes aside, 20 seconds have been kind of been left on the clock after our little reminiscing, and maybe you can count with us, Twitch chat, after down from the 10 seconds that we have left, as I think it will be safely said that LADasties do come into this very strongly here, Beta.
Yeah, you know, maybe it's just the home ground turf that's giving them the energy.
Yeah. You got your German compadres have turned up today. Some of your guests have come back to like kind of spur you on as well. Where I don't see any Swedes here, do you?
No, not really. And
yeah, so anyway, I guess that's our first map. In the meantime, players are going to take some cigarette breaks. People are going to go to the toilet, maybe even have a cheeky bit of food and whatnot. I think we'll follow in suit, Beta, as we're going to say goodbye to the stream for now. But we'll be right back with more of our best of 3 coverage of this lower bracket round 1 game. Someone might get eliminated here in this next map. Don't go away. Welcome back to the Arcadia Fortress coverage here. We are in our best of 3s still, and we're still in our round 1 of our loser bracket here. It's Duplo versus LADasties Duff. If you've not been paying attention, LADasties Duff has won their first map.
Yeah.
Shocked?
Not really. They were playing really well against League of Shadows. So it looks like they just shown up to day 2 with like renewed vigor, and they've just been really, really good. So...
Well, on the bright side, though, Duplo, they have potential. We see the opportunities being given to them, and if we like have a little tally, there could have been a different scoreline if those last pushes just went a bit better, Peter.
Yeah, they're very good at securing some momentum, and it's just like that last little bit that they need to work on, and they're good. So I can't remember what the next map is, so production, scream it in my ears, please. But it was all really boring maps. It was like Snake Water and Sunshine and I don't know.
Predictable Process is our second map.
That's the lab. Yeah,
everybody, that's not boring. Everybody loves a bit of Process. That's like the new community love child of the map pool. It used to be Badlands, but we don't play that map anymore. We play Bagel instead. But still, still, Process. Who do you think kind of wins out in a map pick like this when you just see the 2 teams without knowing who picked that map?
So I think it's kind of interesting that we've seen the soldiers not really have that much success with doing the big suicide jumps on either team.
Yeah.
Because normally I would say that whoever...
The mids are rudimentary, I would say.
Yeah, right. So usually you have the big jumper mains. Those guys are really good on Process because they can do those big jumps. And then get in really quickly.
Yeah.
But we haven't really seen it too much. I think we had 1 medic drop from like a soldier jump in, but that was in like a broader context. So even that.
The scouts though popping off for both teams. It feels like
that's the other half of the coin. I feel like.
This Vox Tech guy. Whew.
Yeah, he's good. He just hits every easy shot.
It doesn't.
Right?
It looks really intimidating because it's like that mid-range sort of intimidation, not that kind of close-range scout in conflict where he just 2-shots people as well. It's more like somebody's in that mid-range, they feel like they can get away, they'll be like, oh god, where's 100 HP gone?
Yeah, he will just pelt you down for like 30s and 40s from like really far away.
Yeah.
And he's super consistent. So he, like, as I said, he just doesn't miss easy shots ever. So like if there's a fat soldier sitting around, like he's gonna hit him.
Yeah, and the team are feeling it as well. If you remember that one push where they had, I think it was Gar went down over on Duplo. but they went to a push in. They lost Vox Tech to like a random snipe. They
Yeah.
could have. That's still a reasonable push to make in, but they were like, no, we need Vox Tech in this push,
Yeah.
and they just decided to back out there. They had Uber, they had a pick onto the demo man. What more could you want? And yet they have that much respect for that scout being a part of that team.
Yeah. It's just, it seems to me like if they don't have the optimal condition for them to really work in whatever like Uber push or hold or whatever they have, they just abandon it immediately. Some teams are really like thrive in the chaos, whereas this German team seemed pretty structured, and it seems pretty fitting, right, for a German team to like crave structure like that.
Yeah.
Where it's just like, oh, we have this plan. If the plan doesn't work, we will find another plan.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Duplo, I feel like their biggest odds is themselves. Like, some of these defenses haven't been too hot. The last pushes haven't been too great either. All this, but then you find these glimpses of brilliances every now and then. And I don't know. There's times where I don't feel like I saw brilliances in that map, but they would turn the tide quicker, if that makes sense. Like, felt like the Germans had to win a couple of fights to win back and push them all the way to last. The Duplo team just had to win one fight, and the Germans happened to be at last already.
Yeah, I can kind of see what you mean. It seemed like we saw a couple of times. You remember when you said like, "Oh, I thought maybe like Alba and Sui should gone in for the medic there."
Yeah.
Like, but they just retreat, so
Yeah.
they don't bleed players very much, and they're doing a good job of not just throwing people in there unnecessarily. Because we oftentimes see where it's just like, oh, fight's over, but there's still a soldier here that just jumped in for some reason. We don't see that out of Duplo, so I feel like that's a good sign of just discipline to not throw your life away for no reason, and that does include or end up with the result of you actually have to win like several fights.
Now, Beta, we're on potential match point here for poor little Dupo's life, as they might get knocked out at this point.
Yeah.
Do you think they'll be a bit like worried about like I don't know, nerves kicking in at this point, the worries or the heavy breathing from the spectators behind them?
There could actually be some real nerves, because for the first time there's some real consequence, right? Like, you just stop playing now. So just the fact that you can not get to play a third map, that really sucks. If
and
you
especially
want to play more.
And they have been having a decent tournament, like we've been saying, and so we're blue in the face.
Yeah.
It's been a good game or tournament for everybody involved. They're playing above expectations, and everyone's kind of firing on all cylinders. But at the end of the day, those scorelines have to get simplified into a small, grueling sort of win-loss.
Yeah.
And it would just suck that they don't get any fruit for all the effort they've been putting in.
Yeah, and just like when you're having close, fun games, you want to play more of them. So I could actually see them kind of having some nerves going into this. Also, they have a lot of like new timers at LAN that haven't gone together. So
all right.
I could actually see it, but we're getting ready to go live here, Turbo.
All right,
so.
well, let's head straight into the game, and let's see how our Duplo boys will do going into their kind of last potential map here, unless they have something to say about it. The Germans, they could buckle as well. Who knows? Questions to be had and answered here in this second mapper process. Where this Dwarf versus Duplo. I'm Turbo Tabs, just to remind you, and we've got Beta here on the mic as well. What's happening on mid, Beta?
Alba and Griggs took the high ground very quickly on, but they have since dropped down. Iggy's going to see if he can get the high ground now. And now the big bomb in from Dan. He takes down Agent. Looks like he's going to get another 2 kills there. Great bomb from him. Bobby is still alive, but he is being pressured. He's just going to elect to get out of there.
Oh, Alba's in. Alba, I think they didn't expect him to be fighting still on second there. And I think Boulder was a bit confused as well. You were like, whoa, buddy, you were in. I could have come help you if you told me.
Yeah, but another nice little surf there from Bobby. That's going to save his life. So Belder, he's doing his best to actually get this point. He is going to they're going to lose it eventually.
No, I think they're actually coming back in time to block it here. Very nice play as it stops. Well, I guess the forward respawns wouldn't really kick in for Duplo, but it's still nice to make them waste time here getting that mid.
Yeah, absolutely. So this worked out really well for the Germans overall, I'd say. They're getting ready to go in here. It looks like they're going to through... Yeah, Al-Qaeda is going to be the really far side here of the sewers. And there's Soda's pretty close by. They have to be careful of that.
Pressure coming out. They're just scared of this Uber charge. You can see they're very sheepish positions. They want to defend, but they also want an option of getting out. And well, it's just a hard set of fights taken between this Duplo squad. They just can't really commit in without losing some players. But like you were talking at the pre-game, they don't care for the bleeding.
Yeah, and they don't have mid.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Ignis getting the force over onto Agen there.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about like how we hadn't seen like a whole lot of that, but now we do. So we kind of jinxed it there. And I think also a crucial fact is that they kind of forgot about mid. They just pushed on without ever capping that. So that was pretty funny.
Alba, he's putting on his best blue impression, his red impression on the red side of the map. Does not want to kind of commit in. Philip pops off his Uber, goes into the jugular of this Duplo squad. Keep in mind, Alba is still behind. He's almost like a dead man.
The guard got out. That was really crucial there. We just saw him land up top there. Alba's going to do his best to just be an absolute nuisance. Oh, can he hit a big rocket? No, he cannot. Steph is going to just finish him off there. The Germans will be able to move on, and they could actually ride this momentum into last. They just need to dodge these sticky traps and make sure that they don't get crushed in these chokes as they're going. But Voxtec has gone down, and we see how they respond to that earlier, and that's going to be the case still. You lose Voxtec, you just go back out.
Yeah, it's the worst timeline, it seems, for Duplo, but fortunately they do have an Uber charge ready for this push out into last, but it could get a bit scary. The sticky trap doesn't quite work out for Philip, and he's getting bullied. Poor Philip, I've never known a Devilman take so much punishment, it feels like. He's always at the bad end of all these Ubers and sticks and focus.
Hey, I mean, if you live, you take those. That just means you're in exactly the right spot where you could be, as you didn't go down. Soda's going to jump in through this choke. It's kind of a fake bomb here, trying to put pressure on. No second Soda is going to be joining in. Soda has eventually been taken down. Yeah, I don't know. When you do those fake jumps, you usually want to get someone else in there, but that wasn't the case at all. This Soda, okay, eventually is going to go down here to Voxtec. This Uber. Oh my god, this could be so much damage from Philip, but I don't think he quite managed to get it in time. But Voxtec is just finishing it up.
It's a game of duck hunt here. They basically launched into the air. They're like, Paul! And Voxtec finishing them off. Clean shots coming out from the boy. It's an early round for the German squad here, Peter.
Yeah, once again, this is something that can really put a lot of pressure onto Duplo. And they weren't quite able to deal with it the last time around, so hopefully this time they handle it a lot better and can actually come back and make it really
quick rollout coming out from Gar. We're trying to maybe deny some of this clearance of the stickies of the
He did
a
bunch
pack.
of these yesterday. He actually failed a decent amount of them. Yeah, he just keeps doing it. He's feeling confident. I like that.
Oh god, everyone's just so tagged and wants the medical attention from for Agen, but don't really have a chance now. And just they're a little bit let loose here on the German squad. They can't really finish them off, however. Stefan can't really seem to get them in this sight line. They've all just done a good job of just exiting this midpoint here, Peter.
They've taken this over very well. I don't... Yeah, like, Guy's behind. He's not actually in front of them.
Oh,
Did he
what?
try to jump?
What? Okay.
Oh, gets one nice sticky. This pipe...
Well, I guess that's what happens if you want to, like, just back out quickly away from these scouts. You don't get to choose where you back out to.
Yeah.
Man just hid in the cupboard.
Yeah, I think he actually could have, like, jumped out if he wanted to. But he decided to go for the play. I think he thought they knew.
Trying to time it here on Grix, just a little 1 second too early. Doesn't get finished off, however. So, and then maybe pushing it through the flank as well. Alba trying to have a rough time and deal with that flank. They could hold the ground a bit more here. They do have the Uber back and forth. They actually have forced off to use their Uber over on Duplo, and now when they use the Uber over on the corresponding German team, they have them mulched. They have them dead to rights here, Peter.
Yeah, once again. I'm actually surprised they didn't chase any harder, but it looks like the Duplo team is more than happy to just come into Voxtec, and it's actually working for them here. Even despite not having that great heals, but okay, Shocky with the flank, gonna do so much work there. Eventually it does work out for them, and they're gonna move forward here, get this second point. And they're even gonna have a bit of an Uber ad because Agent is sitting in spawn and has no one to heal.
I guess it's just the entrappings of having your medic alive, and then you just kind of keep pumping heals into your squad for a bit. Let the scouts go roam free, sniff out like bloodhounds. Look for those little trace elements of those poor little players left in all that chaos. So we're back at last. We got Boulder on heavy weapons guy because I think they're worried about an immediate push coming out from Word Easters Dove. while Sweet is building out that sentry gun.
Yeah, I don't think the sentry gun's going to have time to be level 3, so it makes sense to have a heavy in here. They're just going to take in Boxy immediately. Demo Man's going in as well. They're not actually focused on the sentry gun that hard, but Stefan will actually help in there, not Voxtech, so it works out pretty well for them. They've got 1 kill, and they've kind of taken this left side, but they need to work this point. There's still a lot of sticky side. Okay, I think, yeah, the Demo Man just jumps across the point, and he's not able to get this. Wow, the dodging on Agent there.
Yeah, that took
so much time.
That took so much time. It looked a bit miserable to watch them try and go for this medic, and all his plan was jump from this platform to that platform to this platform to that platform, and it worked. But good God, did you notice during that Uber, Voxtech hates soldiers.
Yeah,
the man was like, "Oh, we need to kill the sentry gun, but screw this particular soldier right here."
I can track this thing so much.
Man went to the end of the earth. He went back to rollout to mid probably to chase that soldier.
Yeah. Like, if you put that man in a war, he's just going to every single soldier at the end.
Oh, dear. Alba is calling up bad shenanigans are happening in this PC room. Philip, nice little jumps coming in, trying to get the sneaky play over onto the Duplo squad, but they know better. They hold out, they hold back out. No bleeding allowed here, Beta.
Yeah, bit of almost like a shades of Kata's Uber there. Like pogoing through the lower main there, but unable to actually get onto them in time. So a nice try, but not quite good enough. The Swedish team, they were holding really far back there. Really nice discipline.
Okay, well, we're using the Uber. I guess they really want to get Gar in top of the players there, but I don't like it when people Uber off the Demoman like that, trying to get onto the top of the jugular.
Luckily, Alba's on the flank getting those kills. Both soldiers have gone down there. I think they were trying to go back and back cap.
Yeah, I think that would be some pain train as well, because you do see Danny does like to run that pain train for these back cap plays.
Yeah, I think he's among the cult of the pain train, because there's just some players that are just like, pain train.
And it genuinely sends you through a spiral, because you're like, wait a minute, I can see all the scouts. Why is there ×2 cap on my point?
Yeah. It's a bit of information thing as well. Oh, this Demo Man's not getting out. That's unfortunate for Gar. Unable to make it out. Voxtech wants to keep on going.
Yeah, they did have to use the Uber
for
that.
He's seen a soldier. We know what this means.
Oh no. Get him out of there. He's on top of him. He kills him. And Grix will get the medic, though. In their blind hatred for the soldier takes advantage.
Yeah, indeed. But Voxtech, he found another one. you know, I love that he was on the other side of the map. Made it back there just so he could kill the soldier.
Oh no, it's his Bane, his Kryptonite, another scout, a similar effect. Our soldiers are launching into the air. Danny's having to go. Everyone's kind of putting on their capes and superhero outfits here, turning into a bit of a hero stream right now, Beta.
Yeah, trying to be a hero sometimes is not exactly what you want to do. You want to go in all at the same time and be a team, not send yourself in suicide waves like this. So a bit of an overextension there from Danny, in my opinion. A bit optimistic. It was pretty low probability play. Voxtech's sniping now. All right.
And it might be the only snipe he gets, as he almost gets picked off there. They've Ubered in. They're getting on top. They look at it. Boxy has been sorted out and killed by this scout. They do get back in. The Demoman hasn't really got too much set up on this last point. They want to maybe deal with Bobby here, as he will have the Uber charge somewhat soon, but everyone's so spread thin. The focus fire is a bit disjointed here. They finally get some of these weak players under control. The Demoman is receiving hate here from Sui. Demoman down. Uber charge has been popped off, and they have to find these poor little projectile classes. And Voxtech being bounced around like a pinball, and he's like, excuse me, sir, have you heard about our car insurance? Will get cleaned up really quickly. He's launched to his death. Oh, that was messy.
That was very messy, but it was a pretty good attempt there overall. I quite liked it. Sweet was on a wild one.
Oh no. Grix, some sweet revenge there. Actual revenge. Look at the HUD. Count him as Voxy will go down to the Grix soldier. And they've got them on last here, and they've gotten in for 3 on this right. Well, I say for 3. They're actually getting spammed to high heaven, and they lose Boulder. Okay, not 3 at all. Bad trade. Bad trade, boys. Get out of there.
Yeah, it seems like the pocket scouts are just getting picked off every single time they try to push in. Kind of rough for them to go, and even Sweet's going to get picked off here.
Yeah.
So 2 players down. It should leave, like, soldiers can actually jump in now and not get denied by scouts.
Grix, nice little rocket coming out from Grix there. He's debating whether or not to go for the back cap, decides to come back out for his team and fight this, but everyone else is just so buffed. Uber charge has rung out here for Duplo, and it's a mission success for Word East Doof, because they wanted to just force that Uber.
Yeah, there was a scout on the flank. That was Shocky. Unable to get back, so he tried to get into the flank, but he will get cleaned up here.
Do you push here? Do you push Beta?
I think you go for the medic force here. There's a soldier in the bunker behind. I don't think anyone noticed, and he can actually get him in there. So Alba, he's going for the back cab even.
But does he have the unlock? Alba, if you can hear me, switch to your melee. He's going. Times one warrior. Here we go. Here the waves. Can he get the?
Oh, the play.
Yeah, I think if he did a mini jump there, I think Danny would have actually had time to block it.
Maybe. It's a good thing he didn't jump.
Danny jumping to block it, you know. But he went for the high in the sky sort of thing.
Right.
But
yeah.
There you go, Duplo with a round on the board. They're a team that was an expert at winning rounds without pushing last.
Yeah, you just got a back cap and roll seconds, I guess. So.
Gar beefed the Kado jump a little bit, but it's all right. You could just call this a regular rollout. It's
fine. Just as long as there's not a fast soldier to punish you and make you look bad, it's all good. He's going to do a bit of a fake jump. I think Alba's about to follow in here. No, he's just spamming as a scout. So pretty passive mid so far. Ignis going to take that away from him.
Oh no, Gar went down to a stray pipe, and Danny coming in with a nice commanding rocket onto that medic. They just need to bunch around Bobby now and keep him nice and safe. This is the scouts' favorite territory where all their food comes to them.
And he did so much damage there. He did. That was disgusting. Like, he just evaporated. He had like half health or something, right? It was just one shot, basically.
It's like some WWE. You throw them in the air and clothesline the boy before he even gets to finish off. Soldiers are having a rough time here in this map.
Yeah, it feels cruel, but you know, Danny at least had a lot of success. He got in at the perfect time, killed the medic, did a ton of damage, and everyone else could just clean up. So sometimes the real heroes are not the ones getting the kills. It's actually the one doing the damage, taking the attention.
All right.
I tell that as a soldier, main coping really hard.
Oh yeah, that's.
I'm supposed to have a negative KD. Shut up.
Yeah. I'm laying down my life for you guys.
Yeah.
All right. So it's 1-1. They're at the last point, but they're not strangers to this situation here. And what does these do? They find a soldier, they kill soldier before any sentry gun, before any other objective is given and taken from this. They all enter into the bunker a bit. They rotate around. They're now, have they got that heavy weapons guy? Not really. They're just running cookie cutter on this defense. And it's working. The scouts are hunting around, finding these players, and I think Bobby and company, they just want to leave them to die. If they don't win last in the last first 10 seconds, they don't want it.
Yeah, Philip was not in that fight, and by the time he got in there, it was already over. So they tried to switch it up, go for without the demo man. Not a successful push at all, unfortunately. But I can admire the Magnum Giant.
Oh, gets him. No, it was even boosted up as well. Yeah. Oh, the nice timing from Agent to actually weasel past that crosshair of Ignis here. Still floating about in that forward respawn, but they managed to cap off points. And
he gets him. So both the demo man and the medic get sniped from the spawn.
Oh,
Baldur again. It takes down Bobby.
Yeah, it gets with Bobby.
Yeah, somehow when everything's just kind of over, Baldur's like, no.
That's some LAN scattergun right there, because that felt like the last possible moment that scattergun could have come out there. Dying breath. Martyrdom, they would have called it in COD. You know that perk that drops a grenade and you die?
I have never played this game in my entire life.
Oh man, your references are not out of control here.
Yeah, no. Dude, I played Team Fortress 2, I play StarCraft, and I play the Hearthstone. Right, so that's the only games I know anything about.
It's a my StarCraft references are rusty. I'm not going to go there. All right, 14 minutes left, 1-1 apiece. There's dreams on the line here, Beta. We need to focus up.
Yeah, Duplo, you know, it's 1-1. They came back. They got the clutch back cap. So at this point, if they just get one more point, they get to go to a map 3. And this is exactly what they've been wanting the entire time.
Oh, my poor legs. I wonder if they can make a map 3 happen, as we're just kind of waiting for anybody to launch their legs over to their other halves of the map right now. Nobody wants to jump in, Beta.
Yeah. If we have anyone in the LAN hall that feels like just kneeling down so TurboTaps can sit a bit, you know, on their back, we would appreciate that.
I only sit on human beings, I'm afraid, not chairs. I'm quite a privileged man.
Yeah. Like, yeah, it's gotta be some real structure down there, you know?
Real structure. I don't want a weak chair. Don't send me one of those poor...
Weak-willed chair.
Yeah. Weak-bodied, weak-willed.
Yeah.
Weak soul. All right.
We're in a bit of a stalemate, as you can probably tell. It's, they're taking their time to make
the chair. I'm told I could get a chair.
Ooh.
Like a human chair?
It's fine.
All right, whoa. They've actually launched Danny in. They've actually popped off Ubers on both of these teams, and they're doing that awkward Uber thing where you go right next to the player. God did not get the memo on that. They were like, where's the rest of my Uber charge? Oh, poor player.
Oh my god, Voxtech and Stefan are both just hitting so much stuff. It's absolutely incredible. Like, these Ubers are just absolutely nuts. Swee's gonna have to get the flank of his lifetime. All right. Okay, they just capped point for Sweet for solving, I don't know, some random area that didn't matter. Yeah.
Duplo have had a taste of their medicine, and it is bitter here, Beta.
Yeah, just rolling seconds so hard that you get last for free. It is the absolute best medicine for both of these teams. They haven't had great last pushes overall, but...
Well, on the bright side though, Beta, I got my chair, and it's feeling pretty good. It's quite nice down here. I thought the monitors would get that sort of, you know, when you look over it or past it too much, it goes like that sort of, I don't know what they call it, but you can't see the monitor anymore, but they're quite nice here. Anyway, they are launching in Danny first, and he's taking so much just aggression and initial defense from these scouts, blocking in, dodging, and also tanking the right amount of damage from these players. And when the dust settles, Duplo have it easy because Word actually did the work for them.
Yep, they jumped in there and they got absolutely mauled. They almost had a perfect mid there. Griggs is the only casualty, and if you're going to lose someone, losing a soldier is the best class to, and they're actually kind of binning it here.
Nice spam. Nice spam coming out from Alba to greet them onto last point, as they are just kind of killing time a bit. Oh!
Of all the
How is that?
people.
That's not supposed to happen. That's not supposed to happen in any shape or regard here. You'd see that the demo man's at last. Why would that ever be an option for Bobby?
Yeah, that's absolutely crazy. That
Stefan, if he's even been spotted out on this spy class, has to awkwardly go back. The Uber's popped out. The sentry gun's been cleaned up. The capping off time on the point. Believe it or not, Beta, they've successfully pushed last.
Yeah, almost.
I mean, if you count that as a push, that's a kind of. It's more like a spawn trap. I don't know.
Yeah, like even then, you're right. It wasn't quite a normal last push, but hey, if it works, it works. And the fact that Bobby, of all people, actually ended up dying to the sticky trap in spawn, that is tragic.
I just can't. You know, there's a lot of chaos in these LAN halls. I can only assume that it was caught in all that chaos and all of that. Maybe it's just not something you regularly come here at the last push or last defense.
Looks like they're gonna have Ignis jumping in with Danny as the first soldiers here. They're doing quite a lot of damage. Alba goes down as the very tail end of that. And right now, I think the Germans have a slight edge just because their positioning is better. And yeah, the Swedes agree. They're going to actually just get out of there.
Yeah, the scouts don't really have the soldiers' numbers when it comes to jumping in. It's more like whether or not the soldiers can get a lot of work done on the German squad. And if they do, then obviously it's quite curtains for Duplo. If they don't, then Duplo just kind of like all take their 3 soldier kills and then roll it from there. So it's kind of a coin flip, it feels like, a bit on these between these two teams.
Yeah, and look at that. Somehow Shocky snuck his way in there and got the Uber Force off. That is really rare. There was no soldier or anything else. It was just Shocky being sneaky, and he gets the Uber Force off. And now, as long as they might wait for him to respawn, or they might just go, you know, Boxing is still alive. And there you go. They get the pick on Griggs. They're definitely going in now. This is so clutch for the Germans.
Ooh, nice little pick off there from Danny as well. So with some nice starting off picks, an Uber charge as well, and somebody already left behind to cast. They're thinking about pushing in early here, Beta. And already, on top of Agen, and Agen will go down. No medic safety here for them. The heavy weapons guy even kind of buffed down a bit with some peppering from Philip, but the second point's taking a long time.
Yeah.
Why is it taking a long time?
Alba is defending it, and look at that. He actually killed Shocky back there as well. This is so annoying. This is the only thing holding it back. Alba is just saving his team right now. Everyone else has to get out of last. And Alba, he's still back there. They do eventually get the cap and the kill, but that saved it so much. They had completely lost last. The only reason.
Yeah, the medic went down. The heavy weapons guy was addressed as well. It really was a game winning play from Alba, and he's done that a few times now. Danny's in, and Danny's caught off poor Gen again. We turn to Alba in times like this. What can this boy cook up to kind of save his squad out of this? And they do take out Danny during all that. They do have the heavy weapons guy who's kind of raining things. They got stickies on the point as well, and they're keeping each other alive. And they even pick off that soldier as well, jumping in by the skin of their teeth. They hold once more on this Duplo squad beater.
Yeah, but unfortunately for them, they are in a situation where, first of all, by the way, can we talk about, I thought Danny had left last. Like, I thought they had all retreated. All right, but he was just actually still in there being sneaky. And that means that we have a full Uber ad coming in for the Germans here. They just have to wait for all their spawners, and now there's only going to be about 50% on the Swedish team.
I don't know. I think they play best when they lose agent on this last point. So maybe the plan here is to go a bit more jugular with this Uber charge, go for more of those combat classes. And nope, they can't resist the medic. But he's just doing that wonderful thing of just going across the other side of the point, keeping them guessing here. And they just can't get on top of the beater.
Yeah, they have pretty good positioning here behind. It's very nice.
Oh,
nice little flick rocket there out of Griggs. Takes down that soldier. Everyone else has been corralled out. It's actually, I think it's Shocky that's, no, it's actually Voxy that's hiding on the boiler. That's pretty sneaky. Everyone else is just expecting him to get out of there.
Oh, they're checking his corner. They didn't check the corners enough. There's a soldier here, though. He reacts rather quickly, though. Got to give him pressure. But they have to send another soldier back. Can he fight two soldiers? This man hates so much soldier, eats the soldier.
Yeah, and we even have the Uber out here. They're going to trap out in Bobby, I'm pretty sure. Unless he just somehow
another back cap. Another attempt, but they capped it just in time before Danny could really fight and get this last point for his team as well. These teams want to spend as little time fighting each other on last as possible.
Yeah, and Bobby actually did make it out of there. When there was an Uber scout standing next to him, I was pretty sure he was dead, but he somehow managed to just ride every little explosion out of there. And even the scatter guns a bit. So great job by him. Philip is pretty weak. He can't quite push over here, but look at this, the stock pipes in action. This is what stock pipes are actually good for, spamming long distances.
I mean, I didn't see any damage at all there.
It's the point of the... I was just excited to see stock.
The spamming.
Like
Alba with the walk-in bomb. Big clutch play. Is this man going to live? Okay, no, they remember now. They're like, oh yeah, the soldier. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. He just walks around the corner, gets the perfect drop in on the medic.
Oh, Sweet is behind. Sweet's just kind of chilling and kind of causing chaos. I wonder if they kind of, oh my god, the man is taking the meat fight, and Voxy will win just because he has more health to go into it.
Yeah, I think he was trying to aim for the medic, but Voxy just like phased through the medic and took all of the first meat shot, and at that point it was probably too late to get the medic. So.
Damn. Beta, it's like 5 minutes left, still 2-2. Like, I'm nervous, and I'm not even playing.
Yeah, if there's any time that we can see some sweaty palms and maybe some bad plays due to nerves, this is about the time where we can expect to see them. The car is moving forward right now.
Whoopsie.
There's some sticky traps on the point, but they've been dead, so no longer an issue there. It's about 92% right now.
They go in. This is an admirable dot push, if you can call it. The Uber in response, but they basically had it at the same time, and Agent will go down as well. I really think they thought they had more advantage there.
Yeah, it really looked like it. Just the fact that the medic basically had full Uber out there makes it quite silly looking that they even went in. But as it is, all they can do now is try to make it a pain for them to go out here. There's a scout, I think, threatening it for a back cap. Okay, they finally flush him out and see where he is.
Yeah, they're worried about spies, though. I think I see some people oddly spy checking here and there. And keep in mind, Duplo have kind of won every last point by some harebrained scream so far, so maybe you can't think about these quite traditionally if you're playing over on the Germans.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where it's pretty difficult to push out even if you have an Uber ad. And it is 2-2, so you know you'll just have to go into overtime in that. So you're not forced to push out or anything. So, it's very, very difficult to push out with 40% ad out of last on process.
See the definite nerves now. I think people are playing very carefully here in this server, and it is kind of like Duplo's game to throw. And I'd imagine it must get in their own heads at this point. If it gets in our heads, maybe it's like something about this last point that makes it a bit scary. Poor Duplo.
Yeah. I mean, you have to push in. You have to do some sort of push, and 4 minutes is more than enough time to be pushed all the way back to your own last. So you can't get too comfortable here.
Oh, that's a big pick. That's a big pick here, Beta. Demo man down on the last point. They are going to take this fight. So objection 1 is to take out their sentry gun. Done. Now the next is force the Uber, which they've already done passively, and now they have to rotate around, see if they can find any kills on these little flank areas. Heavy weapons guy is here, ready to kind of report for duty, but being spammed out, and they're just not on top of it quick enough, I feel like, for Duplo. It's going to go down here just because they have that heavy weapons guy.
They're in a pretty decent position just because everyone right now from the Germans are at near spawn.
A lot of spam.
Yeah, and they're eating a lot of the same damage. Eventually, though, one clutch pipe going to take down Gar.
Oh no, Stefan. Oh no, well, Boulder.
Yeah, this is actually an annoying place for Boulder to get the kill.
Oh
God.
no. Don't do it to the man. Don't do it to the man. Poor Bobby. He just got blindsided out of being. How did you not catch that scout there? Hiding in front of the soldier. Genius.
Yeah, that felt like he just hit on top of his head or something and just got in there, perfectly hit the medic. Boulder going absolutely huge. If we were worried about him getting nervous and not playing well, we've been showing up pretty hard of that assertion.
That's taken away so much wind out of the sails for the poor Germans now. 2 minutes left in a game where they really want to just have more space given to them. Sweet gets picked off by a random Pipo as Grix and oh no, these rockets have been better. They've lived better. The scouts are kind of picking things off though, and
Gar's going to chip in as well. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin.
I wonder if they could have kept going with that actually, but no, they have lost some casualties themselves on Duplo, so they're just going to take the second point, go for the build here, and then maybe push.
Yeah,
they're poking. They're on last.
What?
They're
No
on last.
forward.
Nobody's defending. Nobody's stacked on that point. The scout comes off of it now, and everyone's here, shot onto the point. They could maybe do some real damage here. Poor Philip will get picked off. Times 2 on the cap. Does somebody stand on the point? A final round here for Duplo, perhaps.
Yeah, this is so clutch. This means we're probably going to the third map. There's still about 1 minute and 30 left. The Germans can still come back, but that is so huge. They made a play.
Where were they? Where were the Germans?
I know. They just weren't expecting it at all.
Do they all have to go to the supply cabinet? Do they have to get out the pieces one by one? What on earth?
Yeah, that's one of those, oh no, someone else doing it kind of situations. Right?
The bystander effect here in this
exactly.
process map. God, with 1 minute left, look at them. They're not even committing all the way into mid. Beep, guys. It's time to park the
Philip
bus.
goes down as well. That's really, really huge.
Oh, they're playing right into them. They're doing that thing where they're desperately trying to get a wipe, so they throw everybody in, and it's just, that's what's been causing these mid-fights. 1 for Duplo. It's just them being delivered these kills. Oh, no, Beta.
Yeah, as I said earlier, the key to slowing down and not losing is...
Well, who needs a plug-in? Who needs any of this technology? We've got LAN effect, baby. If they just say GG, if players just walk away from the keyboard, they could just go, Beta.
Yeah, we just cut away and ignore them. I
exactly.
Like it. Yeah, I like it. But yeah, if you just play around choke really passively and keep your medic alive, you're probably not going to lose in 1 minute and 30.
Well, all right. So this is our third map, I think, of the tournament. So very exciting, very exciting. So obviously teammates of those two squads are going to be a bit tired. They're a bit jarred. It's a long game of process. So they need a little tiny break. So we're going to join them for a teeny tiny break, and then we'll come back with more of our round 1 lower bracket.
Let's go.
Welcome back here to the caster's desk here, and we're in map 3, Beta. If you've been living under a rock, you should be well informed that we are in our final game of this lower bracket round 1 between Verstast is Doof. Good God, I've butchered that so much. Versus Duplo.
It's just Verdas Lises Doof. It's pretty simple.
Yeah, that's what I said. Verdas Lises Doof.
Exactly. Yeah. Okay.
All right. So these two teams, we're going into. I think it's Snakewater will be our final map. I don't know. Maybe they can correct us on this in production.
It was all the boring maps. As I
all the boring maps.
Yeah.
So after seeing a process map, after seeing the whatever, I've completely forgot what the first map is, just because that second map was so good.
Yeah. Who cares? Look, the point is, I don't know who's going to win this. It's so close.
Oh, damn it. That was my question. That was going to be my question.
Yeah. Well,
do you not see the clues? Can you not see between the ashes of both of these maps that who just seems to be just inching it out a bit more? Duplo were pretty close on that map, whilst Verdas stood Duff over on that first mystery Sunshine, the boring map, Sunshine on
Yeah.
that first map, they were quite decisive. So ipto facto, surely that means Word Dusty Stuff are still feeling pretty good about this.
Yeah. On the other hand, Duplo is now had the momentum, right?
Oh,
Because Vedas Dove, they were coming in. They had like all of this momentum from playing against League of Shadows, like really taking them to the very edge. And then now all of a sudden it's been reversed and you no longer have that momentum. It would be so weird if like Duplo just came in from the top rope, took down the home crowd favorite, and all of a sudden they're just out of the tournament like that.
I love it. I want to see German tears here over at this German LAN. If you're just joining us, this is Turbo Tabs and Beta. We're casting Duplo versus Verdastistis Stuff. We will have a winner and we will have a loser of this exchange here. But the third map underway. It's CP Snakewater, baby. What's going on mid, Beta?
Right now, not so much. Both soldiers are just kind of waiting to go in. Okay, here comes Danny. He's going to be the first one in.
Oh,
Wow.
that was a nice rocket.
Yeah, that was meaty. Got everything you want there.
Damn.
The pocket and the medic. Now, obviously, it was off of the damage of Ignis as well. So a really nice double soldier bomb. This one soldier up on the high ground is being forced down. He's actually behind right now, which could come in and be really
Griggs
important.
faking out the long kind of turnaround there. They think he was behind, but was actually just kind of waiting patiently.
Oh, Shocky's in here. He actually wants to get onto the medic.
Oh no, Dodger gets back into the safety
Oh.
of the bunker. This is not fair, says Shocky.
Yeah.
Can't back out like that. Oh, would he actually go back in?
Yeah, maybe.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he just ended up fighting Baldo there and getting it. Maybe he should have waited and hit a
I
little
think
bit
he
farther
did.
away
I
from the
think
spawn.
I think that's what he was attempting to do. But Sui, he's running around. He's playing Deathmatch Simulator, just kind of shooting around the map. Does eventually go down in a Deathmatch Simulator.
Yeah, it
as
really
well.
is Deathmatch Simulator, right? That's what happens in Deathmatch. You just put down 2 stickies and the scout just runs into it because we just put stickies in.
Yeah,
that. But anyway.
I don't care for those Demoman spammers in Deathmatch. Anyway, they are just kind of, everyone's just kind of blitzing through each other, throwing each other to the walls and hoping that somebody will crack first. And they, oh god, they're still throwing more. Oh
the
my
air
days,
shot.
that soldier just got denied so hard. Hopefully, there's no more in the tank for Wordasty Stuff to throw at Paul Duplo.
I like this. It seems like everyone's just charging up here for this final map. It's pretty much even Ubers here. No one's going to be able to really capitalize off of anything in that regard. But okay, they might be sending a soldier in along with a scout. Maybe that's just all a big fake out.
No. Only since I've talked about Voxy really hating the soldiers now, I just see it all the time. It's just he's on top of these soldiers like a bad rash.
Like I want to see him like plus forwarding a demo man and just switching to a soldier. Right? That would confirm it.
I'm pretty sure when I saw them shaking hands earlier, I think Voxy just goes up and punches soldiers in the face. Oh, Danny goes down as he's going into the bob of Duplo. And I think you're right when you talk about those points earlier. Duplo don't really like bleeding players too much, but the Germans, they want to pay with things in blood. Ignis goes down, bleeds off from his squad there, and it allows Duplo to kind of push across the point again.
Yeah, lots of pressure coming in here. The way I see it is that they just take so much space so effectively. Soldier's actually in already. He's in behind. Griggs is in like a really powerful
He's trying to
position.
thread the needle, can't get this. The scout doesn't even know he's there.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
he finally, and he even gets pushed with an Uber as well. Slow as the life as a soldier.
Oh, this medic can't get out from the top with the rest of his team, so now they actually have to go
He
through
did
the
actually a
lower.
good job of turning some heads there,
Yeah.
Griggs. So that's allowed his team to get back in, you're right.
Yeah, I feel like his job was almost done as soon as the Uber got popped. So it was a bit...
Oh, Griggs coming in. Will actually trade out here. Could be better, could be worse. Vox will take out this.
Oh, God. Tries his best. Not quite going to be able
Well,
to do much here.
Yeah, so both of the medics are down for both of these squads. So, I mean, I don't know what's there's really left for poor little Dupo remnants to do. They're just kind of waiting about. There we go. They're all back together again. The squad is back together. Building that Uber. A bit quicker than Bobby is, as he's only just respawned now.
Yep. You don't build Uber when you're dead.
Correct.
They
We've got a
they
casual
don't,
audience
They don't
here.
care about Uber, though. They just in here on this second point.
They're out. They're fighting. They don't want to give up second, it looks like. Almost like a debate here from Wordasty Stuff. But we see this trend again. They like bleeding. Oh, from downtown! Bobby goes down to the long-range pipe. Oh, that was satisfying. You could see
Yeah.
him walking into it.
that one was preordained. You know, it was just meant to happen. It just
that was like that was a 3-pointer from the halfway line. Whoosh!
Yes, just absolutely perfectly caught that one medic. So now there's a big ad here to play with, and Sweden, they can really get this, but Snakewater is a notoriously difficult map to push in on. But then again, it's more difficult to break the stalemate on it with even Ubers.
I mean, they've got Uber. They should be pushing in somewhat soon. I wanted to go into a tire end point, but it will have to hold for now, as they are literally itching to get in from this lower doorway. Gar using the Uber right and early. They actually goes to switch to the other side, opted to ignore this, the sentry gun kind of completely into this last point, but they've switched and rotated it around now.
They took down Philip. That's really huge. That
Nice
means,
pipe,
oh,
nice
the
damage,
crunch.
nice time on point. Looking nice here on Duplo. Believe it or not, they can push on the hardest map to defend on last, but all the other ones, a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, the key there was that they picked off Philip the demo man, and then they could just stack the point, and we saw what happened.
What happened to the sentry gun? Was there a sentry gun?
Yeah, it was like being built on the left side, but it wasn't in a proper position yet, so
right,
it
so
wasn't as impactful.
you just switched it off probably. That makes
yeah,
sense.
probably, yeah. It wasn't as impactful as it normally is.
Sentry gun would have done a lot of work there. Eddie well. The 1 round on the board. 4 was that. And don't look at the scoreline. They both got maps. I remind you, both these teams have maps in this best of 3 here. Duplo are not winning pure out just on this map.
No. All right. Immediately here, the Germans, they are at a huge advantage. Agent has been gone for quite a while, and maybe the Germans are just going to keep on going here. They barely even wanted to leave a single scout to cap it out. There's a soldier forward, but he cannot really get in there. They're so keenly aware of where he is that they're just going to go in here and push on to
Trap.
second.
Oh, 180 damage. Count and beater, and the man did not die.
Yeah, sometimes that is how it is. Yeah, you can just walk through sticky trap if you're healthy enough. Boxing is in. Like he's alone, but he just takes down the demo man.
Somebody clicked the man. Everyone was just ignoring him. You know, when everyone is just looking at that one doorway, make sure nobody else comes in. Someone has to address. Get your roles, you know, dished out here on this last point.
That wasn't. I was so sure there was a medic attached to that guy, but no, he just ran in and killed the demo man.
Yeah, that's one of those moments.
But
where
how are they going to use it actually?
You know when you feel like you go invisible, your model goes invisible. That felt like one of those definite moments there.
Yes.
Boulder rocking the sniper here, beater. Voxy on the spy.
Yeah, all right. This is the second time we've seen him do this now. So, yeah, either I was wrong when I said this, he doesn't really usually go spy, or he's just proving it.
Well, I mean,
he's
it's
just finding it now. Yeah,
can you be secretive as spy on LAN? Is there any giveaways? Would the audience go?
It depends on where your opponents are sitting.
Good point. Screen, look at it. Look at the man, Iron Man, literally from the medic. Can you backstab a sentry gun?
No. Yeah, maybe if you just sit perfectly in the hitbox of the sentry gun, you can't get backstabbed, right?
All right, where is Voxy going? What is he deciding? So he's looking at this medic. He's calling out the Valve devs, like, look, how is this fair?
Yeah, they expect it, man. Look at him. He's like looking behind him. There's no.
The man's so confident. He's actually circling as well. He's pretending to be the sentry gun.
Yeah, it might be. Okay, Danny went in.
He went in suicidal, and you can't bomb the medic. The medic is inside of an object.
Yeah, it used to be a thing on Gravel Pit. It was an attack defend map, where there would always be a suicide wave in the beginning of that, and you would just put your medic inside of a dispenser.
Is this the moment? The thing is, there's so many people rolling about. This is a hard level of Splinter Cell if I've ever seen one, Peter.
Yeah, it might be worth just to go over and get the demo man on the right side.
What's he debating? What does this man want? There's so many juicy targets to hit. Does he go with the sentry gun, the engineer, the medic?
You can try and spam out the sentry gun.
I think he wants the medic, because that's a lot of looking at just the medic here. But I think he's coordinating with his team to go in.
Yeah, all right, so here comes the distraction. All right.
Oh, air shot. Yeah,
you should probably be looking at the spy, to be fair.
I mean, he went down.
Oh, he's dead. Okay.
Yeah, he died during that little, in the midst of all that sort of soldier bombing. So I think with the sentry gun going down, he couldn't quite get the stab or get on top of things anyway. Oh no, that could have been a drop possibly, but the medic being launched in will pop off his Uber now, and it's okay. He'll get his health back in no time. They do pop in kind over on the German squad, and they're holding the line here. The Duplo trying to find a sign of weakness, but nobody's really kind of giving away their secrets here. There we go. Gar goes down, and the medic gets caught out as well. Bad news bears for the Duplo squad.
One scout. All right, there we go.
×2 cap on last. Alba will have him under control. Level 2 now, Alba. Can you get another scout? No.
Oh my god, Vox takes on last. He gets the soldier. Of course he does. And he gets the cap. And there it is. 1-1. This is just as close as it gets.
You call in your experts, don't you? You've got your soldier expert. You've got your... Well, I don't know what other experts you would have here. Stefan's an expert to do it somewhere. He's just there at random places at random times. Bobby is an expert of catching some pipes. You've got the entire A team is here. It's okay though. They got around on the board. I'm punching up here in this map as it's 1-1 apiece between these two teams. It's a nail biter here as we've got ourselves a game here.
Yep, and there's still 20 minutes of this to go, so a lot of time to enjoy ourselves.
Alba, nice. Oh, nice damage coming out from Gar, and the soldiers follow up as well, and the scouts, feverish, open arms with the scatterguns, taking their kills where they can get them.
Yeah, one soldier, there's no way.
Oh,
he gets one.
Easy. There we go. All right, I was expecting maybe one more cheeky kill, but Sui has enough health to keep healthy. It looked a bit crunchy at worst. You know, the ending could have been better, but, 5 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, when you launch a nuclear strike on the enemy team in the form of a demo man, sometimes you
get fallout.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Heyo. All right. So, you Duplo, you're feeling pretty good. They're actually playing pretty well, I feel like.
Alba's in. He's kind of going behind.
I think somebody noticed, a scout noticed, the soldiers sending him behind, but Alba's double dipping and double downing on this back behind play.
Yeah, he's going to be sitting here for a while.
Yeah, they spot him, and now they have to go around to the side. He takes this close range fight with the scout instead. It's not a nice fight for them. I'm surprised that the rest of Duplo never really had a chance to do anything there. It was 2 versus 1.
Yeah, that of course does mean that there's not as many eyes facing forward.
Exactly.
You have 2 in the back there, so yeah, maybe a bit of a failure on the rest of the team to get in there. We weren't watching it, so we don't know exactly what happened.
No. But
we can't look at it.
No, it's fine. We could sum up an entire team's motivation just from a blanket view of the game. That's our job.
Yeah, Drac would never have failed to capitalize on that, you know? So we can only be like super critical here with no information.
It's called being cool to be kind, You're teaching the kids a lesson. The new generation. Well, look at this double soldier spam coming out from the Germans, though.
Yeah, Gar's really good at dodging it, I will say. Looks like it's just all going to be a ploy to get Alba in
what
here.
What a Chad.
Yeah,
jumping in.
He's not going to be able to do much with that health.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. He needs to... No, he moved from the arrow. Why, Alba? You had so much to live for.
Oh, well. So 2 soldiers down for Duplo. That's definitely the green flag to go for the red team. As they will pop in now. Gar, 8 HP. Where is my Uber charge? Says poor Gar, as they will get dropped in amongst all of this. And now the medic has to awkwardly back out. Thankfully, he's Ubered a scout, so he's got that scout speed on his side.
Yeah, but that's really unfortunate. We were talking about it earlier with the demos going down in Ubers. It seemed that the definition of a good Uber these days is getting the demo man or not. And when you just let that happen because you dropped him, it's a bad look. Really, a lot of aggression coming in here. Ignis going to be the one to go into the Alba spot. And, my God, Philip is doing so much damage, and Ignis and his soldier body are just taking so much high ground. And it should just be cleanup duty right now for the Germans.
Well, look at Boulder. He's got 50 HP, does not want to back down. Will go down and put down by the rest of Verdastista's Duff. And got almost like a heartbreaker on our hands here, Beta. They've been pushed back to last here, poor Duplo.
Yeah, they could just run around. One scout's going to make it through, but it takes a lot of damage. Actually, some of them managed to weave out of there again. Vox take.
Oh, Uber, ready and waiting for Verdastista's Duff here, but they don't want to use it.
I don't think they realize that they had the advantage. Also, it is worth noting that Snake Water is one of those longer maps where the distance from the doors into where the medic is holding is pretty far, so it's pretty unlikely to get in. They get the sentry gun though. This means they can send in soldiers a lot easier than if there was a gun there. Philip.
Wow, right place at the right time, that soldier, but his teammates backing up for Philip there. Ignis will go down for the sins of Philip, however. So, sad state of affairs for the boys.
Yeah, I don't know. Overall, it was quite a lot of pressure here, and they did a good job of trying to capitalize on it. It didn't quite work out, but oh well.
Red person, not really the kind of target he wants there. He'll take a standing still target, kind of give him a love shot, a love tap here in this sniper class.
Indeed. not really a whole lot of.
Yeah,
fun.
yeah.
He's
He
he's
read
not-
my mind. Read my mind.
He's not overextending. You know, some players when they
Oh.
play sniper, they cannot help but just go like, okay, I have to get in there. I have to justify myself. I need to go for a hero shot. I have to be aggressive. No, he's just chilling.
Oops, the scouts in. They're trying to, and Soldier has to take all the brunt of this
Oh,
thing.
he
The
can't
man
even
has
jump.
taken
He
200.
can't jump anymore. Just leave him.
Oh, it will go down eventually. I guess that's the price to pay when you want to spam that sentry gun as well. It's kind of a symbiotic relationship between this medic and his sentry gun. He can tank some rockets for the sentry gun. The sentry gun can tank some rockets for him. What a beautiful man versus machine moment.
Yeah, truly, this is what competitive TF2 is all about. Just finding, you know, just integrating with machinery.
Yeah, yeah.
Become more than human.
We can build him. They do call it building Uber after all.
Yeah, that's very true. Ignis is on sniper, so we have a sniper duel now. I don't think Boulder realizes just yet.
I like it when... Okay, even if there's like a measure... Oh,
Ooh.
Ignis, sneaky around. I didn't see him in the trees from the woods.
Yeah, fastest finger in the west on Ignis there. So now there's one guy missing.
Full charge body shot coming around the corner, immediately dealt with by this soldier spam. He's going to just try again. Buff up that man. Keep cracking at it. Statistics are on his side if he keeps trying.
That's very true, but the spam is really, really strong. And the sniper's
Another
actually
crossbow
on the-
again. Oh, can't quite get the demo man, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But the sniper's back, keep in mind. Boulder is going to keep this sniper on his tip. Look at the edge in between these two. They could meet at any moment.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised they didn't do anything anywhere else with the ascending in the
Yeah.
soldier or something like that.
Oh, poking through drop down instead. Ignis. I like it when a sniper rotates around, keeps them guessing. Nobody wants to just keep doing the same play over and over and over again. Too predictable.
Yeah, it's kind of brute forcing it.
Oh, fastest finger in the west indeed, as he will go down. Send that scout down to the east, and they do lose a couple of players to the west, however, and yeah, that's a back out, even though the sniper wants to kind of hang about a bit more.
Yeah, they every time it seems they get a pick, they just lose someone somewhere else, and it doesn't quite work out.
Well,
It's sort of yeah.
I'm going to tell you now, Beta, if the players are going to say, oh my god, the man tries to shoot him through the machine, but the machine will not falter. You can't headshot at something that doesn't have a head, Beta.
Yeah, I didn't see if he had his backpack on. I don't know if he did. There's a sniper backpack that makes it so that when you take damage and normally you would flinch, you actually don't when you have the backpack on. You know, so you can actually run into a sentry gun and try to shoot something.
I know. I
before you
think
die.
that flinching mechanic makes me hit more headshots than most most of the time.
Yeah, I'm kind of like, all right, I'm on fire, you know, because of a pyro, so I can go in now and maybe I'll hit something.
Yeah.
The
It's
same
like
chance,
it's like he's saving you from doing the movement.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
like I probably need to flick up anyway.
Oh,
right?
early pop coming out here. Scout versus sentry gun. He leaves the majority of the work left over for Philip, and that's all they get with this Uber charge. They pop in response, and they get a Philip kill over on Duplo. I'm not sure if this is really counts as a victory here. Maybe this is one of those little bait
Yeah, they're trying to
issues.
bait them out, right?
Look at the time left. There's a round
30
timer.
seconds, Yep.
So that's why they went for that little play there. They weren't just losing brain cells there over on the German squad. You might as well try something if it comes to these sorts of reset moments. But
Yeah.
Duplo, more than happy to take a reset. Get used to this, Beta, because as games get more serious, resets happen a lot more.
Yeah, and Snakewater, especially on Snakewater, it feels like that is the one map where it just really goes in there. There you go. Take a picture of that. Let's, wait, we get another mid-fight going.
Yeah, and actual content coming out on to our Snakewater map. It's 1-1 though. It's 11 minutes left. Players are teeth chattering at this point. It's understandable.
Yeah, this is whenever you approach these do or die situations, you don't want to make any
Just
mistakes.
don't do anything. Do
Alright.
nothing.
Yeah, so you get a mid fight, and we'll see how they decide to play this. If we have the soldiers
Yes.
sit back, or if we
I think the mid fights have been even. Am I right?
no, you're right. As, usually
Oh,
Danny
putting
and
the
Bear
cross.
quickly.
Oh no, Gar goes down immediately. It's the aggressors that are actually getting farmed here. Even AJ got into the fight there, had the crossbow out, going aggressive. They do not.
Bobby needs to survive this, and he does. An excellent cleanup from everyone around him. And there you go. Gar tried to push over the point again to do his whole nuke spiel.
Kind of got
And
stopped.
this time around,
Yeah.
they were not having that. They just focused him super hard.
Yeah, stop the momentum and everything and all this. And I've noticed that Agen is not a big fan of like backing out early in these mid fights if things go a bit pear-shaped. He wants to get into the trenches with his team and die alongside him.
Yeah, there's kind of two theories of Medic. And
get your heals out and die, or get your heals out a little less and live.
Yeah, that is the rough theory over it. And it's not that simple, but it is a good way of looking at it. We have an Uber coming in here, take down the Synagogue very quickly. It was only a level 2. They're going to rotate over to the left.
Oh,
and they caught the medic!
What's he doing there? Shouldn't be there. That's a bad place for any medic to stand, as now they've got no heals to sustain this fight. They can just play this slow here over on the German squad.
Oh, slow? Why do that when you can bomb in 2 soldiers and
That's
nuke
terrifying.
everything?
Absolutely terrifying seeing that. The poor heavy weapons guy, usually he's so good against soldiers, but he hasn't got 2 miniguns.
Yeah. Like 2 soldiers, a demo man. I'm pretty sure it was a demo man that got the kill on
It was nice and synchronized as well. It looks pretty on the stream.
Yeah, very much so. That was just poetry in action.
Well,
and that's going to be 2-1 for the Germans.
Doplo, this is what you get for resetting, it seems. They lose their control foothold in all of this. So Duplo, they have managed to tie a round back before, and it was looking a bit kind of hairy on their previous map before process. So I'm sure they've got it in them to get that momentum back in their favor. We're on to another patient mid, it looks like, as both teams are feeling... Oh, no patience about it. Get in the car. We're going straight to red side as we're straight on top of all of these red players. But they're just ending these fights just a little bit sooner than any of the Duplo squad can pull out.
Yeah, great to see if he can save anything onto
Oh,
the
nice
one
damage!
He gets the second one. What a save from Griggs. That was looking not very good.
That's a war-winning sort of equalizer for that round there.
Yeah, very, very much so. Like Duplo in a bad shape, but no longer. Okay, Shockey's going to try to see if he can be sneaky. He's in a 1v1.
Uh-oh. He's scared. The man's scared. He just like, I'm out of here.
If you've ever watched Shockey, like his whole thing is he just runs away whenever there's like an even fight.
Can you blame him? At the end of the day, it's
smart,
it's not favorable odds. If the man just enters, takes information, put it in computer brain, it's like not guaranteed back out.
Yeah, I've never seen anyone more than Shockey that will run forward, get some cap time, and then he just runs out at the perfect time every time. He just doesn't take the fight. That's just how he plays, and he's extremely good at it. But we have a situation where Ubers are pretty even, but we see that Duplo, they want to engage with this. They're holding second, and
that's a good point. Why are Ubers even? Didn't Bobby go down much later?
Yeah, well, it's not that much later, right? They both died on mid.
Oh, Uber coming out there, so I guess they think they do have the Uber ahead of them this time, but every time this goes against them, oh god, Boulder's getting bounced around like a pinball. They do look, god, they've lost 3 during all of that beta. That's just what you call a good Uber from Word Das East's stuff.
Yeah, it's sometimes you probably shouldn't engage like that. I don't know if they're panicking. Maybe these are the nerves that we've been talking about that we haven't seen so far, but that seemed like a weird decision coming out here from the Swedes. But they're in very aggressively now on the German team. They've taken down Alba, but not much else. Looks like they're going to decide to call it there and just sit back, maybe rebuild Uber. They've been pretty fast at building Uber so far.
That's got to be a sad kind of thing to lose, because I bet when you went in that, you felt so confident that they had the Uber charge over the Germans then, and they're right, they just didn't build it quick enough, and then when something like that happens, it's going to discourage any kind of further optimum play now, because they might play a bit more safe over on this Duplo squad, which they don't need when they're around down.
Yeah, they're going to try for the sniper play again. Last time around, it didn't really succeed a whole lot. It wasted a lot of time. Normally, we'd probably see the banner building, but it's been kind of banned.
Well, Peter, if these people are going to park their arses, I'm going to park my arse on this chair. Oh, there we go, and then
remember to put your feet up and.
I've bought a packed lunch as well, ready for our last stalemates.
Sniper duel.
Oh, both missing. Iconic.
Yeah. All right, just get the full 185. Get in there.
Buff him.
Yeah. I usually prefer snipers to pick over on this right side because you can just open the shutter door. But
yeah.
You know.
The anti. The thing is, you don't even know the sniper's there because of the blacked out, faded windows. So.
Yeah, it's very true. You're exposing yourself in that way. It's just I just like having a sniper run through the shutter door and go for the hero shot on the medic. That seems like a pretty you just body shot.
Yeah, odd little body shot, a little tap again from Boulder. And yeah, we're just waiting for these snipers to come to fruition here, Beta.
They should do an enemy at the gates. You
Oh,
know
right.
Right, they should send the soldier up into
Scout comes out, it's like, don't worry, my friend, I will die to reveal the sniper.
Yeah, and then you just peek through the door and snipe him.
Oh, now that's a sick reference, Out of Control. That's what I was looking for. Oh, Boulder, minuscule HP. That man has only got a leg left.
Yeah, 1 second later, he would have died just because it had...
Enemy at the gate needs to go to enemy at the hospital. Just, what can you say? We're literally waiting for the blue dot to meet the red dot and then see which dot shoots first.
Yeah, this...
Use gun on man.
Do it. Okay, so let's think here. If this resets with 2.5 minutes remaining, you still have enough time to get around out of it. So
Yeah.
It's not the end of the world.
I think Duplo feels like that's probably the best in and out of this because it's a guaranteed sort of coin flip. Before, the rest of the time you're at odds of these other coin flips. If you go and push in against this great hold of where Dusty's stuff, you would just, headshot rings out. We can celebrate
this is
here.
The bait. This is the bait.
Oh, I see no class switching. I see nothing. The engineer is still here. The only thing we see is a braver sniper looking around these corners here. Boulder might actually go down here.
Not quite. He has a little backpack on as well. It's going to heal him up. But yeah, that's the only kind of aggression they did. They just walked their sniper forward a little bit farther than normal, and then that was it. Yeah.
You animals. Okay, well, I guess another round reset potentially on the cards here. I had a Tyranting pointed. Oh yeah, you know when you were saying like every last is like, well, all the this last is very hard to push. Isn't every last hard?
Oh my god!
Oh my god! They actually get the medic. The mechanical man can be killed. Too much trust in modern machinery.
Yeah, Shocky just runs in, kills 2 people, including the medic.
They did throw 4 people in for that. I think that was just one of those things that we'll just give them the juiciest trade for them to push out here. And yeah, they have pushed out, but it's because they've lost their medical insurance.
Yeah, indeed. I don't know, this could just be the big brain bait, right?
Well,
just
they've reset the clock now, for definite, and there's no round reset anymore on the cards. The Duplo have to take what they have, and I think they fought a bit short of it, to be honest. They in the time to delay last pushers coming in with that Uber, they capped second, and now they've got no more round reset on their side.
Yeah, this might actually...
They've doomed themselves.
Yeah, by actually pushing out.
Yeah.
You fools.
You fool! Oh, God! That's a nice little pick to slow down the boys.
They don't care. They're going
popped
in anyway.
early. They've jumped. They can't really get the kills and damage they were hoping for. They haven't really sat the point
The
either.
Devil goes down, though. This is huge.
They're already capping this point. Heavy weapons guys just not in position quick enough. Can somebody block it? Voxy is the only one really active in this last point. Does get out now, and they're looking to go on the chase here. But look at that cap time.
It is just needs a sliver, a nipple hair is more.
Oh
cap
my
time
days!
required.
The skin of teeth are had as well. Swee fighting against
There's a
the
soldier
Scout.
in last as well.
Okay, Danny goes down. And another ×3. Scout. Oh, the Demo Man delivery service. Please sign here and even get a bonus soldier dish as well. As they're chasing forward, they're turning things around. 2 minutes left on this clock. Duplo are actually coming back into this game, Peter.
I thought we were just going to sit here and watch the inevitable happen.
Get
no.
this chair out of here. I'm back to standing.
This is... We've gotten Turbo all excited now.
Old man Turbo is stood up. He's on his feet. I want to see where this round goes. They feel the momentum. You can feel the... they've got them cut off. They're all in the corner. They have to use Uber. They don't have their own Uber. Agen goes down, and they're being fed to the Wolves. A nice shot coming out from Grix, and some bonus damage as well. Will go down, however. 1 minute left. I feel like they're rushing things a little bit too much here over on Duplo. They've got dug in deep. They've gone all in. Chips are down. It's the house versus the player.
They might be feeling themselves a
They've
bit too
packed
much.
out.
Yeah, it totally worked. They're just feeling themselves. They're just like, oh, I feel like this is going to work.
The Scout coming back in. The rest of them are coming back in. How are you going to get your Demo Man back out of this? Gar goes down. The rest of the squad have come back from the forward respawn, though.
Oh,
there's so much damage coming out from Philip. He will lose. This soldier is none the wiser. 1 soldier left. A revenge kill coming out from Alba. 50 seconds left. It's possible. It's doable. It's improbable.
Yeah, they're going to need all of these respawners. This sticky trap better be the best one he's ever had. It's not particularly creative.
Pray to Banny. Banny did not.
Yeah. All right. They just need to get everyone up, get them healed.
Pray
and
to
then
Bevan. Twizzle the chair. Slap him in the chair. This man has got a 6-man on to State Water before. This is what you need. 20 seconds left. I don't think there's much time left to do this. They have to just barrel in. They're on the point already. Trades are happening between both these teams. Trading cards are had. 3 players left. Sui goes down. Only Grix left. Oh, GG has been called.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort right now. That was intense, but unfortunately for the Swedes, that's going to be the last that we see of them. Just trying to make their way in desperately, but the Germans, they do prevail, and they're going to move on to the next round. Don't know who they're playing yet, but
yeah, well,
man.
Right. Well, I'd like to sit here and nerd out about this game all I want, but we've got to go to a break because it's lunchtime or dinner time. It's food time.
So you don't want to talk
hungry.
about TF2, you want to eat.
I want to eat. We'll see you soon.
Oh my God.
Bye-bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, guys, gals, non-binary pals, welcome back to the Arcadia Fortress TF2 Community LAN, where we have a lower bracket round something or other. I think it's round 2. Round 2 matchup versus of Big Bloke LAN playing up against the League of Shadows. League of Shadows coming off very close games, then unfortunately losing to TF2 Easy. Big Bloke LAN have been having a bit of a run in the lower bracket, taking care of Poundland, then taking care of another team that I'm now currently forgetting as we are talking. I've got Doey here to help me remember who it is they beat. Who did they beat, Doey?
Just Poundland.
They just beat Poundland?
Yeah, because
okay.
it's lower bracket. Because it's lower bracket round 2. They're now going to play against the League of Shadows.
Yeah, they're playing League of Shadows.
So the run was just one match.
Yeah, one match.
Went 3-0 Bagel, 5-0 Sunshine.
Probably.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't either.
It was pretty quick.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, I think going into this game, it's lower bracket round 2. We've been playing video games all of yesterday, all of today. You are very close to Big Bloke LAN. You've been standing behind them pretty much both days. How are the vibes in the Big Bloke LAN camp right now going into this game?
I think their vibes are at an all-time low.
Okay.
And I think it's just only going to get worse as the night goes on. So we'll see. I've heard some things about what they're going to do when they lose, not if they lose. So they're going in with a very defeatist mentality right now. But based on the day 1 games, and honestly these day 2 games where League of Shadows are playing, because League of Shadows it was a 3-0 on product against TF2 Easy.
Yeah.
But it was a close 3-0.
Okay.
They were getting 2 to 2.5 minutes off of product's clock without having it recaptured. So that's actually pretty good, but then they still end up losing the rounds.
Okay.
So I think League of Shadows are probably in quite good form, and I don't think the blokes are, but they have some magic juices that they can just whip out, so we'll see how it goes.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure they've swapped a few roles around, some more people calling, some different back and forths. So it's you'll see a dynamic soldier duo. So we'll see.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think coming into this LAN, if you only watch Premiership and you don't watch most of the lower divisions, there are a couple names on Big Bloke LAN that you might not be used to seeing play. Jordy's played Prem before, but he's not really he's played on a bottom tier Prem team. Apparently he was really good in Div 1 last season. But sort of seeing him now on LAN, how has he been performing against these like actual Prem teams?
I mean, it's kind of a bit of a joke in our group, but like everyone who is playing on that team has won Div 1.
Okay, yeah.
I think more than once. So if you win Div 1, you get put into Prem. You're a Prem player. That's how it works. If you're in Prem, you're a Prem player. There's no other meaning about it.
No.
So I would say someone like Geordie is just performing fine. He's performing as he always does. But I think this is the first LAN he's actually played at. And he came in a bit later to the team because they were initially going to play with Pandemic. And then left on Soldier.
Yeah.
But Pandemic couldn't make it. And so Geordie was like, I'm going anyway. So I'll take his PC and ticket. I'll play Soldier. And the past 2 weeks they've done that. But it's fine. I think all of them are like, you're not going to recognize the names, but if you play in the higher divs,
Yeah.
you know who they are.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
we all like play against Prem teams as
Yeah.
mixers and
Yeah.
sometimes win.
You
Well,
also just
guessing
play a
about.
lot of pugs as well. All of you that you've kind of been around for a
I
long
think-
time.
I think we
Pugs
used
now not
to.
that much because pugs are dead. Everyone knows this. It's really sad. But eventually, when pugs do happen, you guys are around as well.
I think used to be a bit
Yeah.
more. I know Af still plays Finnish Pugs.
Yeah.
He gets recruited. And then, yeah, I think that's kind of it. Otherwise, we're just kind of like a mixed crew. We just, someone comes back, Pickles is drunk on a Friday night and says,
Mhm.
Smix? Like, I want to Smix. And then it's like, yeah, all right, fine. And then we end up just Smixing against some Div 2 mid teams or whatever. And they usually beat us because we're all off-classing and we kind of suck. And for some reason, whenever someone plays against us and we're off-classing, they're the best players we've ever seen in the world.
Yeah.
Don't know how that works. Maybe
No.
I'm just bad at everything. So that's another reason. But
Let's talk a little bit about the League of Shadows. Because we've talked a little bit about Big Bloke Land. I just want to get this in before we start filling time, because we probably will have to fill time, as is tradition. We are here at Hamburg, where everything is on time and nothing hurts.
especially the trains. Especially the
the
German
trains are
always
on time. I think it's a uniting joke, the uniting pain for everyone here at the venue that everyone has had to deal with the German train system. At some point, we're just being informed that Gabe Newell has decided that item servers are no longer required for Team Fortress 2. So we have a lot of time to talk about League of Shadows, which is where I wanted to go. Now, League of Shadows, they lost to TF2 easy, but they also almost lost a really, really close game to the German team. How do you think they're feeling now? Because you've just lost to the second best team in the tournament, we assume. You're supposed to be the third best team in the tournament. You're also playing with a demo man who I was talking to Rons yesterday, and I was asking him, like, how is Zams fitting into the team? He's like, yeah, Zams is really good, definitely a Prem player, or Premiership level player, but he's just not, for better and for worse, just not Delhi.
Yeah, it's rough where you're playing and practicing with someone,
Yeah.
and then suddenly you just change it. And it's like a lot of the habits you get with playing with people, they build up over time, more and more and more, and then that just becomes, you know what people are going to do before they do it.
Yeah.
And that basically means you don't need to comm some things, and so you have less cut of comms. You can more coordinate things more easily, and they don't necessarily have that with Zams. But I've watched a lot of League of Shadows.
Yeah, okay.
Because I've been standing behind them, seeing how they're doing, and he's fitting in fine.
Yeah.
He's I would agree with Rons. He's a Premiership level player, but as I said, you play Prem, that makes you a Prem player.
Yeah.
You don't, you're not. That's kind of it. I think it's rough for them.
Yeah.
For that reason.
Yeah.
Having a sub come in, but they're actually playing really well.
Yeah.
They're working out their differences. I think they'll probably take the maps. I don't know which maps they are.
No, we
You know?
haven't been informed yet of the maps.
They
Who
probably
would
haven't
you
done
say,
maps.
if we're looking at the League of Shadows, who are sort of the players to watch? Who should we look for?
In terms of DM, and if you want to see cool shots, watch for Dwoe and Rons. Rons is frequently just like leaning back in his chair. He like leans back, like rubs the back of his head. Is like, and then I saw a shot he did.
Yeah.
That was almost the air shot of LAN. I already said before I've seen plays like that, but it was the med just surfed out of it. It was so close, and he was gutted that it like didn't hit.
Mm.
But if you're looking for the DM, those two guys. If you're looking for more like actual play, keep your eyes on Zoe.
Okay.
Because I didn't realize this, but he's kind of coordinating them all to do stuff. So if the enemy's pushing in, he's the one who's saying like, do this, do that, do that. And Rons is supporting with comms, and it's mostly how it's working. So he's kind of like, I guess, coordinating the playmaking.
Mhm.
And I think that's something to keep your eye out if you're more interested in like how they're playing.
And what would you say, sort of, because we have these very clear sort of, at least for the top two teams, right? For TF2 Easy, we are very, at this point right now, they are playing a little bit more passively. They're playing a little bit slower. Witness Gaming are kind of just rolling everyone. They've sort of, after I-69, they've also unlocked the pushing mode, and they're just kind of rolling over everyone that's not called TF2 Easy. Very fast games, very quick games that we've seen from them. How would you define the playstyle of League of Shadows? What do you think characterizes them specifically?
That's really hard, but
Yeah.
if I had to, I'd say mid-level Prem team.
Okay, yeah.
That's it. So that's kind of all I would say. They're generally strong,
Yes.
good individual play, but there's nothing to stand out. It is
Okay.
mostly just their soldiers
Yes.
hitting good shots.
You have to give me a very quick description of Big Bloke LAN as well before we throw it to the casters.
They're
What would you
just
say?
a group of fun guys.
Okay.
If you look at their hats, you'll see that's all it is. They're a group of fun guys.
Thank you very much, Doey. We're going to be throwing it over to our casters, Sunny and Eeply, standing by to bring you this lower bracket round 2 matchup between Big Bloke LAN and League of Shadows, fighting for 5th, 6th place and fighting for their tournament lives.
Hello.
Hello. Oh, there we go. Now we have audio. We can actually talk. Oh, lovely.
We were just, we were just
yeah,
joking
we were
with you
just like
guys.
preparing.
I
Anyway.
bet you all checked your like speakers or headsets. All
Yeah,
of you, you
that
know.
was all part of like the
Bruised.
test.
You've passed, don't worry.
So yeah, Big Blokes versus League of Shadows. League of Shadows, as we were talking about this, neither of us have really seen much from them yet so far. Like we
No.
haven't really watched them that much. But
No, it's a little bit weird. They're like, I already didn't know a huge amount of them before because I mean they've had some interesting games during the TF2 season, but I've not been able to catch loads of those. I've not seen a great deal of them at this LAN, and then obviously there's the whole Merc demo situation, which throws things completely up in the air. They've definitely had some interesting things coming through. You know, like I think they took a map off of TF2 Easy in like scrims, and then they have some other situations where they're a little bit less so. But oh my lord, apparently they are keen to start on time. So
just like that, let's go. Let's see what they want to do here with this first little rollout mid on a process as they're making their way forward, as per usual, as you've come to expect really from you know from how this game is played. And you see Ron's going high, going deep. He lands on Mac, but he can't get the kill. There's no follow-up yet either, but everybody on Big Blokes is so low. Hugo is finally going to be the first casualty of this mid-fight. Finally, they find a kill onto Ron's on the other side, but left gets cleaned up, Mac gets cleaned up. They're slowly dropping like flies. They find Zoe on the other side, but they have to run away. Jordy's still in. He just gets juggled in the air, taken care of, completely anti-air. But at least Pickles lives, I suppose. Is this something, you know?
it is something, but it ain't a great deal. Gonna be back in all the way out through one because yeah, they ain't got no business getting themselves in on second. Firmly going to go the way of League of Shadows. Pretty solid mid, pretty happy there. Obviously, Ubers will be equal, but there is a bit of an opportunity right now if they can get someone in pretty quickly. We do see Heavy in the hands of Leth, who will be denying just a little bit just while Af gets his gun up. So really, for League of Shadows, they've quite a small window to try and do things, and it does look like they're just going to be a little bit too slow to get in before this gun is fully built up. They do peek towards this right-hand side. Ron's getting some good damage, even managing to live as well. It's some good coordinated pressure from like a few different doorways.
Yeah, they're trying to see which ways they can exactly peek and prod through here. It's been a long day, so they might have even like got some interesting strategies. And it's also very like aggressive hold here by Big Blokes. You got both of the soldiers spamming there, the sentries on the point just getting destroyed, but it is also getting tanked by the NG. Af trying his absolute best to keep that thing alive right now, and he's doing an okay job at it so far. Because that thing is still being kept alive. It's denying a lot of ground, and League of Shadows, they have to find a way to deal with it. Left sniping on the defensive side and getting a nice little pick here onto Ron's is certainly going to slow the league down, and he's going to take the opportunity to actually peek a little bit deeper. Maybe they're even going to roll forward with this. They tend to, you know, go off of things that normal teams maybe wouldn't normally go off of, just a single pick, and if they can give him some more like ground here to get a more aggressive peek in, that would certainly be something. He's going to stand on the little boiler here and just see if anybody decides to peek top IT. I mean,
Yeah,
it's a sideline to shut down, I suppose.
It's a cheeky little spot, kind of gets you a little bit of free info, no real risk there, but ultimately Ron's going to be getting back up and League of Shadows is going to be moving back towards lobby. Obviously, they will be fully aware of the left sniper, so they can play around that a little bit. You can see how much pressure League of Shadows are doing towards 1 and 2. Really, the fact that Soldier's able to get that far in, obviously, the heavy commit is going to happen because of the gun, but it does make things just a little bit more difficult, so thinking that might be something they're going to look to try and do a little bit more with. Actually, ooh, spooky times for Zams there.
He eats a lot of damage, but manages to just narrowly escape. Mac is going to pick up a kill into Zoe, which again is just going to allow them to hold this a little bit easier. And they're actually just going to be really aggressive here in lobby. Just a fight breaking out in the stands suddenly. Everybody wants to have a slice of that lobby, and it looks like Big Blokes have managed to bully their way into it, at least so far. They've only dropped one player for it. They've got Flick picked up on the other side. They really still want to see if they can give Left a nice angle, and Jordy's trying his absolute best to just defend this top IT right now from a Rons who is trying his absolute hardest. He's just going to get headshot, actually, to be taken care of. There's a scout still peppering them as well, but he has to back off. And it looks like they actually have like a bit of a hold on lobby here with just 2 players. Maybe make it 3 now. So I guess that's the strategy they're going for, is they're trying to really just be able to give Left an angle or something. At some point, I feel like you've got to switch the position. You got to go to like 1 or try to go for something like a shutter thing. You've already got Mac with stickies on it, so...
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because, you know, medics are going to play in certain kind of defensive positions the second any of this happens. The second a sniper comes up on the field. But actually, the gun's going down and Soldier's going straight on in. Good damage has been dealt. We do see Pickles dodging and ducking and diving, but so much space has been taken by the League of Shadows teams. They're peeking a little bit more, but with Zoe going down as well. Oh, see even more commitment, but ultimately, they're not actually able to get on to Pickles. So 3 players go in, 3 players go down, and neither team's still able to really do much.
Yeah, like when the player numbers end up being this equal, even though you have 3 picks now in the League of Shadows, you've lost 2 players yourself. You can't really push out off of that. It is a very tough thing to do. It's almost impossible. Matter of fact, if you're ever on last and you lose a single player, even if you have to wipe the enemy team to be able to push out, basically. So like it's so tough for the Big Blokes to try and get out. They can get kills here for people feeding in, like Zoe again, you know, tries to go for a bit of a flank. It's just gonna be shut down. Flick is very aggressive and actually a lot of damage onto Pickles, but he is just gonna surf away with a wonderful little rocket placed at his feet by the French soldiers, and it's enough to get him out of harm's way yet again. I think they're just trying so desperately to try and get Pickles to force, but my man just doesn't want it.
No, I mean he's got the movement, you know. I think someone's greased him up. That's what they've been doing the last couple hours or so. But yeah. Ultimately at this point, on the side of Big Bloke Land, they're gonna be set up in like, all right, it's 55 seconds. Either we do something insane because League of Shadows messes up, or ultimately let's just go for the round reset. Obviously, League of Shadows from their POV, they're basically getting to the point where there's no real downside to just them pushing in. Regardless, take a little trade, and yep, that's exactly what's going to happen. Gun is going down. Ubers have been used a little bit better on the side of Big Bloke Land, as you'd expect, but ultimately, all 6 of these League of Shadows players are getting out, and just I say that they lose 1. They managed to trade out just a little bit. The damage is not looking good for them, though, but you can see Zam's on like full wanting to commit mode. His little soldier buddies there jumping in, trying to do whatever he can, but the space hasn't been taken. He's going to get caught, and he's going to get skill stick. Oh, my days.
Jordy, he was literally out of ammo as well. That was his last rocket he fired, and he just had no choice but to run at Zams with the pickaxe. He manages to kill him, and actually, just off the back of that, these fun guys have managed to get themselves out into second, and they're going to keep rolling this into mid as well as best as they can. They're trying to take some ground, but they do have a full team almost to go up against here. Even if Zams is still down, the demo missing only does so much for you, and if you're trying to get all this ground, it is tough. I don't know what Dwo was doing there. He kind of just like gave up, I guess. He realized that he doesn't want to really fight that anymore, so they're just going to feed a couple more players, but crucially still June stayed alive, so they still have an Uber on the side of League of Shadows as well, and they're going to be in equal situation here. Probably on their last though, because there's little chance that they're contesting second at this rate.
Nope, especially not when there's one little ratty player on mid. Just, you know, being a little bit annoying. You can see Zoe there just slightly been spotted, actually. I think they may have had an idea. Damn.
Yeah, it's almost like the game tells you when the objective is being played, unfortunately.
Whoa. I never listen to that.
Yeah, I mean, what's the objective anyway? Like, you just frag, right? That's what you do. Anyway, that's going to maybe make holding a little bit harder. Yeah, Jordy's already in, trying to see if he can get something done. Unfortunately, he doesn't really quite land anything. Left is going to kill Rons in the meantime as well, so it's not a great holding situation for League of Shadows, because even if the players are equal, they are dropping players on the defensive side, and that's always worse. That being said, they do find a couple of kills onto Mac and Hugo, which puts them in a nice position to even push out, and I guess they did their homework. They checked if there's anybody hiding. They know everybody's in front of them, so they don't even have to worry about a back cap either. They're going to re-aggress into second half the fight here, and a bit of an early Uber, a bit of a questionable Uber out of Pickles here. It's obviously going to be way better for League of Shadows. June uses her
Zams
way
is
later.
in. He is feeling it.
Oh my god. He's nuking everybody down. Mac finds a kill onto Dwo on the flank. That's it. That's all they can salvage, really. And now they're on the back foot with the big blokes here. They can't really contest this as much anymore. They're still down to players. Ooh, man. Rons hits a nice, spicy little rocket there as well.
LAN rockets, mate. LAN rockets. It's completely broken. And you can see, right? Just denying that position up top, getting that height for themselves. They've managed to force these big blokes all the way back, basically towards the choke point. And yep, there you go. That consistent spam weighing down on them gets these 2 frags. Zam's literally living on 2 HP because he doesn't care. Absolute stone cold killer there. So they're going to be getting this mid. And importantly, look at those timers. That's going to be 2 denied spawns as well. Opportunity knocks. And I think they can keep on looking to go towards second.
Yeah, that's exactly what they're doing. They already got the soldiers so far forward in IT as well. Zams is just walking forward, spamming down stickies into rollout, making sure everybody on the big bloke team is just out of second, is on last. They're just trying to hold us again. And we're in a similar situation that we were in about, I don't know, 4 minutes ago when they were trying to push last. So I'm having a bit of a deja vu here, but this time around, maybe for some reason, League of Shadows have figured out how to crack this last hold. It doesn't look like they have because Jordy just kills Rons, who was probably trying to go for a sack. And while there's not much of a defense set up yet, that you can't blame him for doing that. There was no sentry yet. There was no stickies anywhere necessarily.
Yeah, this is like TF2 so much a game of recognizing important windows. And there's a really key window of time just before the full hold comes up, where if anything, it's better than if it's just like, I don't know, like earlier than that, right? Because you catch people in weird little transition locations. Sometimes, you know, you might find the medic walking from place to buff someone, or, you know, maybe someone's like going for a peek and they've just not commed it fully. Stuff like that. There's like real tiny little windows. And as much as it didn't work, you know, the theory of it absolutely made sense.
Yeah, and you can't fault him for trying. And well, you know, you get lucky, you win some, you lose some. What can you do? What can you do? And this time it worked, kind of, but then he also dies immediately. He manages to trade himself out for the sentry, but Af peeking the lobby deep here. Doesn't hit the shot onto Mac, unfortunately. He's been, sorry, not Mac, onto Sam's. I'm almost getting a little confused here. But yeah, they're finding the frags in lobby at least a little bit. That being said, they lose 2 immediately as well. Both of the soldiers are dead, so again, there's no chance they can push out of this.
No, yeah, this
is not happening.
It's great curses of 5CP and the concept of a last point like this. The second, yeah, you lose any significant amount of players, especially of all things soldiers, right? You need soldiers to take position on this high ground and deal with the spam and have your own spam. The second they go down, like, yeah, you basically have to like wipe them or something. It is what it is. But thankfully, we can see one of my favorite things in the game, certainly, and that is the old sniper versus sniper. Look at this
sniper duel. Zoe,
action, bruv.
We're trying to counter snipe Afir, and well, we'll see how well he can do it. Dwo dying to Mac in a lobby or wherever it is. I know it wasn't one. That's not gonna help a little bit. I guess he was trying to make some ground for Zoe to, you know, try and get an angle or something, but it's gonna be a rough one now. You're down a player, you're gonna have to bide your time. Af is perfectly content just sitting on last. He doesn't have to actually peek deep, he doesn't have to go in. He can just sit there and wait for people to walk into a sight line. Zoe has to do work. He has to work for his shots, he has to work for his angles here. And yeah, I mean, big blokes are probably aware of it. Af is gonna get that kill that you were talking about, you know? There's somebody, in this case Zams, walks into his sight line. Jordan is gonna grab that kill onto Zoe as well. This is actually an opportunity for the blokes to make a move onto second here. If Af can get another kill, or just like they project enough power with it, it can certainly make something happen.
Such a commit on one Rons, my man. He was keen for it, but ultimately they're really going to suffer for this now. They are going to be going for this trade along with the scout, but it is going to be a so much better Uber. Piggles is just like, nope,
milking.
Nope, I'm not using. Goodbye.
He hasn't even been scratched. Not a scratch on this man. His HP did not drop below 150 even once.
What is Flick doing?
He just runs in. Oh, okay. He killed Hugo, so I guess he felt confident. Zoe's in as well, but just gets cleaned up by Left.
Okay.
These people, they're trying cheeky stuff with going behind, but none of it ever works because it looks like these fun guys have kind of like realized they just need to turn around every once in a while and realize that these scouts love walking in with the W key. So, yeah, allows them to get back into second here and probably keep this rolling forward. They still have a full Uber. They didn't even use it yet. June almost has her Uber again, so we're getting to the point where it's almost equal again. Zoe gets a nice little kill onto Mac there, and Left gets taken care of. Oh, what a beautiful shot onto Jordy to round it out. Immediately switches off the sniper as well. Just keep it rolling forward. That is a complete stunt on the push. They have to get to last, yeah? They're on last.
Oh, yeah. No. We're going to spend some more time on last, and rightfully deserved as well. Look at this, though. Zams is like, boys, it's time for me to peek. I'm peeking, I'm prodding, I'm seeing what's going on. He's getting pressured as well, but these soldiers with him going absolutely everywhere. They're buying them so much space. Uber has now been used from both sides. That's really important because Piggles is still a little bit weak. Maybe League of Shadows potentially an opportunity to go for a repush, but they don't want to do it immediately. They need to buff up themselves right now. Rons is going in, and that is once again a soldier with no ammo. Somehow just about goes down, but it's a trade. Now right side, Mac has such an opportunity to do damage. If he can just connect some pipes, there's one. Oh, it's working. The hold is working.
It's working. They believe. That's all it took. June, the sole survivor, she manages to like run away at least, and if nobody's chasing, she's gonna meet up with Bronze as well. So at least she'll be safe. She'll keep that like 30% and whatnot. So it is still remotely equal Ubers, but they have to be really careful mid. They missed 2 spawners. No scouts are gonna be here. So you're gonna see a Jordy, you're gonna see a Hugo flying in. They won't even be able to be denied. They're gonna take so much ground. Zams is in so much danger. Jordy does just barely get juggled by the scouts who finally arrived at the front lines, but that was very dangerous for a second there. They managed to just hang on, and now they're rolling forward immediately as well, with left getting taken care of as well. There you go. They got second again, and these blokes, they gotta run.
Yeah, they got to. More time being spent towards last, and you can see how keen League of Shadows is to work off momentum. Sometimes almost slightly to a fault in a couple of these situations. I feel like they're thinking in their head that, like, we are tired of looking at last. What is the easiest way to push last? Wipe the enemy team on second.
Yeah. Then you don't even have to think about last. You don't even have to think about like how you approach it, where you go from, how you use the Uber most effectively. We might see a Zoe spy coming up. I feel like that is something we can actually see here. It's certainly a new strategy. The sniper worked decently well for them, but it didn't give them the edge they needed.
Yeah, it's difficult. Sniper on both sides of process last is really, really hard because, you know, the defending medic on last is going to be too close to for you to get an angle, and the medic on the other side is going to be like too far back behind the point in order for anyone to get an angle there. So sniper's good to actually, you know, maybe get picks on other classes, not really deal with the Uber situation. Whereas spy, there's definite opportunity, especially when there's so much pressure. Getting in on Mac, there's one, and just cloaking away as well. So opportunity for some more pressure. The gun going down is fantastic now. Once again, Zoe's going in, not quite been seen. Uber's actually been used of all things. What is going on? Wait, how does Zams go down?
I don't really know what happened at all. Like, they were just all so distracted by the Zoe spy, I guess. Everybody was so paranoid that they were like spy checking every corner, and they just got flanked and killed by some of these Shadows players. But it doesn't even matter because they've lost a few on their own side as well, and yeah, like it doesn't matter at all. The distraction was just not enough.
Yeah, like that really felt like such an opportunity. I don't know whether it's just a case of Zams got dropped there in that Uber exchange or what, but just, I don't know. Yeah, like you drop your demo, and then we saw Flick just try and commit a little bit too hard, possibly as a direct result of that. Like, we need to get such high value from this Uber, but then it's just trying to do too much. So there we go. Going to keep things 0-0. Continuing. I mean, I was going to say, you know, a period, but like it's been an entire LAN of just really close games.
Yeah, and we're continuing the trend so far. Like, it's been more than half the map already. Neither team has managed to convert around, and even though it looks like League of Shadows are in control, like 90% of the time right now, they are always on big bloke's side of the map, right? It's for the first time in a while we're not looking at last as the soldiers bomb and try to make some ground. Whoa, gets in deep. Pickles is solo, but he lives again. He is the sleaziest, slipperiest medic at this damn tournament, I'm telling you. This guy lives through things that nobody has any business surviving.
Right, I'm going to take my headset off. I'm going to go downstairs to the LAN room. I think they've replaced him with an actual eel.
It's plausible. It's very plausible. I would not be surprised.
Ridiculous. I'd be so infuriated if I was like Duo or Rons right now. They're like, dude, just eat the rocket. Just eat the rocket. Please.
He will not do that. No, he will not do that. He is notoriously very, very good at surfing away from everything. Something about British men, man. I'm telling you. I think that's like what we're realizing. And
oh baby.
Oh, that's a nasty one for Duo. Zoe trying to follow up a little bit as well with his soldier buddy there, but that's not going to work. They're gonna have to just back out again, and the blokes might have a chance here. They're down 1 player versus 2 on the other side, and they are being a little bit more aggressive. Jordy's gonna bomb in, nice little rocket onto Zams, but it will not be much follow-up at all, and Zams is just getting healed anyway. So they're going to go for the more traditional exchange here, which is a bit better for the League of Shadows. June had to flash a little bit less, maybe because there were less players really, you know, in front of her that were in any sort of immediate danger, and yeah, that's just gonna be a nice little reset.
Yeah, it is, which means, once again, opportunities. It's off Uber. They can do whatever they want. They can just jump in. They can just barrel through and try and do something. Or they can also build up their own Uber. Actually, look at this. League of Shadows towards PC. They're like, anyone playing a little bit too close? Damn. That is 6 big blokes just standing on point.
Yep, they're just like love being just conglomerated up on that little point area. There's no real reason for them to go anywhere else. It's the highest ground on the area, so you get to see everything nice and clearly. And obviously, it's been working well for them. They're all together, so some good explosive spam would really devastate the team right now. They're gonna try to just send Ronz up. He manages to get onto Hugo. That's at least one frag. Left follows up with a kill to Dwo though, so it is still kind of equal in terms of players here, and League of Shadows are struggling so hard to get any ground on the second. They're trying to get through IT, they just get caught up at the door. They can't go through sewer. They're trying so hard, but they can't get ground. They always send in a soldier. Ronz is trying to again, but he just turns around immediately, decides it's not worth pursuing. While Zoe tries to go in, tries again, gets onto Piggles. One rocket is going to be all he gets though. Piggles is already out of harm's way, so yeah, they just keep trying and they can't succeed.
No, not right now. It's difficult, you know, we're praising Piggles a lot for just, you know, his positioning and ability to kind of dodge some key bits of spam. But at the same time, you could see how far he backed up, all the way literally into one there. I don't know whether there's maybe opportunities for League of Shadows to go for some kind of bomb like that, almost accept the loss of one player and commit the rest of their team forward to take fights versus unknown players.
That's possible. It might make Lady somehow have a flanker go behind, you never know, and then freak accident. It's actually going to be the League of Shadows using their Uber here onto grass, just trying to get some ground. Obviously, there's finally a response out of Piggles. It is way better for him as well, and somehow throughout all that, they've only dropped flicks so far out of the Uber, so I suppose it's not a complete disaster for the League of Shadows, but they have to somehow continue on in this fight. They are a player down. They are on the back foot in bad positioning. Health isn't looking great either. June is going to have a hard time healing up everybody here. With Dwo going down as well now, they are slowly making their way forward. A couple more frags. Zoe and Zams both cleaned up, so they have had a decisive push here, the blokes. And I think for the first time this entire map, they are on the enemy side of the map.
I love it. I love seeing it. They're just like, whoa, okay. It does look basically the same, but the color scheme's slightly different. Love it.
And like, you know, you're looking at it from the other side as well. You get to like look at the last instead of looking into lobby. You get to look out of lobby, and they're gonna take it.
Uber. They're going in.
They're taking it in right away. Who needs Ubers anyway? Unfortunately, I feel like this might be a big misplay considering June is gonna get an Uber, and they're gonna use it.
Uber. They needed Uber.
They needed it very badly, but they don't have it. Unfortunately, for the League of Shadows, their Uber didn't accomplish all that much. They got they got a couple kills with AF in the tail end as well, and the blokes are very much confident just fighting this because now they have an Uber that they can try and take forward here. Ideally, they don't even have to. Nice little air rocket onto Ronz to deny him any sort of bombing there. Anti-air coming out of, I believe that was Hugo. And yeah, they're just going to keep rolling forward. Now with that Uber, it is a prime last point for the taking. They just got to get a couple of kills. Mac is hungry for this June frag, and he gets it. That's already so crucial. Even if you lose this last push, it is not a complete disaster because at least you got the enemy medic. And with no heals on the board, you are winning the war of attrition. They just have to kill these couple of soldiers here. They find Zams, they find Ronz, and they finally convert around after 21 minutes.
Good goal. Shout out to my man Mac there, because obviously, you know, a lot of people had to pay attention to the point. I respect that. However, it did seem for a good 10 seconds there that he just had like ghillie suit on. My boy was just like standing there, just like, I'm gonna reload some ammo. You guys good for that?
Yeah.
Shadow's like, nah, it's cool.
Yeah, don't worry. We'll let you. We'll let you. Like, this is like a gentleman's game, you know?
When are they adding ghillie suit? That's my question.
You're implying that this game gets updated. Good point. All right, anyway, second mid fight. We have 8 minutes left. There is still plenty of chance for League of Shadows to try and mount a comeback. Ronz is going to have a deep bombing, gets one rocket onto Mac, actually gets the fadeaway cleanup as well, but they've lost both of their soldiers already for a demo frag. It's certainly not the best. Hugo gets cleaned up as well, so it is not ideal for either team right now. In terms of players, it's actually a bit better for League of Shadows. Positioning is also a lot better, but it's going to come down to these scout fights. Zoe gets taken down. It's only June and Flick left, and they're running for their lives already, considering he's not as confident fighting 2 scouts and a soldier. June is left alone. Might be able to meet up with soldiers if they were fast enough, but that's not going to happen. And
Ronz was just
ambitious.
Like, I'm in.
Ambitious.
Yeah, but useless.
Le push, or whatever they call it in French.
That sounds about right, yeah.
Probably.
I mean, right now, all I'm thinking is Big Bloke Land, the guys which I believe most people thought was the underdogs, I think including Big Bloke Land themselves.
Yeah, if what we heard from Dowie was anything to go by.
Exactly. So this is like them staring down the barrel of a second round, Gun goes down. This is looking good. They can remove these stickies from the point. Some kind of frag. That'd be pretty solid. You can see both soldiers. Liga Shadows coming all the way in. The damage is going to be huge. It's crunchy. It's crispy. It's like a bullet crunch.
Something like awakened in them. They went through the 21 minutes. They were like, all right, screw it. That was ass. I hated every second of it. Let's just take this momentum forward. Let's keep it going, keep it rolling. Quick second round. Give yourself a bit more of a buffer. Put the League of Shadows under immense pressure. Because 8 minutes for a round or two, easy. 6 minutes for 2 or 3 rounds, a lot tougher. A lot tougher. On process, no, you can do this map quickly, but if you mess your mid up at all, if you lose a couple too many players, you are going to have a hard time. So they have to be tight in their play now. They cannot mess up anymore. They cannot allow themselves anymore. If they lose another round, it's basically over for them already. They have to get into the second map and then somehow try to come back in the series. As it stands, they're doing an okay job. They're denying these Blow players a lot of ground. Finally, they find some frags on them as well. The damage is followed up eventually. So Mac and Aleph get taken down. And it is a 1 mid for League of Shadows, and they're going to keep this actually rolling forward. They are aggressive enough to just keep this momentum going. Ronz is already in for rollout. See if he can get onto the combo. Unfortunately not, but it's good enough. They get second, and they're going to be able to try and roll this into last. Pickle still doesn't even have Uber yet. If they were even faster, they could have like tried to catch him somehow. That would have been crazy.
Yeah, possibly, but it's so difficult to know. We do see both soldiers coming in. The French combo, the Giants, the Titans. They ain't going to be getting much, but, you know, heavy as a class.
Yeah, and also Pickles was like in spawn, so you're going to have a hard time shooting rocket through a solid concrete wall. I think that's, they at least they haven't added that weapon yet. Maybe one day. And then you can try to kill someone in the spawn. As it stands, it's an ambitious idea, but obviously it didn't work out. And here we are, League of Shadows, trying to push Big Bloke lands last again.
Yeah.
We've been here quite a lot on this map so far. Unfortunately, this time they can't afford to mess it up, because if they do, they might lose the map entirely. So they have to convert this as soon as they can, as best as they can, and use whatever advantages they can try to pry from Big Bloke's hands. It's just going to be an exchange. I suppose that's what they're going for. And if the post-super fight goes in their favor, that should certainly set them up nicely. But they're in such bad positions already. They're getting crunched in lobby. Jordy just waddles forward and does so much damage. But nobody actually dies besides Ronz and all of that. And they're re-aggressing on the League of Shadows. They just want to get some ground in here. But Flick gets taken down as well. And they've decided they have to give up ground. You see Zoe just barely escaping. Just a lot of chasing damage that would have hit him if he had not gone through there like a second earlier. And they have to battle even more. These blokes, they're not gonna give them this for free. They're of course they're gonna retake second. They're gonna give themselves even more of a buffer.
All right, I'm officially calling out and ringing the bell. This is time for League of Shadows to do nothing but push. No standing around, no waiting for Ubers to come up. I'm sorry, I don't care. You have 4 minutes to get 2 rounds. Like, surely, like, what's going to happen at this point? Well, both of them get Uber, they're going to go for exchange, then some kind of repush? Like, that's the only option, right? Like, they just got to go.
I mean, that's what Ronz has been doing all time anyway. He's already just exclusively been pushing, and he's going to try to get a little bit of bombing in. It's more of a fake out, realizing how much damage he's already taken, and he's just going to be a bit more conservative with his combo here. Finally, the flank comes in from IT as well, and they get a nice early force onto Piggles. Of course, it's going to be a better Uber for League of Shadows, but only marginally, because everybody gets dropped in the Uber, and June had to flash so much because everybody was taking so much damage that the Ubers still fade at the same time. They have a bit of a backcap attempt here with Zoe in behind, but he's already getting destroyed by 3 players that just turn around. And again, the blokes, they don't have to chase this. They know they only got 3 minutes left basically, and they are 2 rounds up. It is reaching the point of almost impossibility for League of Shadows, especially if they continue at this pace.
Yeah. Like, the bit I don't really get there is they went for the bit of the commit on both soldiers. It seemed like Duo and Ronz were almost going for some kind of force play, but then it ended up as a trade regardless, like while they were mid-bomb. So they just lost both their soldiers on side League of Shadows. Now we're seeing classic little play. That is soldier going deep all the way towards rollout, trying to buy pressure, attention. And it's going pretty well. Yep, managing to get 2 before he goes down. Some more frags either way. 3 versus 3 right now. Keeping the fight going. Everyone's got to heal up a little bit. Uber's once again the hand. So that is 8 seconds of the vulnerability on both sides. It can come out at any point. And there we go. It is going to be the blokes using it first. A little bit better right now if they want to try and go through things. Blink needs to hit these shots, buddy. You've got to start hitting these shots.
That hurts. That hurts. It hurts to look at, but at least he lives. At least he's alive. At least he's able to live for a while. But June dies anyway. It's only Duo and Zoe left, and every failed push for the League of Shadows right now is painful. It is excruciating to watch, but probably also for them to play. Just Hugo styling on Zoe as well. I think this is probably GG's. There's very little that's going to be happening. Dwo's trying to go for backup, and actually Mac is having trouble defending against it as well. Manages to finally knock him off the point. Finally, some respawners are there to help out, but it was scary. He could have actually gotten that for a second. I felt like we were staring down a potential comeback for the Shadows. Again, they're obviously going to try to keep rolling it forward. I think they still think it's possible, and I guess it technically is. If Rons can get something going here with the spawn, Pickles again just slips away so beautifully. He's not healing anybody, but he's in also so little danger. He gets the pack as well. He's going to meet up back with his team, and Hugo on the other side just bombs it and kills June. Zams is taken care of as well, and it's only Dwo, Zoe, and a very low HP Rons that's on last. And the Ubers, I guess they got forced, but it doesn't really matter at this point.
No, at this point, that is 1 minute 15. That is physically not going to be possible for 2 rounds for League of Shadows. So this is going to be big bloke LAN. Pretty dominant here, really. Like you said, there was a lot of time of League of Shadows, you know, towards their last, but ultimately they just haven't been able to find any success.
They haven't been able to like close it ever. They haven't been able to convert all of these advantages they've had, and I don't know what it is, but maybe they just can't process last. There's something that they couldn't make it happen. They tried the gimmicks with spies and snipers and they worked okay, but it never was enough either. June wins those, evidently.
Oh yeah, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the other maps are. I don't know if this was their pick and all that stuff. You know, like I think nowadays it doesn't matter as much who's picked which map, because you'd expect that we're reaching the right 20xx level of TF2 where everybody can kind of play every map anyway. This is wonderful to watch. What am I witnessing? This is absolute.
No,
that's BM.
Hugo.
Hugo, that's absolute BM. Come on, man.
Man's just trying some cardio. Jesus, give him a break.
That's unbelievable. How could... Honestly, that's like... You should reprimand him for that.
Yeah, there you go. So that's going to be a...
That's like a red card.
Exactly. Red card. Yeah, wow. I don't want to be the one to say it. I don't want to let my inner Brit come out too much. But,
It's coming home?
League of Shadows, more like League of Baddos.
You're only saying that because there's like 2 French people on the team, though, right? Like, because you have like Brits and French people have like this implicit thing.
Apparently, yeah. Apparently. There you go. I don't think that was the first map we were expecting, but
yeah,
I mean, clearly it's melted our brain a little bit. If only there was someone on more comfortable seating who could tell us a little bit more about it.
Oh wait, hold on. There are, and it's Wandom, and probably still Doey. I can't believe that they've left. So we're just gonna hand it off to them.
Thank you very much, Sonny. I can tell you that these couches are harder than they look, I think, Toey.
I think it's quite nice. Like at home, I sit in like a really cheap office chair. It's like a piece of wood with some fabric on it.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
So this is actually the most luxurious I've been here since the flight over.
Yeah, nice. Yeah. Big upgrade. We just watched, well, at least in my mind, for the pre-LAN power rankings, I would expect League of Shadows to come out on top of Big Bloke LAN, but over the course of 3 rounds in total on process there, the big blokes, the fun guys, have managed to come out ahead. Take me through what happened. What went wrong for the League of Shadows? What went right for the big blokes?
Well, I think the first thing I said before the map was the vibe not so good for my guys. We were eating dinner. They weren't feeling it. Well, it turns out we were standing behind them watching. Turns out we're completely wrong. They were feeling it. Geordie presses tab like 10 minutes in. He's going 9-2 as soldier, pocket soldier on process. Any pocket soldier can tell you that's not how it works. You don't go 9-2. But he was absolutely farming. I haven't even seen the logs. I could just tell from watching that he's doing well. And then I just see the last hold was too strong. Like League of Shadows constantly, they were getting the gun, going in, and then they weren't ever converting. Piggles never used. He went down to like single-digit health a few times in that game, and he was just like, "I'm really low." It wasn't like any sort of panic. It was just like, "I'm really low, guys," and then they just never had the use. It was really good.
Apparently, I've been told that we have a log, so we can look and actually confirm that maybe Jordy was doing a lot of damage, as I'm going to be honest, they're really far away from us. There is no way that they are sorted by damage per minute. The top one is
171.
107. That's not real. That's not real.
I think they're probably not real.
Wrong log. We're being production. They're yelling at us. They're saying wrong log. It doesn't. I'm gonna be honest. Does it really matter, the logs?
Well, I mean, the logs don't matter. The numbers don't matter. What you saw is you saw a demo man was at the top, which was Zams, and then you saw Geordie right below.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing a soldier is top damaging. So I'm still correct.
Yeah.
Still good.
Yeah.
But that's how the game pretty much went. It was just an unbreak. It was a stalemate on last, like the whole thing, and then it was. Then they're pushing out. They get second. Then they tried to convert it into mid.
Yeah.
Because there's no point in pushing out of last and not just round resetting unless you're going to get the mid as well. Because if you just get second, you may as well just not round reset.
No.
Or you may as well just round reset, buy more time, and then you just guarantee getting second.
Yeah.
Because you already have it capped.
Yeah.
So, yeah. But then they tried to push into mid, and it was basically like the blokes could not convert their mid to their second to mid, and League of Shadows could not convert second to last. But then the blokes got one like good play. Like they eventually did convert it, and then they converted the whole round.
Yeah.
They took good trades, and they were just destroying the League of Shadows. I don't know. Every single thing they tried, just denied. Denied by the heavy.
Yes.
Denied by the engineer. App had 4 DOMs at one point in the game, and he's just playing engineer, heavy, and sniper. He's just off-classing with defensive classes and farming them when they were going in.
So, if you are the League of Shadows now, I'm going to be honest, I wish we knew what the maps were. We don't know what the maps are. Hopefully production hears this and yells the maps in our ears. But in the meantime, Granary next, we are being told. So, if you are the League of Shadows, you just lost on Process. You're coming into Granary after the enemy pocket soldier on Process completely soldier diffed you. How do you feel going into Granary, which product? Okay, we're going into product. Thank God. Product plays a lot differently. It's Koth. How do League of Shadows change up their playstyle?
I mean, League of Shadows just came off of basically a scrim for product against TF2 Easy, which was 3-0 to TF2 Easy, but as I said before, it's like really close. It was a close 3-0. I think, actually, League of Shadows probably will just mental reset, because I think Process would have been their pick, I think, based on what I know. But I could be wrong. It could also be the exact opposite, because I know how both these teams want to pick and ban. Because June maybe let it slip a little bit too much. Like, I just asked Flick, like, you know what do you want to pick, ban? Like, maybe you tell me, maybe you don't. And then Flick was like, and June was like, oh, we want to do this. And I was like, you probably shouldn't have just told me your map picks and bans. But I don't divulge the information. I was watching like scrims yesterday as well. Wasn't divulging anything that I was seeing, even though everyone knows how everyone else plays. Yeah. I think League of Shadows is going to mental reset. I think they'll be fine. I think they'll come in being like, okay, we lost, but it was just because we couldn't do one thing, which was convert the last push. There's no last push on Koth, so should be fine.
Yep. So if you have to give me a prediction, maybe even a score prediction coming into this map, who's taking it? What are the scores?
I think we will see 3-2. I think it's going all the way. I do not know who takes it.
Okay.
I'm hoping League of Shadows take it so I can actually watch, but I also kind of hope my boys just win. So, yeah.
Let's find out who takes it. I'm going to send it back over to Sunny and Epoli. They had a water bottle swap out and should now be feeling fully hydrated.
I am indeed. I am very moisturized again, and I feel good.
You're supposed to drink it, not like pour it on you.
Well, people would know the difference.
That's true.
Well, how do you know I'm not a plant?
Good point. Good point. Well, at least, you know. Yeah, whatever. We're moving on from that. Right, so, product. We were discussing, you know, some perhaps spicy little takes. I kind of feel like maybe I'm just going to get, like, I don't know, shut down entirely when the players say about this. But I feel like this pick of product presumably must have been, like, the big bloke LAN pick, right? Because League of Shadows were upper bracket, you know, would have presumably played their map first. So I feel like this may have been, like, a big bloke wild card, like, you know, like, because according to what Doey said, at least, they were expecting to basically just get farmed.
Yeah.
So maybe they were
then-
like, you know, oh, if we're going to get farmed map 1, map 2, we'll do something spicy, we'll go product, you know, maybe things go in our favor. And I feel like it could potentially be like a little bit of a throw just because they've now won map 1 and in a way, like it wasn't insane individual plays. They just had better 5CP gameplay, right?
Yeah.
Like their holds were good, their pushes were better than, you know, League of Shadows. And now going into product, I don't know whether this is potentially just going to kind of run away from them a bit.
I mean, I can't judge it at all because I haven't seen the blokes play King of the Hill whatsoever, right?
No.
So like I have no clue how good or bad they are at it. We have seen League of Shadows get rolled in a 3-0, as Dowie was saying, a close 3-0 against TF2 Easy. So and that was basically the last game they played, I think. So they're like, you know, it's fresh. It's recent memory. It's fresh. They're kind of still in there. Yeah, I mean, if they learned a thing or two from that game against TF2 Easy, and if they just play it to that same level, they should roll big blokes here. And I guess we'll see if that is the case, or if for some reason they're just all tired now, and Flick continues beefing all of his shots.
Whoa! Spicy.
I mean, is it spicy if it is the truth? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Things can change. Things can so much change. Runs in with a deep bomb early, gets on the Pickles, gets that kill beautifully. That is the first time he has died, and it was very, very quickly done as well. Look at that. They're finding frags left, right, and center on both sides, actually.
Oh my god.
And it's a wipe.
That is one of the fastest mids I have ever seen
That was
on product.
extremely quick.
Everyone went in, fought immediately. Everyone got fragged pretty much. And I love the fact that, yeah, like the mid was over before the point actually became active.
That happens very rarely. I can't remember the last time I've seen that on a product game. I'm pretty sure usually the teams just kind of sit back for a minute until they finally decide to do something when they have Ubers or whatever. Not this time, and they're rearing to go right away again as well. Like these big blokes, they want to go, and they're finding not much on in turn. They find a single kill onto Dwo, lose everybody else. Pickles is almost dead. I don't know what hit him so low. He finally gets cleaned up by Zoe. And that is not great if you're the big blokes here, because that is going to put you on the back foot so long. How is he getting away with this?
No! Hugo!
I'm speechless.
That's disgusting. That's actually disgusting.
What happened? The dinner they had must have been amazing. That must have been like the most insanely performance-enhancing food they've ever consumed. That's like the third or fourth pickaxe kill I've seen Hugo get this series. I don't know what's happening. I don't know how he keeps getting them. He must have been playing a lot of Minecraft in between games. Anyway, they're in control of the point right now, and their timer is ticking down. League of Shadows didn't get too much off of theirs. Unfortunately, Mac is going to go down here, but they immediately respond with a kill onto Zoe as well. A nice positioning on the side here. Hugo is going to get juggled in the connector, but he's still alive. He lives throughout all of that, and for once, the big blokes might have a chance to actually recontest it. They lost the point, and there's still an Uber on the side of League of Shadows as well, but Piggles is slowly but surely coming up on his, and it's not like League of Shadows are really like contesting them all that aggressively. They're not holding aggressively at all. They are very far back behind the point, almost as if to invite the blokes to try and push across. See what happens, you know? Now that the Ubers have equalized, though, it looks like they're a bit more aggressive. And actually, the blokes are going to make the first move. They're going to use their Uber. It's going to be way better for League of Shadows because not only did June use later, but also Flash way less. And that's all it takes, really, to hang on to the point for the time being. It's the post-Uber fight that's going to matter now. And for the time being, it is going the way of League of Shadows. Flick managed to kill Jordy, and Dwo does a lot of damage as well. Managed to kill Hugo, and I mean, App isn't looking all that healthy either. 1 HP finally gets arrowed up, still alive somehow. Hugo has died though. There goes left, and Af. It's only Mac trying to protect Pickles here, and he is going to lay down his life. Thankfully, Jordy was there to body block Zoe from walking any further and killing Pickles, because that's probably what would have happened there.
Yep, almost certainly those important soldier spawners. And we can see now after all of that, though, Ubers are going to be pretty equal, but it's going to be a fourth-hold position here for League of Shadows. 55 seconds left on the clock for them. There is, yeah, we need an immediate opportunity here. While no Ubers are up, it will make it a little bit easier to get through with this Pyro, and they manage to do that. But June goes down. What a pipe from Mac. This is the perfect little opportunity now. They need to take a second. They're still playing with the Pyro. Find these hiders, get these little frags, and they're finding them one after another, just Zams. He's nowhere to be seen. He's escaping with his life, and that is actually potentially such a turnaround in momentum.
That was a disastrous forward hold. Not only did like, I don't know if it was the setup with it, if they like got cold feet halfway through. We're gonna see how big blokes do the forward hold. It's probably gonna be a lot better for them considering they have the Uber as well. But that was like a disastrous forward hold for League of Shadows. They got cold feet halfway through, just kind of ran away. Everybody got cleaned up because they were so scattered. And the blokes just found their way through so quickly. We're going to see if Flick Pyro can live up to its name here and actually make something happen. But nah, Jordy and Hugo just go huge and farm. But they do also get a couple of frags on the other side. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, they manage to just hang on to whatever they want in terms of that Uber. And even if Left puts down his life to try and slow down Zoe ever so slightly, Piggles managed to escape with Mac. June still doesn't have Uber, even though League of Shadows are going to retake the point here, and it's going to be an equal Uber situation, which is actually kind of bad for Big Bloke LAN. It's not amazing of a situation to be in. You now have equal Ubers, you're trying to take it across the point here, but your timer is so much worse, and every minute or every second you spend not trying to retake the point is going to be so disastrous for you, because obviously it's a better Uber for League of Shadows now. Just push them back again. It is do or die time for Big Bloke LAN if they want to stay in this round, and it's not looking good.
Yeah, they're trying to go forward. They do manage to get June, but it's going to be all about getting power forward. They've got that, so they will have that little bit of overtime. Now they have to take just a second just to back up, just to heal. But they can afford to take that. There you go, first round.
First round in the entire series, matter of fact. All right, it appears that we have a little pause
Love it, mate.
after that. Interesting. I mean, it is between rounds, so obviously it must be tactical in some way, shape, or form. Or maybe somebody's PC blew up. You never know. I mean, we've been having stuff like that happen yesterday all day. So I don't know exactly what it is. I'm sure we'll know eventually, but who do you think called it?
My prediction, right? It's the big blokes, because, you know, your boy Doey said something about some special secret source or something. Whatever that is, they're doing it. They're like, you know what? One round into product, we've lost, you know, 33% of what they need. They're just like, you know what? It's time. It's time to bring it out.
So are you implying that we should make sure nobody takes out any suspicious thumb drives and perhaps...
No, I'll be honest. Those PCs downstairs, they are so locked up. I don't think you can do anything with it anyway.
True.
You can, I don't think you can open up a Word document without someone realizing.
Yeah, that is very true. They don't allow you to like install OBS on them.
I think what needs to happen is you know, this is more about the big blokes getting their big heart and soul into it. You know, it's very emotional like that. And look, they didn't need much time to do it as well.
Yeah.
Because we're unpaused, we're good to go. Round 2. Let's see what's going on.
Little pep talk was all it took. Let's see these fun guys, the mushroom cap heads, make their way and see if they can find a responsive round here, or if this really is going to be the role that we think League of Shadows are going to make it, considering the relative experience they have on the map right now. And if it is really just a throw by Big Blokes to be playing this map. As it stands, it's a bit of a slower mid right now. Jordy's going to be the first to make a move here. Gets out to the combo, gets a decent rocket, but of course there's little follow-up for the time being. Hugo is trying, but he's going to have to get out and dodge. They find a kill to Zoe, I suppose, on the other side, but that's all they're going to have to settle for now. It's still a soldier traded for a scout, and the point is just being capped off by Big Bloke LAN.
Yeah, pretty much that is a first little cap in, which is good because the timer starts going down. It's a little bit bad because the second any of your players get fragged, they'll get like 60 seconds or something on those lines. So if you're all about playing a little bit conservatively, you can actually get flicked, which makes it a bit easier. Trading players, so still doing too badly, mainly just because things have this Uber. It's so important, you know, in these equal Uber situations, you can basically toe that line between not contesting the point too much, and then the second they come forward, going for that trade, and Uber is going to get used. They're managing to get a couple of frags off it, but Uber is so far back.
Yeah, he's just so far back, just tanking up whoever decides to hold S with him, and he's in no danger whatsoever. They could not chase with that Uber even if they wanted to. They just have to back up and contend with the fact that they're gonna have their timer ticking down now. They got to stop it after just 30 seconds. Dwo tries to go in behind, but can't find anything. Zams gets taken down as well. Jordy is meanwhile behind on the other side of his team, just trying to see if he can spot the scout, which he does, and Zoe gets taken care of. They're just going to retake the point immediately. They haven't even dropped the player. They did have to use their Uber for it, which means League of Shadows are going to have a bit of an ad, but they are in a bad situation because they are trying to forward hold here, which you can't fault the blokes from doing, honestly.
No, they're going to have to be a little bit aware of just where Piggles is positioned because, you know, once they realize they're close, oh my
that's
god,
dangerous.
that's going to be scary.
Yeah, get that reflected rocket splashing you. That's probably a minor heart attack for Piggles, but he does manage to escape it at least alive. And League of Shadows are going to be making their way forward now, getting through that forward hold pretty handily. I guess the threat of the Uber is something that exists, but it's bought the Blokes a bit of time here, because without that forward hold, I'm pretty sure the league would already be on the point. It would already have captured it instead of just edging it out right now, trying to see how many frags they can get. They managed to get left cleaned up as well, and it is enough for them to just convert it. They're like, yep, that's good enough. We'll take it, with the Ubers being equal as well. We're going to be probably looking at another exchange here. The Blokes have been more than happy to take them so far, so I would not be surprised to see them waddle forward with it once more, trying to go for a bit of an exchange. There it is. They come from the cliff side. Max is actually so low already, just completely left out of the Uber. Finally meets up with his team, but it is going to be a bit better for League of Shadows because of that, because Pickles had to flash so much. And I mean, in terms of ground taken, it is certainly looking a bit better for League of Shadows, because they've already found a frag onto Jordy. Hugo's very low, Pickles is very low as well. He's out of the fight. They found a couple of frags on the other side. It is a back and forth. It's a very chaotic fight for that matter, and the Blokes are actually winning it.
Oh my god. Oh,
Beautiful.
what a sticky
Beautiful.
from Mac.
Textbook.
Oh, I love it. Yeah, like, it's a little bit of a weird longer fight there, but actually it was almost like war of attrition, and the way that the Blokes kept that is really significant. That frag on Zoe is really important as well. Oh, yes, they're getting everything they need, but ultimately Pickles is going to go down. That is no heals. That is going to be no Uber in their hands. And you can see all of League of Shadows, they're backing up a second. They want to get this Uber more than anything, same as we just saw a moment ago. If they can try and retake point for free, not have to use that Uber, they'll be in a really good position, because time is getting low, but they don't have to panic just yet.
Yeah, they have a teeny amount of time to work with here, and if they can get this easily, that would be great. Unfortunately, 2 soldiers jumping behind you and getting the force out of you is going to be a problem. Zam is going to immediately try to cut off anybody from escaping, though. He's trying his hardest, but couldn't really get much done with it. Mac is just going to bully him off of cliff, and now the Ubers are more than equal, and even if League of Shadows have retaken the point, they have an extra minute on the timer to go, so it is, like, they have more than half the timer left for that matter, so it is still quite a long time they have to hold this point for. And obviously the Blokes, with how aggressive they've been, with their soldiers just creating so much space and jumping all over the place again. You see them jumping now, they get a couple of frags, they manage to clean up the enemy soldiers, I suppose. They're trading them out for Aft. Finally, Jordy gets cleaned up, but Hugo is still in, just laying down damage on the flank as best he can. Well, getting kept alive as well, so again, the Blokes just retake the point. Now the timer's in their favor again, and it is actually kind of getting a bit dire for the Shadows. Hugo, hello! Almost gets that crucial kill onto June there. That's probably a bigger heart attack for her. My lord.
That would have been maybe just a round done and dusted, but with all of this happening, Ubers are going to be equal. This is going to be both teams using theirs slightly better. The side of League of Shadows, they picked up Mac, which is oh so very important. They have to go for this cap now. They're going to wait a second. Whoa, yep, it's all good. Then they immediately lose Flick. They're losing control of a lot of things.
June gets sent high into the skybox, will not get airshot, just surfs it nicely onto Cliff, manages to escape any further harm. And well, in the meantime, the rest of the team finds a couple of frags here. Aft, Seth, and Hugo all taken up. Pickles crucially gets picked up by Dwell. He slips in, sneaks a nasty little rocket right into that medic, and that is very bad for Big Bloke Land here.
Yeah, like at this point, Big Bloke Land, what they need to do is they need to just go immediately. Like off Uber, they can't wait for June to get this. This is going to be too painful otherwise. It'll be too slow. They're going to be walking all the way forward. But Mac's gone down. Flick getting that oh so important frag. Now that means they have to go even faster, and it's just not working out for them. Losing Hugo as well. This Pyro's going to be very limited without someone to buy them a little bit more space. And importantly, bam, that is June getting the Uber. 20 seconds left on the clock. Surely, like we need to see some huge drop or something.
They need to have like an insane bomb by Hugo or like Jordy in right now. They're gonna try, obviously, and obviously gonna have Flick and Zoe staring them down, trying to make sure that it doesn't happen. They find a frag onto Aft. They find the cleanup on Jordy as well. Hugo is in no position to bomb either with how low he is, and the counter bomb actually comes in from Ron's, just seeing if he can make anything happen. The point still in control of League of Shadows. We have entered overtime. The Uber is popped as well to keep people off this point, and they are doing a great job just cleaning up every single bloke on the field, making it 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, it was a better start for the side of Big Bloke Land, but League of Shadows, they had just a little bit more. And importantly, I feel like there's a couple situations where the Blokes, I don't know, like it was in their positioning or their communication. There was just a couple tiny little mistakes which made absolutely huge momentum shifts.
I think we're starting to see the secret sauce. Pickles is running crits. No,
Oh.
Pickles is running crits.
Oh! Oh, I do. Okay.
I had a feeling that I was honestly waiting for it. I feel like they were holding off on that one for a while. This man's been loving to run the crits so far, and well, we'll see how well it works for them as Hugo and Dwo trade out on the flank here. And it's actually very aggressive by League of Shadows. They're being very far forward when sending players in so deep. They find the kill onto Piggles, but at the end of the day, it was a crit streak, so it's not like they managed to get too much with it, and they committed so many players so deep that everybody else backed out to spawn, so the point's actually going to be capped by big blokes.
Yeah, it is going to be the first cap, but you can see June, 85% Uber, so more than happy just to start walking up the point again, try and take this for free. Some kind of force here would obviously be the dream. They can get a frag as well, maybe a little bit of flank action, that'd be pretty good. But actually, no, they could be perfectly happy just to use this. Players get traded out. We do see Zams trying to jump all the way forward, but Pickles has his number, backing up all the way. Have to be a little bit careful not to really lose anyone else. Both their soldiers committed, and now you can see them delaying the cap just a little bit. Yeah, just from that. Dwo's now in the game for 14 seconds. Players side of the blokes are going all the way towards point, and the crits are going to be up any second now. They can use this if they want.
Mac has been the crits wizard for a while. That is a beautiful shot. And it does not connect, unfortunately. Obviously, everybody's now running away. June is in no danger anymore. It was such a beautiful sticky. It's almost a shame that it did not connect with any form of splash damage, but that's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. I'm pretty sure any demo main in chat just saw that and died a little inside.
Just a little bit, you know. No tiny bit.
What can you do? What can you do? It's how the cookie crumbles. It is the game at the end of the day. Obviously, you're going to have League of Shadows now re-getting out of here, knowing full and well not only that they're up against crits, which before this point they probably wouldn't have known, but also they have a full Uber, and they're actually going to use it, probably because a couple of their players have already died, and June was like, I'm not going to let anybody else pass in the same way. Maybe they got forced. It doesn't really matter, because at least they can get some ground, get these struggling Jordy players, and get back onto this point. They don't have to worry about spawners at all, so they could just very well retake it, get their timer taken down. It is looking better for big blokes in terms of that.
Oh, crits is off again. There's the first sticky. That's what he wants. Seeing what else he can get, and Flick goes down as well.
Oh my God.
The cheeky switch onto App, and it's perfect for them.
Holy moly.
That's the special sauce. That's the special sauce right there.
I feel like I could feel the vibrations from the primal screams of Big Bloke Land from the LAN hole just vibrate up through the floor as that was happening. That was an absolutely a beautiful play. The whole shtick now is that they hang on to it though.
Oh yeah.
They still have a minute and 15 seconds, minute and 10 seconds now to hold on to that point and keep it in their hands. And League of Shadows are going to have a word with it. I mean, they've already breaking through the forward hold. They are going to get that Uber going sooner rather than later. Piggles has switched back to minigun, maybe picked up June's and the opportunity, because I'm pretty sure if he had walked back to spawn, it would have taken way longer.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know if they're going to be aware of this. I don't know if they're going to be aware that they're going up against an Uber now instead of the crit streak. They might be expecting it. Maybe that's why they're backing off so much, even if, you know, they only lost Zams. Maybe they're respecting it a little bit too much, expecting there to be a crits coming, even though there isn't.
No, that's very, very possible, and this is fairly perfect position here for the blokes. Like, they have this Uber, they have control of point, 30 seconds left on the clock. They're going to be pretty happy here.
Playing this absolutely wonderfully right now. All it needed was the special sauce with the crits, a nice little kill onto Flick there. It might even open things up a little bit for them to continue holding onto this point. The Ubers are exchanged, and it is looking a little bit better for Piggles. He had to flash a little bit less, he used a tiny bit later, and there you go. It's good enough for the big looks to hang on. Now League of Shadows have to commit to this point.
Good.
They have to somehow get onto this point, and they're not going to be able to. Both the soldiers are so low. Zoe and Zams are dead. We're in a pause yet again, but it is pretty obvious who's going to win.
Yeah, I hope, I don't know. Is this the situation where League of Shadows have to get out their special sauce? How much special sauce is there in this building?
And, like, what ingredients are these sauces? Is it the same? Are they just going to mirror the strategy? Are they going to come with something crazy new?
I don't know. I don't know where they've all been purchasing from our good buddy Eckstein. Hashtag Yao sauce, hashtag plug, hashtag not officially endorsed. I ran out of hashtags.
God, I wish he was here.
Yao. Anyway, the game at hand.
Yes.
Ooh, so the thing is, right, with the old crits, pretty good. Definitely, you know, useful in that one key situation. The other time, a little bit whatever. But the problem is, it can only be a surprise once.
Yeah,
right?
You can't keep doing this because they're going to expect it now.
Yeah.
Or at least they're gonna try to play around it a little bit better. They'll be able to tell from your positioning on the big bloke side. Oh, okay, they're like positioning like that. They might be ready to do a crits or something like that. So you're gonna be able to play around it better. I don't know. Like there's other gimmicks traditionally that people do on product sometimes, right? You have like snipers come out occasionally.
Yeah.
Back in the day, we know both teams have capable snipers, especially League of Shadows with Zoe, for instance. So it is a possibility if situations get dire. Again, it's only one round. They only need to convert one more for League of Shadows, right? They're on match point still. So
yeah,
if things get dire, if it goes to a 2-2, maybe we'll see something like that come out of them if they just want to see what sticks.
Possibly, yeah. It's a little bit difficult because I feel like teams will sometimes have a tendency to commit really hard to like the perma off-glassing thing. So they'll be like, right, we either play with no sniper or we play with the perma sniper. Whereas I feel like a lot of the time it makes sense to be a little bit pickier and be like, okay, you know, if there's a situation in which we think we can have a strong hold for a period of time, then obviously the sniper really makes sense. The second you get in a position where you'll then try to retake point, like the sniper can be useful, but it makes things a little bit harder. So
it's a tough one. Anyway, the tail end of this round that we didn't get to see yet. Finally, we get to see it. There you go. 1 point going the way of big blokes, and I wonder what this next round is going to be. I wonder what... that must have been a League of Shadows pause. It has to have been. There's no chance it wasn't. So I wonder what they're going to be cooking up, what they're going to be planning here to try and finally convert this match point. You even see like a spy off-class checking out of left, or is he committing to the spy? No, okay.
Nah,
he's just checking. Just making sure. Maybe he was, I don't think he was probably checking what June is running.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm a little bit surprised not to see League of Shadows doing that, but I mean, they would know right now. They would know that Pickles does have, once again, the crits just to start off the round, and it makes sense, you know? If Max down to hit his shots, you know?
Yeah, it worked last round. Might as well try it again until it doesn't work, and if it works for you, why not continue trying it as this is a bit more of a usual product mid compared to that first one. Nothing has happened at all. The point is unlocked. People are trying to capture it out, and that crits is getting dangerously ready for Pickles already, but they're eating so much damage. Pickles is so low, and he's not yet quite cleaned up, but everybody around him he has to just run away. Everybody is dying. Zoe and Flick are just running rampage on this enemy team, just killing everybody.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that is the old issue with Kritzkrieg, because it takes a while to build it, and before then, you know, you still got to win the fight, right? Like, you still got to make things happen. So now they're going to be going full. They're going to be seeing if they can try and at least force off this Uber with their own crits. But League of Shadows is going to be aware. They're going to be playing super close. Crits has been used, and yeah, that's an Uber directly behind them. Oh, boys.
Mac manages to probably accidentally sticky jump and sink it with a rocket or something to just get himself out of harm's way to June. Does a nice little serve onto the rock as well to escape any sort of aggression by Hugo. And Dwo actually managed to get a pickaxe kill of his own for once. So yeah, beautifully done by League of Shadows. They read big blokes like an open book for that one. They knew exactly, okay, they're up on cliff. They probably running crits again. Let's just wrap around them so they can't even see us, and then just destroy them while being invincible.
Oh, speaking of destroying them, those are two really important frags. No soldiers and no demo now for League of Shadows. They don't even have their own Uber up. This is going to be League of Shadows having to back up entirely.
Yeah, and they still looking down the crits as well. Again, they've gotten better at playing around it, but when you're on the back foot like this, playing around the crits is a lot harder because you have to wait for your Uber to be ready. And if you don't use it, well, or like you get into this like kind of like game of chicken almost, right?
Yeah.
If you don't want to use it, obviously, because you can get better positioning with it later and then use it to hold the point. But if you don't use it and you get killed by a crit sticky, like this, for instance, almost happened. Only Zams dies to it at the end of the day with some sync damage by Hugo. That could have been a disaster. Thankfully, June saw it coming and right-clicked at the right time, but that could have gone very poorly had they not done it. That being said, they're losing the post-super fight because everybody has just died, and they're back at spawn building again.
Yeah, so you can see just forcing off that Uber and importantly getting that frag onto Zams right at the start was basically everything they needed.
Yeah, it was all they ever needed. Getting rid of that demo man cuts so much damage out. Even if they're all invulnerable, they won't be able to deal with what you're throwing at them. You just kite the Uber until it's gone, and now they have to break a forward hold again. Zoe's trying his best to just right-click everybody here. He's doing an okay job, gets people to back up at the very least, but Ron's crucially has been taken down already as well. There's a bomb in, and unfortunately, Jordy is just going to get juggled. A nice little pipe to connect onto the scout there as well. Zam's kind of hitting some shots right now. He's hitting a few and gets cleaned up at the end of the day. And I mean, they were probably just trying to get out, see if they can get onto Pickles or something like that, but it didn't happen. In the meantime, June is going to have an Uber ready again soon enough, but they're holding on to this point with the crits. Defenders' crits are usually the better crits, so I mean, as soon as they walk up this cliffside, they gotta be careful. Okay, they chose to send it down concrete. Finally, they see June. June sees the glowing sticky bombs flying towards it, or just right clicks, make sure that no harm will befall the team, and they're gonna be able to retake the point off the back of it. They're still behind by about 40 seconds though. And the collapse comes in by Big Blokes. So much damage cleaned up so quickly. It is absurd. There's still a scout in behind, but Zoe can't do anything by himself. It's only Flick and Duo left, and they both have to hightail out of there.
Okay, so that timing is so significant. You literally saw the second League of Shadows capped the point, they lost June, and then about a second later they lost Zams. Like, spawns that long, like that timing just sucks, man.
That's very, very bad for them. And League of Shadows kind of just struggling with it right now. Piggles, I don't think he died. Okay, he died at the start of the round once, but that's it. He hasn't died since. He still has these crits ready. They're running him again, and they're just going to be using them on AF this time, I believe. They use it on the scout. Piggles does die towards the tail end of it, but they've already done so much damage with it. June finally gets taken care of as well. It's only Flick and Zoe left. They're trying to run rampant as best they can, but they just get cleaned up. Swatted like the little mosquitoes they are to them. And Big Blokes are in control of this game right now.
They're just winning the team fights, and like it sounds like reductive to say it, but when you just win team fights consistently, the game is so much in your hands.
Piggles has opted to go back to the minigun. I guess they're like, okay, we're in the end phases now. We're down to 15 seconds on our timer. We know they're just going to keep throwing stuff at us. So if we can get an Uber going to hold this with as well, it's going to be so good for them. It's just going to depend on how well they do it. Duo's going to make his way forward on the flank, see what he can do. And they get a bit of aggression going for League of Shadows. They have to get onto this point. They know they do. They've got a bit of cap time already. They're bullying their way in. They managed to find a kill onto Piggles, which is very crucial because that means that they're going to be able to actually get this going. Never mind.
Look at this guy.
Never mind.
He just won it by himself.
I ate my words there. That was absurd. I was so sure they were just going to clean up everybody. Nah, Left just walks forward and kills like 3 people by himself.
The biggest of all of the blokes. My boy Left.
The bloke himself.
Exactly. Jesus, it is.
Proper Giza, that one. Anyway, 2-2. It is match point for Big Bloke LAN versus League of Shadows on product. I don't think anybody saw this coming. Neither of us did it at the start, considering how quickly League of Shadows came out swinging. And they're not running the crits on the side of Piggles. They're actually taking this maybe more seriously, but maybe they should have gone with the crits considering it's been working so well for them. Either way, deep bombs in immediately by the French duo, and they just mulch everybody. It's only Hugo and Jordy left. Jordy's trying to make his way forward. Flick already has him stared down, and it's only Hugo left. Unfortunately, he cannot quite get onto target, and League of Shadows are going to win the mid-fight.
Yeah, it will. A little bit dodgy looked at times, but honestly, yeah, the soldier bombs, they just got so much value, and keeping June alive, even better.
That is a beautiful little mid-fight there for them. And now they're going to be in control of the point as well. Obviously, Big Blokes are going to have a word with it. They're going to try to move forward here, but maybe it's looking a bit more like their first round again, where they're like struggling now that they're running Ubers. They don't have the crits gimmick anymore, and I mean, they got the force out at the end of the day, I guess. The sack wave was successful, but Piggles is in a pretty bad position to be in, and has to pay with his life as well. So it didn't amount to much at all.
No, okay, right. Big Bloke LAN, they need to take a second. They need to have a breather. This is going to be a little bit of an Uber disadvantage again, about 30% or so. This isn't the game running away from them just yet. But it could be if they have another fight like that.
Yeah, like if they suddenly start losing team fights again, which you just said it last round, they were winning all the team fights, now they're losing them, and they're losing them pretty decisively. It's gonna spell doom for them. A minute has ticked off of the timer for League of Shadows here. A third of the time has gone. They're trying to get onto the point, get some cap time going here, maybe see if they can catch somebody out who's overextended, but both teams being a bit conservative right now, probably just waiting on their Ubers. Unfortunately, it's going to be a lot faster for League of Shadows here. They're going to be able to just use it across the point, actually. Seeing if it can catch out Piggles. Sams jumps in, manages to hit one pipe, gets the sticky as well, but does not manage to get the final bit of damage. Piggles lives again on like 8 health and just runs out to spawn.
Jesus, that was close. That was insanely close. Literally living off the regen, but ultimately, Piggles escapes. Uber advantage now. Inside a Big Bloke LAN, they can try and walk up, taking this through would be fantastic, but if they got a commit, then so be it. 1 minute 10 left on the League of Shadows clock.
they have to get onto this point soon. They got to start taking down some of this time. League of Shadows seem to have found their way back into this. Maybe it's just the lack of crits for big blokes. They're finding frags though. They're finding the soldiers. They found Zoe as well. June is running out already with Flick. They're just making sure that they get this back to spawn. Built that Uber up. Try to get out of this repush. Zams is still in as well, fighting on Cliffside. Does quite a bit of damage, but dies ultimately, which just gives them such a delayed spawn here as well, so they're gonna have to struggle re-aggressing. Unfortunately though, because of Jordy dying, they couldn't do a forward hold outside of big blokes, so they're gonna have to contest this point a little bit more traditionally with League of Shadows already moving forward, seeing what they can do. And I mean, they want to get back onto this point as soon as possible. They know they've got an equal Uber situation now. Piggles is naturally rearing to potentially use it as well. They're just waiting for the first move to be made on either side here. And it's going to be the first move out of League of Shadows. Slightly better Uber for big blokes, but Piggles has to flash it just ever so slightly more as well, so it is at the end of the day equal. Now it's the team fight. And for the past couple of rounds that these big blokes have been winning these, not so far this round, it is going to be on whether or not they start winning these. Both soldiers bombing in deep from League of Shadows, but neither of them manages to get onto the target they want to, which is Pickles. Finally, Zoe gets that cleanup done, and crucially, Flick has still managed to keep June safe, but they are both being chased. There is
Skip.
Oh, Jordy, he gets the kill. That's all he wanted.
Oh, but Flick though, he's hitting his shots, he's fighting. Does he get another?
Oh my god.
Oh my days.
Ron's is there to help him out, but I'm pretty sure Flick would have gotten that one anyway. And they're going to be able to get the point back, but they did at least tick off half the time for big blokes. So
this is
getting tight. This is getting tight. This is going to like double overtime, guaranteed. This match is going so down to the wire. Both teams want this so bad. The big blokes had like a taste of it with Process. They realized, holy crap, we can actually win this this match, and they're going to try their absolute best to make it happen. That being said, they have to get back onto this point. They have to get the cap time, have to kill these enemy players, and well, the damage is looking in their favor, but Mac going down is going to put a bit of a wrench in their plans here. They find Ron's as a return trade, but Hugo gets taken down as well. Flick on an 8K right now, just going ham, killing everybody. Zams gets taken off on the other side, so maybe, just maybe, Big Blokes are going to be able to convert the point here, but they're not in great positions at all. They have to back
seconds.
out.
They've got a lot of cap time, which means there can be a lot of overtime, but ultimately they need to get these Ubers out the way, because this is what wastes all the time. Af goes towards point, gets a little bit more time, does force off this Uber. It's going to be pretty close, but he's looking for any other reason to try and force some more flashes or some players or something along these lines. Now, it's the all-important team fight. Walking all the way forward. Mac trying to sink some damage, getting some good damage, some great damage from these soldiers. Hugo and Jordy, they're going in, and they're stickies onto June. This is everything they want. Even with Mac going down, they need to take a second, take a breather, focus these last remaining players, and this is going to be... Oh, it's such a big opportunity for Big Blood. If they get this Uber right now, even with 1 minute 15 on the clock, if they get this Uber, it's going to be so huge. I think League of Shadows right now, they're going to want to get Zams up and they're going to want to fight before this Uber comes out. Get aggressive, start getting in the point. They're doing exactly that. A single full cap is all they need, and they're so close already. They know these blokes have to go towards the point. The frags are still going their way, though. There's so much time. They're almost capping from under their feet, but somehow the frags keep going out and out.
They're just finding all, because they're winning the team fights all the time. It's like, for some reason, the blokes, they revel in a bit of chaos, and just as soon as there's a bit of pressure on them, everybody starts hitting their shots, just mulching down the entire team. There's one more push out of the League of Shadows here. They have to dry push. They have no choice.
It's against the full Uber
as well. And it's against
a
full Uber as well. It is the most uphill battle. It is like walking up a 90-degree wall. They have to somehow do it. They get the Uber out of Pickles pretty early.
They get these two frags.
And they're just kiting it, but how well are they going to be able to do anything with 2 players down already? They don't have an Uber to respond with at all. They've got 15 seconds.
Zams goes down.
You
cannot let that happen. You cannot. This is League of Shadows playing for their tournament lives, and you can't let it happen. There's 8 seconds on the clock. Hugo goes down. Ron's finds some saving grace here. All the way in. Flick desperate to try and get this frag, but he can't even do it. Only now they go down. But guess what, buddy? 3 of your players have gone down. This is everyone going all the way forward. It is all on Zams, and it's not enough.
Big Bloke LAN have just probably done an upset that nobody was expecting. Not only did they beat League of Shadows, they did it in 2 maps.
Nuts. Absolutely nuts. What a way to do it as well. 2 rounds down on product. Cheeky little tactical pause. And like, you know what?
Secret sauce.
Secret sauce, boys.
That's all
I love
it
it, man. I love it.
Wow. Well, I don't think there's much else to talk about. We're just going to go into a quick little break, and there will be interviews afterwards. That's it from us for now. That was a beautiful match.
Incredible, incredible stuff. Massive, massive congratulations to Big Blood Clan.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Arcadia Fortress TF2 Community LAN. My name is Wandem. I am now joined by Big Bloke Clan's Lef and Af, the scout combo that just took down the League of Shadows. We painted it up here, Doey, I'm going to be honest. He might be your boy, but like, he might be your one friend, but there's two faces. He said he did not have faith in you.
Doey likes to keep it real.
Yeah?
Maybe a little unrealistic as well sometimes.
Okay.
He doesn't have much faith.
No.
When everything goes downhill, he just falls down the hill.
Yeah, okay. So tell me, how are you feeling going into this game? We painted it on the analyst desk as being, it should have been, at least in our minds, it was League of Shadow favored. How did you prepare coming into this match? Being, at least from our side, the underdogs. Did you even see yourselves as the underdogs coming into this?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah?
I'm off classing. We haven't got our main scout here who's denied access to the country. No, he was denied leaving the country. You know, all they're doing is playing the game all day and night. And I'm just, you know, coming home from work, playing a couple of hours TF2, showing up to LAN, and destroying them.
We didn't really prepare that much. We ate some souffle.
Yeah?
Well, before this game, I was eating M&Ms alone in my room.
Yep.
Came out, found Af and Jordy, went into their room, did some shots.
Yep.
Yeah.
Some energy drinks and shots.
Before that, I spent an hour on my own in the bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was just kind of chilling there. Just drinking beer alone. Completely vibing.
That was fine.
Yeah. So, your medic Piggles runs crits more than anyone else, I think, literally is the stat. He's the guy that runs crits the most. Is that a team thing, or is it just Piggles being Piggles?
Oh, it is most definitely a team thing.
Okay.
I mean, before, it was just Piggles being Piggles. He'd just pull out the Joker's crits out of nowhere. He wouldn't tell anyone. And then all of a sudden run crits. But now it's become a playstyle.
Okay. How does it change you? How does it change you? How does it impact your personality as a human being to suddenly just always be on permacrits on Viaduct?
On Viaduct? I mean, it's not that bad. We just crits our demo all the time. I don't have to. Then their soldiers bomb in, and I get flashed, and I get 3 kills. So it's not that bad.
We put the whole weight of the world on Mac's shoulders so that we can just blame him if we lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's basically how it works. And sometimes he pops off. And when Mac's popping off, we're all popping off. That's basically how it works. Hide mind.
Yeah. Was he popping off today?
Was it? I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. That was a.
Yesterday he hit a new high. I don't think we'll ever see that again.
Okay.
That was his peak.
What happened yesterday? Because it wasn't caught on stream.
We had like a string of like we had all like hard games at the start, like Witness and TF2 Easy, and then we get to our like more reasonable games, and Mac gets crits on Granary and drops a 6k on the Germans.
And he was just screaming.
Yeah, and we are just like making so much noise that Witness Gaming is complaining at us for like screaming too loudly.
Mac hit like a big air shot that one as well.
Yeah. How are you enjoying LAN overall? We're about. Let's pretend we're about halfway through. Plus minus 2/3 of the way through LAN at this point. You don't have any more games today. You're in the lower bracket round 3 tomorrow. But so far, enjoying yourselves, having a good time?
Yeah, I mean, I think I always have a good time at LAN. Apart from last LAN, I69 was a bit crap.
Yeah?
I won't play it either. But this LAN, it's gone ideal. You know, the venue's really good. You know, I like how we're all in the same room. I like how we're just wandering over to different teams, you know, things like that. You know, bars next door. I'm having a really, really good time at LAN. I didn't think it'd be as good when I had to get placed on Scout. I thought I'd have, like, I'd just be miserable, you know? Like every game I'm just doing crap, but I've been doing really well.
Yeah, you've been popping off.
Yeah.
Turns out Scout's easiest class in TF2.
Yeah.
Left would definitely agree with that.
I've been doing all the things that my Scouts that I play with can't do.
Oh, yeah.
You want to name names?
It turns out they're all easy. Yeah, Snow, Vanna, Af, Yeehaw Season 32.
Damn, that list goes far.
Just check my ETFL history and look at the Scouts.
I've had a good time, although the hangovers are a bit annoying.
Yeah?
Yeah, I woke up today, I still have a headache. Recovered from it just in time for the games, I guess. But I was like, before this game specifically, I was just like, dead. I really, really did not want to play.
Our team had 0 vibe all of today. When we played, we lost to the Czechs, and then it was just 0 vibe for the rest of the day until that match.
We were in the restaurant, just like me and Jordy were both just dead.
How did you change that? What changed? Because Doey was also talking about you guys having 0 vibes, and then somehow you come into the game, you're winning. When did the vibes change? Was it before the game? Was it during the game? What happened?
It was when we won process. Because when we played League of Shadows, was it yesterday?
Yeah.
We basically lost every mid pretty much, and then after mid we lost last. So we basically said, right, we're not going to lose the mids anymore, because when we didn't lose the mids, we would then win like the other TF2 parts, you know, the
Yeah.
pushing into seconds, things like that. So we just thought we're not going to lose mids, make sure we don't lose them, and we'll probably win process. And then once we win process, we knew, you know, that we could. I mean, product, we'd never played product before, but I reckon we still had a good chance on it. And then when it became real, I think that's when the vibe fully turned on.
So looking ahead for tomorrow's game, you guys are in the lower bracket round 3. You're going to be facing the winner of Chirachi and the Germans. I hope they've started. They probably haven't. I'm going to be honest. Like the Germans are so slow. Who would you rather face?
The Germans.
Why?
I don't know. I feel like it was a lot easier than the Czechs.
It just feels right.
Okay. Do you think Mac is going to get another 6K if you face the Germans?
I hope
Hopefully.
so.
Okay. Well, I hope you get a 6K as well. I'm going to be honest, because I'm going to be casting that, and I want to see some big plays from big blokes, the fun guys at LAN. But I am told, I'm being yelled at in my ear to throw it to a break any moment now. So when we come back, we've been watching the shitters play all day, my friends. We've watching all these Prem teams. Oh, they wouldn't even place above mid-Prem. Finally, we have 2 good teams. TF2 Easy are playing Witness Gaming in the upper bracket final. As last time, we saw them play yesterday. No one won. It was 0-0. This time, we have Golden Caps. We have Koth. Surely, it'll be a little bit more decisive. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, TF2 Easy Witness Gaming. I don't know how to wrap this up at this point. I'm losing my mind. J-Max Chill, producer, please cut me off right now.
Hey, welcome back to the Arcadia Fortress content. We are covering our upper bracket finals, which is going to be TF2 Easy versus Witness Gaming. Was there any doubts? Probably not. I've got 2 wonderful gamers here. I've got Mac, and we've also got Doey here. 2 famous faces in the world of Europe, TF2. Stop shaking your head, Doey. We know who you are. Nah.
Infamous, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
For me.
okay, well, what accolade would you give yourself? What title would you give?
Most improved rager.
Most improved rager. Yeah, that's good. That's good. What about you, Mac? What title would you settle yourself on?
Luckiest Prem winner.
Luckiest Prem winner. All right, boys. So I brought you on because you've played against these 2 teams here and there and everywhere when it comes to the grand space of EU. Is TF2 Easy versus Witness Gaming. Straight off the bat, I just want you to kind of set the scene for people out there that may not be in the know of an upper bracket final and what it's like. Is this an actual important match between these 2 teams, or are they still not caring because there's that safety net of the lower bracket?
I mean, I think it's absolutely important. Like, you want to come in top bracket. There's got to be a top bracket advantage of some
there is.
sort.
You get the first 2 bans.
But there you go. Yeah, like, even if it's not a whole map advantage, like, you're playing for every advantage at this level. So, and both teams have like high standards. They don't care about like sort of ego checking, being like, we can always get in anyway. They wanna do things properly.
Yeah.
So
Joey,
I kind of agree.
Yeah, if you were a team leader and you've got you've got these 2 map bans at the start of a best of 5 thing, is that juicy enough for a upper bracket win?
I think actually it's a massive advantage in this specific matchup, because I think these 2 teams, we're going to see them in the grands as well, based on how everything's going. Maybe an upset. Maybe. Only team to get a round of Witness Gaming so far at LAN.
I don't know.
Just saying.
I don't know.
Maybe. But the difference in how the teams want to play is massive. I think you'll see if Witness Gaming get the bans, I know what they're going to ban. And if TF2 Easy get the bans, I think I also know what they're going to ban.
Yeah.
And they are completely different maps.
Well, look at this man. He's teasing. He's like, I know what they are. You'll never know.
Yeah, speak up. What's the prediction?
Okay, prediction, fine. Okay.
Oh.
Witness Gaming ban Gully and Metal.
Let me write this down.
And TF2 Easy probably ban Koth, both the Koth maps.
Both the Koth maps. Yeah,
I think that completely changes how it goes, because I think Witness Gaming want to play both Koth maps.
Are you guys on good scrimming terms with both of these teams? Have you actually been scrimming these teams at all, Mac?
It's the opposite. It's bad scrimming terms with one of them.
Oh, right.
That was in the past. Now I'm not on their level. I'm a lowly Div 1 player.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. But I guess you might know these teams a bit
Yeah,
more
yeah,
just from the
obviously,
scrim
yeah.
aspect. So I've heard, for the grapevine that Witness love a Koth map right now. They love playing Koth.
They always have.
What bit them when it came to these Koth maps? Was it the Americans beating them? They're like, actually, these Koth maps pretty cool.
Even before the Americans, like they've always like excelled at Koth. They play it a lot better than most other European teams, pretty much. I think they're more dominant on Koth than like Seven were at Koth, for example. I would say that like, comfortably, like because Seven were only like winning on Koth because they were the best team, not because they were actually that great at Koth. They got upset by that Nunya team, like stuff like that. They're not Seven weren't that great at Koth.
No, let's not downplay Nunya. Let's see.
Yeah, true.
Just saying.
Crayon sniping. I like that.
Why don't you see many teams like actually get into the nitty gritty of Koth like here, Dowie? Is it just too much of an awkward thing? Does it actually take another map to justify that much work on a map type?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. And also, Koth is actually really easy, especially product when you know how it works. It's like you've only got like 4 things to do, but doing them is hard.
Yeah.
And knowing which one to do when faster than the other team is also hard.
Yeah. Now, as much as I'd like to talk about the Koth podcast here, there's 2 teams. They could pick out. It could be literally anything, and who knows? Dowie might be wrong. But we'll pretend and live in that timeline for a mere moment. But okay, I want you to picture that Mama's Turbo's here. She's watching the stream. She doesn't know how TF2 Easy plays. She doesn't know how Witness Gaming plays. So just sum up for the average TF2 person, what is the difference between these two and how do they play? Mac, help us out here.
Witness, they're dynamic. People like to say that they slow the game down or they stalemate out the rounds. They do what, in my mind, this is how I think about them. I think, and it's gonna sound a bit, I don't know, like fangirly, but I think they play like the situation like correct. Like they have a sort of objective stance on the game, and they take the best play for the scenario. Like they don't worry so much about play style or like expression or like all this other like weird stuff that's kind of made up. They play the situation for what it is. Like if they're in a disadvantageous position, they'll play the thing that gives them like the highest % chance, even though it's still like stacked against them.
Would they ever do the dishonorable play? That was. Would they ever do anything that's dishonorable if it won them the game? Would you say?
Yeah. But most teams should. Even TF2 Easy would. Both teams would. Every team at this level would, for sure.
You should.
You should.
Yeah.
That's how you win, is by taking every advantage, right?
Yeah.
That's why there was tack pauses last game.
Yeah.
Very nice. That's what we want to see. Use everything you've got.
What about TF2 Easy, Dowie? Have they changed it all? Or are they the still same lovable TF2 Easy that just kind of go balls to the wall with it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's they play together for years now, I think. Like that whole group.
Only the med changes.
Only the med, but honestly,
that's a good point.
There's no difference.
All right,
the med changes. Like Auto's slotted in perfectly.
Oh no,
really.
no difference at all. So if you had to choose, though, that's why I brought you on to break friendships.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Why not? I'll do anything.
Cry.
I'll say anything.
I love. Now this is a man you want on TV. All right, make people cry. Seeds or Auto.
Seeds was really good when he was grinding the game.
This is diplomatic already.
But then, well. Yeah, when you grind the game, you get better. That's how it goes. But then, when your hours go down and you prioritize other things, you get worse at the game. That's how it happens with everything. So right now, Auto, but Seeds has his way of playing, and Auto has his way, and it's very different, to be honest. It may look similar, but Seeds does all basic things.
That's a good stamp. That's a Dowie Medic main stamp approval there, isn't it?
Yeah, I guess, yeah. So it's close. Seeds does all basic things perfect, and that's why he's good. But then he also... I don't think he melded properly with how Josh wants to play the game. Because obviously, think of Josh, you think of Lego, think of Condom, and you think like how he dies in ridiculous situations.
Yeah.
That's because of how the team was playing. It wasn't him as a player. He
Yeah.
could just not do that. But Josh makes your medic do that.
Yeah.
So it's like that, I guess.
I'm not sure if you guys have been paying attention, but Witness were doing this thing in the group stages where they didn't pick the map bans, picks and bans at all. They just went to the team and like, hey, pick whatever you want and all this stuff. They met already, obviously, in the group stage. It took like an hour, apparently, for TF2 Easy to pick Gully Wash. Didn't quite work out and all this. These map picks and bans now, do you think they'll keep doing this in the upper bracket final?
No way.
No.
I think now they're going to treat it like a scrim, like a proper practice. I think both the teams really want to win, not just for the advantage, but for like, yeah, haha,
Yeah.
we beat you.
Did that happen to your team, Mac? When
Yeah, they said take what you want.
like
Oh, you mean, sorry.
what sort of effect does that have if you're like a team and you get that to you? Is it just a mind game or?
No, I mean, we're on friendlier terms with them. I thought it was just for us. We were the first team to play them as well. I'm being serious.
No, they treat everyone
and
the
then later
same.
on, and then later, yeah, I only found out later on. Obviously, you know, I'm on friendly terms with them. I understand that it's them, like, you know, being like, yeah, take what you want, we'll play it.
I feel bad now. I bet it's like, oh, that's so nice of him. Really, it was supposed to be a mind game to get in your
No,
head.
I don't think it gets in your head, but it's like, I think it's planned. It's like to like obfuscate like what their map preference is for the parts of the like LAN that matters more, which is this.
Yeah. Oh well. Speaking of, we've actually got the map picks right here and there. So please. I'm sorry, production. There wasn't a cough map in any of that. There must be. It must be some kind of issue. But apparently, they said Reckoner,
Metal Snake.
So I've
Excuse
actually
me, Dowie. What
got
happened?
a quick question. What's how does pick bans work? Is it ban, 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 ban? Pick?
Yeah, I think that. Yeah,
Or is it
that's
ban,
I
ban,
can get
pick,
it up
pick,
on my
ban,
phone
ban,
real
pick?
quick.
Yeah, you
if
can do.
that's-
You
if
can do.
that's
Yeah, I'm sure that
allowed,
looks.
if that's
I'm sure that
kosher,
looks
'cause I
kosher.
just
Don't
did
worry,
the
this
pick
isn't the
ban.
pub quiz. You can Google things now if you must.
Because
But
that would be if it's the first one where it's
So,
4 bans.
that's interesting, though.
That's
No,
probably why
no
they got-
King of the Hill maps. I guess those advantages haven't kicked in about like the banning system and whatnot. But with 2 King of the Hill maps, that means they could have really played a King of the Hill if they wanted to. Why do you think they changed their mind about that at all, Dowie?
Depends on how the system is, I guess. But TF2 Easy have also still been playing Koth this line as well.
I see.
So I know Witness Gaming are confident on it. They will pick it if they want to. But maybe I'm not sure.
Fair play.
But I'm still more surprised to see Metal being played. I guess Witness Gaming haven't played it yet at LAN, and so they kind of want to give it a go.
I think don't TF2 Easy like that map.
I think so as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So odds are was their pick.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe maybe that's like their thing.
Enlighten us, Mac.
It definitely is their pick because Team B is the better team. They get the first map pick, which would have been Witness, higher seed. Assuming they took Team B, which they should have.
Yeah.
So that means Metal is most likely TF2 Easy's pick.
Okay. Oh, there you go. That's it. It's been whispered into our
Interesting then.
ear.
There's a lot of bands.
So,
yeah.
I mean, it was said so quickly in sequence, I completely went over me, but the relevant people got it in the end. All right, so we know the map picks and bans. Is there such things as a secret strat in TF2 lands? Do you think there's something that both of these teams are holding on, even at this point here, say, Mac?
Yeah, I reckon. Like, my team doesn't really get to these points, or teams that I've been on at lands. We don't also like play it to this level or study it like that deep. Like we're a pug team for this LAN. We switched the soldier main to scout last second because of these issues. Like we're not on the same sort of level, but teams definitely like I know that these 2 teams like keep stuff. They have to.
Is that actually something that shows any effectiveness, Dowie? Is there even any examples that of people bringing out these secret strats in TF2's history?
Yeah, there's secret strats. I don't remember which LAN it was.
That's
but
quite alright.
Starkey goes spy to mid on a golden cap.
Oh wow!
And then it's like he gets the medic from it, and I think that was against Full Tilt or something.
Yeah,
like ages
yeah,
ago.
that was.
And that was like the secret strat they had in their back pocket for LAN finals. So I wouldn't doubt that these teams have something. Nasboy, some sneaky sticky traps.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Or like maybe some interesting developments in playstyle.
Excellent, excellent. Well, it's been a pleasure having you boys. Thank you very much for helping me alongside with the rest of Twitch chat to understand these 2 teams better. We will throw it over to our casters now, ready to take away on your first upper bracket final game.
Thank you so much, TurboTabs, for introducing us like that. Wandam and Bumfries here to bring you into the upper bracket final between TF2 Easy and Witness Gaming. We casted them play yesterday.
Yep.
The best of 1 on Gully Wash. It went all 30 minutes and neither team got a round. We sort of talked about it at the time. We said both of these teams walk away from that best of 1 feeling like they should have won. I talked to both of them after the game. They both think they should have won.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was such a close game. Obviously, for TF2 Easy in particular, there were some very obvious chances to win. And coming into today, obviously yesterday, Witness did their weird throwing a screw, hammer in the works, and just let a TF2 Easy ban whatever or pick whatever they want. Obviously today we're going through the actual more rigid pick ban system, and I've actually got the veto up here. So the first ban from Witness was to get rid of that gully that they played yesterday, obviously bending from the norm of what they did at iSeries of permering metal. So that allowed TF2 Easy to get this first metal pick in.
Yeah, because it is something that we just didn't see them play at iSeries. They were banning it the whole event. Finally, we got Metalworks picked in the finals in a best of 5, and Cadus was on the desk saying that if it makes it to Metalworks, Froyo were probably going to win.
Yeah, I mean, it would have been over,
map.
absolutely. I mean, that was just, the map pools come into effect so much, and particularly, as Doi was mentioning, like, Witness do like Koth maps, so them having that deeper map pool for this bracket run, obviously Koth being removed in the day 1 of the event, that does make it a little easier for them. Obviously, Morale's first ban in this pick ban was Bagel, had to get rid of one of those Koths at least, but we do get Metal coming through in the end. They just do not want to repeat that gully after what we saw happen yesterday.
But then we get Witness on Reckoner, which we did see yesterday in the group stage versus the Swedes. And I think it was the fastest game of the tournament. It took them maybe 10 minutes to roll them 5-0. Insanely dominant. The Swedes couldn't do anything. I don't think they saw the second point.
They really got us back on schedule. No, yeah, they did not. They just got rolled over instantly. So Reckoner, definitely one of the maps they prefer up there with Koth. They definitely proved that yesterday. So that's going to be an exciting one. And do remind me of our third map. Should we get to it?
Snakewater.
Okay, that's interesting. Obviously, the cozy Witness hold on last, something to talk about. They did have a close game on it at iSeries. Am I remembering that correctly between TF2 Easy and Witness?
They did. They also had a close game in the finals of VTF12 Season 42. They also played Snakewater, and it was the first time we saw Witness playing very slowly. I think that was the sort of match where we saw both teams really play to the rule set, and all the Europeans were kind of sitting there shaking our heads. And then afterwards, when we were doing Insomnia 69 pre-LAN interviews, and the Americans, Froyotech, I had multiple members of Froyotech tell me in the pre-I69 interviews, you're out there, you know who you are, that it was the worst grand final they had ever watched. And then they kept flaming us for playing that way. Well, at iSeries. Hello, bot mode.
all right. Keep it under wraps. You can take all your rage out at the bar later. But this is going to be a very interesting best of 3 because theoretically, this should be both teams very, very easily taking their map pick into a third map that's way more up in the air.
Yeah, I think so. I think specifically Reckoner as well, we have to favor it for Witness Gaming. The way that they play it, I think it also just fits them so well. I was talking to Solentis after the game, and he was talking about how after they lost to Froyotech, they kind of went into Season 43 feeling a bit more like they had to unlock sort of a bit more of an aggro playstyle. We've seen how effective it was for most of LAN. But then apparently they said themselves, Witness Gaming cope of why they should have won that map was that they just didn't commit to the aggression enough. They sort of fell back a little bit more in the passive playstyle. They didn't commit to what they'd been practicing. They didn't take, as he put it, they didn't take the first step off of the cliff and sort of fell into the abyss, the chaos. I think if you want to play aggressive, Reckoner can be really good for it, but I think likewise, I mean, we're Europeans. We have some PTSD on Reckoner. There's a certain LAN finals on Reckoner that we would rather forget. I myself as well. I've been witness to an hour-long Reckoner game.
Yeah. Well, I think, first of all, I want to talk about Metalworks, that being the first map actually in the pool. And I think Witness did try to work on it since LAN. They didn't want to be having to rely on a permit, especially with the weighted ban system that you get from upper bracket finals. That's what really screwed them versus Froyo. If they were even to get that far, obviously losing to Froyo screwed them versus Froyo more. But having to rely on a permaban, whereas Froyo can just play any 7 maps in the pool. They didn't really want that. So they have worked on Metal, but TF2 Easy have been pretty Metal heavy in the past. I don't know whether Witness will be actually up to the task of taking that one off of them.
I think it should be interesting, but I think first of all, we should talk a little bit more about Reckoner. We saw it versus Duplo yesterday, where Witness Gaming kind of took it in very convincing fashion. What is it about or about Witness, rather, that make them so good at this map? I know Pappy and Thomas have both said that even going back to when they were called Faint, back to when they were called Swift, they used to love this map. What is it about this map that plays into them so well?
I don't really know because I haven't seen much of them on it other than that League of Shadows game. And, I mean, it's as easy as it can get. In the League of Shadows game, they're just rolling off of mid every single time. They are insta-killing June in that case, or getting onto the med and then playing around their own med well. They get full ads, they convert the full ads onto last. It's a very, very easy last to convert consistently with those full advantages. You've got one spawn door to lock and then the biggest point in the world to play as you take your Uber over to the other side. So it's a super easy map to just convert quick rounds off if you are winning those mids, and Witness are winning those mids.
They are indeed. I think some of it has to come down to the soldier bombs. I think Reckoner's a different style of play for Soldier in that it's very flat, but you get a lot of interesting bombs and there's a lot of interesting positions to hide in. But this also opens us up because I think, I mean, at least for me, the stars of the event for TF2 Easy have been Gazzy, have been Nubby. If there's a Soldier in Prem, I think even more than Silentus, that I trust to do some crazy stuff, like some wacky hiding spots, some weird strats, it's probably going to be Nubby.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely. I'd say I trust him to do the weird stuff more than Sil. I'm not going to go as far as to say he's the better Soldier, obviously. I'm Sil till I die on that front. But yeah, Nubby is clearly the playmaker that they kind of rely on over here on TF2 Easy. Definitely the flashier, more mechanically advanced Soldier compared to Josh, who's like the real true driving force of the team, yelling at everyone. Yeah. And the other thing I want to talk about is Nasboy, is that he had some pretty good Ubers yesterday on Gully Wash, just putting out huge damage when he was bombing forwards, whereas the Witness Ubers seemed a little bit more lackluster when they were trying to just early pop and catch points, catch as many players as they could. TF2 Easy were escaping very well from that, whereas Nasboy was farming people in those small doors.
And Reckoner is a map where it's actually pretty hard to get out if an Uber comes in, especially if you're holding second. A very fast demo bomb Ubered in onto your team. If you're sitting around point, it can be really difficult to escape that. It can. I think I also, as much as we're setting this up as a little bit of a Soldier playground, I also think more than a Soldier playground, I think Reckoner is a demo man playground. Because it is kind of flat, there's so many weird angles where rockets can't necessarily spam over crates, but they can. You can shoot a sticky and it kind of arcs, you know, over to the other side. The demo can do so much work.
Yeah, I mean, the mid-fights are going to be very important indeed on Reckoner, and those are going to be the players to watch. The Soldiers in the demos in particular, Sil and Pappy's double bombs yesterday were crazy good. They're just popping people into the air and shoot the ground as soon as they land. Like, it's easy enough. That's all you have to do. As for the TF2 Easy side of things, have you seen them play Reckoner at all?
Probably at some point. I mean, they've been together for such a long time,
I mean, they
but
must
I do
have,
not remember them at all, actually.
I can't think of a single game from them on this map, so that's going to be an interesting one that maybe there could be some counter-stratting available for TF2 Easy. There's very little history for their games on this, whereas they can look up what Witness have been doing in scrims, they can look up what Witness did in their official yesterday and see if they have something against that.
Do you think, how likely do you think, we're talking about this a little bit on the desk, how likely is it that we see some counter-stratting, some hitting strats, now that we're getting to the later stages of the tournament? They're right now playing for their spot in the grand finals.
I think very, very likely, especially both of these teams coming through the upper bracket. They've had a lot more time off. The lower bracket games have been happening all day. There's been delays all over the place. And because all those lower bracket teams have been playing each other, TF2 Easy and Witness have been waiting around. They don't really have anyone to scrim other than when they have to turn up to their official and just roll the other teams. So they've definitely had prep time. I know for a fact that before our feet even touched the ground after casting those games yesterday in the LAN hall, both of them had the demo open of the Gully Wash official. So they've definitely had a look through that. They've definitely going to be thinking about this veto all day. And they've presumably both predicted what each other would do quite well. It was pretty obvious, at least to Genius Doey on the desk, what was going to go down. So I do think that there's counter-strat potential for sure.
For sure. I think something else that we can bring up is the possibility of off-classing on Reckoner, because it is a map that actually does have a lot of decent sniper angles. We've seen a sniper come out of Witness, but I feel like on TF2 Easy is more focused, right? If you're going to see a sniper out of TF2 Easy, 99% of the time, it's going to be on Nubby. Very rarely do we see a Kunu sniper, but on Witness...
Yesterday we did, though.
We did.
And I don't know whether it's something about it being LAN, but it feels like, and I could just be taking this from such a small sample size that I'm talking out my ass, but it feels like they put morale on Sniper a lot more on LAN, leave Nubby up on projectiles, whether that's projectile buff on LAN or Nubby not having his cheats installed on LAN for Sniper. I don't know what it is, but yeah, morale definitely someone to watch out for on Sniper on this map.
Yeah, it can be really scary actually for the Sniper here. I think we're still rating. Okay, never mind. I was about to complain that the teams aren't readying up, and then I've been told that we're live in 5 seconds.
Well, yeah,
so
we've been waiting for item servers, so thank you, Valve. We didn't want to see everyone playing this mid out with the shotgun. Here we go, your upper bracket final, TF2 Easy versus Witness. Winner goes straight to the final with those sweet ban advantages. The loser will await them in the lower bracket tomorrow.
So rolling out onto middle, it's going to be the demos arrives pretty much immediately, but Nasboy dropping down a little bit lower than his opponents, but the soldier bombs out of TF2 Easy are immediate onto the enemy side, and a kill onto Domo is exactly what they need on TF2 Easy. Auto going down though is not what they need. Happy traded across as well. Decent start. Ixie's taking a fight on the flank, but he's just taken down instead. Everyone is going down on both teams, but it's the health advantage, the player advantage for TF2 Easy as they roll Witness Gaming and wipe them and take the first mid.
And critically, Mula just killbinds at the end there. He didn't believe he had the time to get out. In fact, he dies on the enemy side of mid. He thought he was escaping for a second. He's in enemy territory. He can't hang around there. So he just instantly killbinds. And actually, that's TF2 Easy taking the first mid on what we were just hyping up to be such a Witness-favored map. So this is an interesting start to the game. Auto with a very, very small advantage, but not enough to call anything substantial. Morale actually goes in when they just try the dry push through Toxic there. He's going to get taken down by Syl and Witness. They already want to aggress. They want to run off this one-pick advantage. They get all the way in through lower. There's so much space here. Soldier bomb forwards from Pappy, and Syl just gets onto the med from the other side. Everyone is looking at lower. Syl flanks in from behind, gets that kill. There's still players going down, and an attempted chaos backcap from Nubby and Gazzy. ×2 on both points here. Nubby's going to get cleaned up. Gazzy is not long for this world, but the delay is everything, just bringing players back. Now mid-point can get blocked. Domo's going to get taken down by the spawner of Morale.
That's such a nice play from Morale. He cannot fight this, of course. There's an Ubered Scout. There's not an Ubered Scout, there's a buff Scout sitting there on the middle. But that kill onto Domo is huge because now the spawners are going to come up for TF2 Easy. It's an Uber charge advantage here for Mula, and you actually see Witness. They're just running in through lower already, taking a lot of this space into Toxic, but it's one kill onto Ixie coming in before the fight has even begun. Witness Gaming do not want to pop this on second. They want to take this Uber advantage all the way into last, make sure that they do not take any damage when they walk in through top, when they walk in through right, when they walk in through main here, as they are just setting up so far. The Uber charge advantage is about 50%, and Mora Lexi and Morale is on that Sniper. But there we go. The Uber's now coming in for Witness Gaming as Sticky's on point to pop. The sentry gun is taken down. The heavy is now out, but it's a kill onto Josh. And there's so many red players on the point. Domo does so much damage with the Stickies. And Witness Gaming turn around in mid-fight. They take control of the last point, and they take a 1-0 lead very quickly, actually. Only 2.5 minutes there.
Yeah, just completely swapping that map around after the mid-fight loss, doing exactly what they need to do on the last. Just, it's way, way too big of a point for you to cover it all with Stickies, and Toe just cleans off the nearest one and is playing it instantly. Everyone else able to walk over, of course, with that full Uber advantage, nice and easy. We'll see if Witness changed something up for this mid there. They did get onto auto early, but then they were just taking so much damage. Josh, with the bomb this time, lands in enemy cargo. The bomb from Nubby actually lands onto Mula, pops him up in the air, but doesn't find the kill. Naspo and Josh have both gone down in the meantime, but the aggression from the scouts of TF2 Easy, they are all over this mid. Auto's not actually able to connect to anyone right now, but they're taking the frags anyway. Now we end up in a weird 3v3 fight at the end of this one. Demo Scout, Medic for both teams. Morale taking the 1v1 up on the high ground, but does get Stickies away.
Nubby bombs in there out of Toxic, actually chooses to not bomb onto the enemy crate. He had an angle, maybe potentially, but now the Uber's just coming out of Mula here. Auto doesn't have, he's only 80%. He's trying to dodge, he's 30 HP. Somehow, he's getting out of cargo. And now Mula and Tomas, Domo all die. It's 3 down. TF2 Easy, they have an Uber charge. They don't even have to pop it. Somehow Auto lives.
That is unbelievably clutch from Auto. Here comes the soldier sack. It's not over yet. He does get the first rocket, but can't follow it up. He gets the force instead. It's completely good enough, as they are going to completely wipe Witness Gaming. The spawns are up, but eventually TF2 Easy win this mid-fight. It has been evened up by those sacks right at the very end, but TF2 Easy are going to be able to take so much map control from this.
It takes so much map control. They get to set themselves up on second. The Uber charges are even. Not taking lobby, but choosing to set up on second instead. The fireworks are coming out. We're only barely getting started. We've got a map, potentially 2 more coming up as well.
I cannot believe Auto managed to live there. It was such a nice heads-up play from Witness to notice that small ad. They must have just been building better throughout the mid-fight. Obviously, Auto got separated for a good few seconds of it on the other side of the bridge. So Witness, whether through the head or just through clever counting, managed to find that one, but just do not commit well enough onto Auto. Just beef those last few shots. And now, obviously, we have the Sniper and the NG up on last. Toes taking an angle towards 5.
Yeah, this is when the Sniper, the engineer comes up, and this is when Reckoner last gets a push. The Sentry Gun denies so much. In the past, we've seen Ali do a cheeky little bomb in through main. But instead, it's going to be Domo finding a cheeky little pipe onto Nasboy. Nubby tries to bomb in as well, but the Sentry Gun still automatically kills you. It's a bit like having a certain French player on your team who just kind of shoots down whatever is in the air perfectly every single time.
You never get tired of this joke,
Nope.
do you?
Always, always. As Josh, he's sitting really close actually. The aggression's coming out of Witness Gaming. It's just Thomas running forwards, and he gets the force.
Oh no, they dropped
Auto,
Thomas.
but he gets dropped, and now Happy's dead as well.
Look,
This
they
push
kept
is
so
not
hard.
going well. It's a disaster for Mula, because he's getting juggled back. Happy Silentas are both down. It's all onto Domo. He has to do so much damage with these pipes here. Bombing in onto point is him, but there's a scout on him, there's a soldier on him, and there's not anyone to hold it. TF2 easy capitalize on the mistakes of Witness.
It's absolutely way too cocky from Witness. I mean, they did a great job to get out of lower. Thomas was in super deep solo and manages to force Auto off so much earlier. Mula thinks, haha, look at these guys, aren't they the fools? But that is the one critical thing you cannot do is milk it just that little bit too long. You drop the scout, you can't get out, you're not running fast enough, juggled in the door, your whole team gets wiped off of it, and that is a very unsuccessful trade for Witness Gaming, now equalizing the game.
Equalizing the game as we run into the middle once again. 1-1, both teams are back dead even here as the bombs come out so quick from both sides. Nubby can't get all the way forwards, but the cleanup onto Pappy is big, but Ixie gets an even bigger one with a kill onto Auto. Now, the rest of TF2 Easy, they have to get forwards, have to swarm onto Mula, and he's just running all the way out of Toxic, making sure that he stays alive. TF2 Easy, they still have the Frenchman in their sights here. They're rotating over towards Cargo. They're looking for a refight here with the huge Uber charge advantage.
Yeah, it's just so easy to keep your med alive in those situations. On this mid particular, you get him out Toxic, everything you know is going to be coming from ahead of you in a straight line. Nice flat ground is so easy, and now they are able to play this advantage back into mid, but Nubby with the force does stop things in their tracks, and now Auto's going to be in control of the Ubers.
Yeah, Auto has an Uber charge advantage here. This is when the Uber charge, sort of the ad, just starts ping-ponging back and forth, right? Both teams trying to take in trades and not really being able to capitalize on, or just to be able to generate advantages that are big enough. And killing Nubby is nice, but you're not going to be able to push into second off of it, especially in a map like Reckoner, where the chokes are so small. Makes it a lot harder for you to actually get in. Now Auto, 100% Uber, sitting in Cargo already. As TF2 Easy, they pop in immediately through Cargo. They don't want to drop anyone. But with this gaming, they actually send 2 players in behind her. Silentis is in lower, and he's been dealt with. Now, Ixie as well, just runs in through Toxic. He gets spotted! Nubby walks straight past him. They finally have to go back because Ixie's just backcapping. This is buying so much time here for Witness Gaming. Ixie's cleaned up, but it lets Witness take middle. They stay on point, and because the Uber charge came in, they didn't get anything. Now it's Mula with 100 ad.
Yeah, it's not a flip-flop anymore. TF2 Easy never got control of mid. Now this is just straight up Uber advantage in second, but TF2 Easy, they're trying to fight this anyway. They are going straight into an Uber, and they do so much damage to Domo. It's going to have to get forced off eventually. Nubby and Gazzy both going to get taken down, and they do try and chase this Uber through Cargo. There's a soldier here, very low HP, that could get taken down. Domo's just missing the pipes, though. Josh somehow managing. He does manage to get taken down right at the very end. 80% for Auto, but he's in the spawn door. Second is not capped. They cannot be playing this point yet. There's a forward bomb onto Mula, onto Morale, sorry. Auto, he has no one to build off of. They don't even get the Uber in time. If Morale plays that inside the spawn door, they build a little bit more. They can actually block the point there, but they just get completely locked down by that soldier bomb.
This is such a good example of how fast a Reckon round could go just completely out of control. Suddenly, instead of being on second trying to push forwards, you're just in your own last 2 up, and you're just about to lose. There really just wasn't any point presence there for TF2 Easy. Coming into this mid-fight once again, Camos, they both roll out Cargo. Or Nasboy rolls out Toxic, Domo rolls out Cargo. And then the soldier bombs, they're setting up this time. They're not bombing immediately, but they're still setting ready to go. There we go. Nubby now up ahead as well. So much damage comes forward onto Mula. A lot of damage onto Thomas, actually, but it's also getting taken down, and so is Morale. Yes, there's a kill onto Pappy and Celentes, but you take that any day of the week if you are TF2 Easy here. Losing Auto is big, though. Witness, they keep Thomas left alive with Mula. They're on the enemy's second here, running in through Toxic. Somehow they have to get out here. You can see TF2 Easy, they're posturing on middle. They don't want to give this up. They want to at least get the force out. The soldier's bombing him top, and he does get it. Josh now gets that forward force out. Witness Gaming, they're back on mid, but so are TF2 Easy.
Nubby's all the way in behind as well. This is going to be a remid, and they don't know about Nubby behind. This is going to be a pincer onto the top of point here, or they just back off. They're actually going to just let Nubby make a solo play. There's one player on point. Now, if they know that a scout is capping, that's going to make Nubby's sack a hell of a lot easier. So ×2 on the point now. Nubby's still in behind in enemy lower. He's just biding his time. He doesn't want to go quite yet, waiting for those Ubers to come up.
Now, charge full comes out. It's 95% for Auto. Talking just to see around the corner here. Mula, it's only 80%. You can see Witness have to be careful now because the bomb is in out of Nubby and does not get the medic. But in the meantime, Auto does get the force out. He just doesn't have an Ubercharge anymore. And suddenly, once again, we're playing ping pong because the enemy team, Witness, they have so much advantage. But Pappy goes down. Nasboy with a really nice bomb does so much damage to Witness. Forces out the Uber. They want to keep chasing this, but it's 2 soldiers down here for TF2 Easy. They're in on a second. They have to deal with the bomb that's coming across here. A nice rocket out of Celentes. Auto taken down as well. And now everyone on TF2 Easy, they're falling. Nasboy's 2 HP. He's on last. 3 dead. No medic. Barely any demo man. And Witness, they're running in through lobby. Nubby down as well. They should be converting this into a round. There is a Josh hiding. Does a lot of damage here and actually finds the kill onto Mula. That's no heals for Witness, but they're still pushing in. There's so much cap time and so much damage. It's 3-1 for Witness.
Look at how fast that round falls apart from one very small mid-play on mid. Think about what could have been from that flank from Nubby, but instead, TF2 Easy, they push from the front first instead of letting Nubby spring his trap. They use off the Uber early because they get forced, and by that time, Witness already knows they have to retreat, and because they're retreating, the Nubby bomb does absolutely nothing. He's just like any other sack at that point and gets cleaned up very easily as they're holding S from him. If there's a bit better communication between TF2 Easy, that fight goes completely differently. They just crunch Witness there on mid, but that is not the case, and Witness instantly capitalize off it. Here comes a huge bomb in from Sil and Pappy. They do find Auto instantly. Morale's going to go down too. Now they bomb back, trying to take their own medic. Mula does get taken down at the very end. It's a 3v4. Witness in control of the pick so far. Nubby, though, bombing in, trying to clean up. There's a scout and a soldier he has to fight. Tries to go for the airshot, but does not quite hit it out. And now it's a 2v1. Nubby in lower. They know about him, and they've damaged him. Pops him up in the air. Happy, though, gonna get taken down. He has to 1v1 Thomas now. He's in on second, going for the pack here.
It's getting... No, okay, thank God. I thought Nubby was actually
it's
trying to take the
it's
shot.
probably just going to be another remid. Like, Thomas can't play the point for any longer here. That's the thing about it being on the low ground. Unlike any other map, we're just going to see a mid-fight repeat. And TF2 Easy actually have all the space because they're slightly faster spawners. They are doing a hell of a lot of damage here from Nasboy over towards people on Toxic. Nubby, though, is so low. He's going to need a bow before he can do anything. They are trading frags now. Mula getting popped up and does get taken down by the rocket from Nubby. TF2 Easy needs to keep their medic alive now. There's still 4 players of Witness to worry about, and Nasboy has already escorted Auto to safety.
All the way back onto last tier, Witness Gaming. Even though they're down in medic, you see they get the first cap, they get the mid cap. Now they're also just getting the second cap. Thomas was already there. They want to take as much space as possible, give themselves as much room as possible to force out this Uber charge from TF2 Easy. Make it as hard as possible for them to take space. Coming in, because he just doesn't get to go anywhere. The pipe's out of Domo, and that's a dead Auto. Now, Witness Gaming, no heals for TF2 Easy. They're taking lobby. They've already capped second. They can just surge in here, and they're doing that already. Now, walking through main, Nasboy has to hit something beautiful, and he doesn't. He just finds a spawn queue. Pappy is taken down. Headshot from Morale onto Celentes is a decent start, but trades killed are just being traded across. Domo does so much damage with these pipes, and the point is locked down. Witness Gaming, 4-0. Domo Demo Man destroys TF2 Easy.
Domo had stickies absolutely everywhere. They were taking so long to clear them. He's just able to put all 4 pipes out into that tiny little door. And Auto clearly didn't know how close he was to them and just eats the drop. I mean, that is such a classic mistake. It could have been a coast-to-coast. They had such a huge 100% advantage. If they get second for free, they can roll it forwards, but not what happened. And Auto with a massive mistake, putting TF2 Easy on match point here. They could get knocked down 1-0 in this series already.
We were talking about it in the pre-game. We were talking about how this should be Witness Gaming sided. For a while it wasn't, but then it was. Nubby bombs in, doesn't get anything in the meantime. Happy just in enemy Toxic, does so much damage. A kill onto Nasboy means no demo for TF2 Easy. They're stuck on this low ground here. Witness can pick them off one by one, but Gazi could probably do the same. Silentes is now going down as TF2 Easy. They're taking some height here. They still have both scouts alive. Domo has to hit some pipes here. One onto Auto. It's a decent start. He's going to focus him down and take him down. Tomas might just get saved here by Domo, who is just hitting everything.
Tomas had 2 scouts shooting at him that entire time, and Gazi and Morale just not able to clean up the kill, and actually kiting back into Toxic was the absolutely right thing to do for Tomas there. Both the scouts had to actually leave their medic to commit to him, and that lets Domo instantly get the medic frag with the sticky pipe combo, and now they are able to roll this one forwards. Huge 100% advantage. If they convert this, the map's over already. Josh in behind will slow things down by getting a pick onto Ixie, but this could be huge!
Happy does so much damage, but unfortunately for him, does not quite get the kill to Auto, but does drop it down to 24 HP, which means that they have no business pushing here. Nubby and Josh is somehow, they're still trading kills onto Pappy here. It's just all about slowing down Witness right now. They have 100% advantage here.
Uber's still up, yeah, and being a soldier down on the defense is such a big deal with this point being so easy to play. The Sentry Gun is doing a good job at keeping them at bay for now. The Uber is 70% for Auto. Witness are trying to take this slow, but it could be the death of them. As they actually, the combo is getting taken down. They just have to call a cancel on this one. Auto will have his Uber now, so it's even for last. 13:40 on the clock. And TF2 Easy have quite a bit of coming back to do. They're stuck on their own last.
They're stuck on their own last, and Reckoner last, I think, is... Honestly, I think it's one of the harder lasts to push out of. You think of the lasts that are difficult to push out. My brain immediately goes to Snakewater and Sunshine, but also probably it should go to Reckoner, because everywhere you want to leave this last is a choke point. It's a tiny choke point.
Yeah, the only real non-choke point is through under, but then you are just getting seen from miles away, and you're not in a very good position to actually take anything once you come out of there. So it is a difficult one. Also, the addition of the secondary rollout means that there's always an opportunity for someone to just get an easy wrap on you when you do try and come out, or stuff someone in there. And Gazi taking a shot onto Ixie, who actually sees the med for just a split second, but just gets the 50 damage body shot. He's taking a wide angle here. Scout offering up his head, but Gazi's getting stuck off here. The soldiers both bombing him. He is going to lose his life.
Gaming. It allows them to go in on to last here because they get that kill into Gazi Sniper. It's so nice here because it was looking nice. Okay, finally, they get the kill into the Sentry Gun, but that's a trade that TF2 Easy take any day of the week. Nubby, however, they really do like. Yeah, your soldier, the point presence is so big, it's just swarming onto it. The point is almost capped, but now projectile class is the only ones left on both sides. But it's just Nasboy has to hit everything here, as Silentes does flub the bomb a little bit, but does so much damage with the rockets. Nasboy takes down as well, and that in 12 minutes remaining is Witness Gaming taking map number 1, taking Reckoner. It started out a little bit TF2 Easy sided, but it ended up being all Witness Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been so close. Think about the mistakes that led us here. That little misplay on the timing from Nubby onto mid when he was going to spring his trap. Auto with the drop on what could have been a complete comeback into the round. Just those are the two that really stand out to me. There was the mid fights seeming like they could go either way.
Yeah.
And then as soon as the round got out into actual progressive back and forth play, it felt like Witness, it was just their stomping ground.
It felt like the individual players were coming out huge from Witness as well. We saw the moments. Domo, it's so nice to see him just play so well because he really was absolutely destroying them. He's normally running, he was running normal pipes, wasn't he? Was he on the lock and load there? I don't think he was.
He was on I'm Bomber this map, no?
Yeah.
But yeah, I think a lot of demo men kind of change it up dependent on maps and other stuff these days. Now that it's not got the bugged hitbox. But yes, Domo was definitely having a lot of opportunity to shine in that game. Thomas, of course, doing what Thomas always does. Yeah. And Domo's not the one that you usually expect to be the star hype demo man. So him stepping up is a great addition to an already star-studded Witness.
It makes me at the same time excited and worried coming into this, because the first map we saw of Gully Wash was very, very even the entire time. This seemed like it was starting out to be very even with the 1-1 scoreline, but then very quickly it just turned in Witness's favor.
Yeah,
if you're TF2 easy now, yes, you're going onto your map pick, but with the demo performing this well, Soldiers performing this well, you must be a little bit worried here.
It's not that easy to get worried here for TF2 easy. I mean, when we were talking about how dominant we expected Witness to be on that map, that's kind of the scoreline you'd expect to see in the end one way or another, even though it was a lot closer at the start than it could have been. So with Metalworks coming into this, I feel like TF2 Easy are still confident that this is their map pick. We can do the exact same thing that Witness just did to us, and we have some analysts ready to talk about it in a little bit more detail. Is that Mac and Geordie I hear in my headset?
Yep,
Hello.
You're right. You've got Mac and I've got Geordie. I don't have those analysts here, but they're they're the next best thing. Anyway, welcome, boys. Welcome. Thank you very much for humouring me one more time on the sofa here, Mac. And also, we welcome Geordie to the sofa as well. I mean, before we even talk about any of the teams, Geordie, you've had a good LAN. You've been popping off, my man. What's the explanation? Shots. I'm not sure if I heard. I'm not sure if I've got Geordie on the mic, but we'll see. We'll see. The push to talk.
Make that, yeah.
Oh, there we go. Okay, now, what was the real reason, Geordie? Was it shots?
Shots and energy drinks.
Hey,
Yeah.
there we go. I'm glad we got that for the stream. All right, so, boys, I would say, have you been paying attention to the match at all? But we've both been at the bar. We've all been chatting, and then we look up, and it's suddenly 4-1 to Witness Gaming. Like,
Yeah, we were sitting behind TF2 Easy. They just won like a round, 1-1. We spent like 2 minutes to get to the bar, and they won 3 rounds in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Is this what just Witness Gaming are like? Are they just that good at like snowballing? Just round after round after round. Like how
they can be. Thomas Domo, when they pop off, it's like Thomas and Domo. They're just disgusting.
Mac, if you're entering these sort of best of threes, is your ideal situation winning out a map against them, like their map pick? Basically, this is Witness Gaming's map pick, or do you just take that on the chin? Do you think like, look, boys, we're probably going to lose this, but it's about our picks and the picks later on?
I don't know. You want to win every map you play. It doesn't matter who it comes from, but obviously, they're not going to be too heartbroken about losing the map that they didn't pick. Just go metal, see where it goes from there.
Yeah.
Then Decider is like relatively should be. I don't know. I forget what it is, but nature of the Decider is it's always going to be even. Yeah, Snake Decider. So it's always a level-ish playing field. Obviously, it's still in favor of the team that whittled it down between the last two, but.
So, Geordie, we're going to Metalworks next. Does that put you at ease a bit more if you're on over TF2 Easy side?
Honestly, Witness, I think they're pretty strong on Metal as well. I think it's all gonna be about mids.
Yeah.
Like whoever's gonna win the mid, the Metal's usually played pretty slowly. So whoever has the mid starts controlling the game.
Yeah.
So I think it's all gonna be in the mids.
Yeah. You two have actually, you've obviously been at this LAN. You've played these two teams. Which team did you felt like was just like giving you a harder time when you were playing in the groups, personally?
We got the same result against both, but TF2 Easy, maybe it's like a bit of ego. Like I just feel like they had to work harder to get it. Like I think the map even took longer. Maybe it didn't. I don't know. I feel like they're still better.
There's no right or wrong answer, boys. How do you feel?
How do I feel? Yeah, definitely.
Definitely.
Witness dominated us, and TF2 Easy also, but different levels of it.
Yeah.
If you could give any words of advice, Geordie, I know they're obviously clawing at the words of advice of Geordie to know how to deal with Witness Gaming. What would you tell TF2 Easy? What wisdoms could you spit?
Honestly, I don't know. The way we played against Witness is we were the only team to take a round off Witness.
Factual. That's a factual thing.
until now.
We
yeah.
We just
you inspired them.
We killed Domo on mids. We just focused him.
That's good.
That was a big thing, I think.
Yeah, that's a very good, strong point. I remember that. That was Gully Wash. You guys were just kind of like plowing over Domo over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Man was getting tilted. They changed all their targets, and they were like, right, kill these scouts, kill these soldiers, because they're just being like too focus fire on this demo. So obviously we're going into Metalworks. I'm just gonna have to do the old cookie cutter question of like, give me just like a fun prediction. You don't have to be right, but you don't have to be wrong either. So start us off, Mag. What do you think this Metalworks is gonna be?
3-1 to Witness.
All right.
I think 4-1.
4-1. Okay, you boys are going to either look really smart downstairs at the bar, or you're going to look ridiculous. All right. I think we've had enough with our analysts here at the panel. No, it's been a treat to have you both. We'll see you all down there, and we'll see you guys over by either the caster desk or a break. I'm not sure. We'll see where we go. The casters.
We're going over to me. Hello. I was mucking about with my shoelace, actually. I'm a little bit annoyed about that, but we'll have to deal with it. I'm now untied one shoe.
All right, well, you're not going to be moving about too much during the cast, so I think you should be fine. You're here for at least another half hour, and these guys think only half an hour. Like, I was expecting them to be a bit more TF2 easy-sided on this map in particular, but as I was saying, Witness have definitely done a lot of work into trying to iron out Metalworks and not have to rely on banning it every time. Obviously, if they were still going for that strategy, we might have seen them ban it instead of Gully in that first round of bans, but instead they did not want a repeat of yesterday. They're more than happy to play this, it seems. So do you agree with our people with much bigger brains than you?
I think I do, honestly. The way the Witness are playing right now, I think with specifically the players that were shining in that map, going into Metalworks, which is now our pick, we haven't seen much of Witness play Metalworks at all. I think also traditionally it has been the map when they've been forced to play it in the regular season that they've been struggling with the most.
Yeah, they have been. And that's with the change to this season, them being able to pick and ban it is probably why we haven't seen it at all out of them. There'd usually be at least 2 weeks where they're forced into a game of Metalworks.
Yeah.
But now with a mini map pool every single week, they can ban it out whenever they please. Obviously, they're not relying on it being their perma, but it's still one of their weaker maps. They haven't really played it very much in officials. They haven't given much away.
They haven't, and so it makes them a total wildcard here. Because as we said, we didn't see them play this all I-69. We didn't get there in the finals either. It's going to be interesting. I think.
Yeah, and we haven't seen it in the season, but I definitely trust our players. Those guys must have been scrimming it against Witness. It might be a bit tricky for them to rate how well Witness are doing, considering both these teams are probably rolling those noobs anyway. Like, who are Mac and Geordie when it really comes down to it? But here we go. Second map, Witness Gaming in the lead, 1-0. Can they convert the TF2 easy pick of Metalworks to get us into the grand final here?
Yep, Witness Gaming are looking to take this in a 2-0 sweep, get themselves into that grand finals tomorrow evening. As Nubby is actually super early onto mid there, denies Domo for even getting in the first place, but Naspoy is also just in-house. Silentes high bomb doesn't find anything, but the Pappy bomb in does. Ixie is taken down, but Pappy's found 2 on the back line. Both Naspoy and Auto are dead, as Mula now has to just run for the hills. He's got a scout friend of Tomas with him, so he is just running right back out here onto second. 80% advantage for him.
Mula's lucky that leaves a different way to his team, but TF2 Easy are not fast enough to capitalize on it. Now he does keep himself alive, gets this Uber up, trying to take it slowly. They've already caught out the vent spot. They just want to get in through Valley here without having to force, and they've pretty much cleared mid. Morale and Ghazi both running in, seeing if they can just kind of tease this out of Mula. They've taken down a soldier, but Sill's gone in behind. He's right behind Auto. They don't know about it. He's in lobby, lands onto Auto, pops him up in the air. It's an easy conversion. Now Mula's allowed to safely use off this Uber and catch all the players in front. They're chasing it as deep as they can, but they are not quite getting Naspoy and Josh on the flank here.
Naspoy and Josh live, and sets them up for a little bit of a counterplay. Really nice rocket there by Pappy on to Ghazi. Doesn't actually manage to find the kill, but the nice shot nonetheless. A little bit of a message. Parting gift to Ghazi to not challenging too much here. Witness Gaming are sitting on a little bit of an ad, but crucially, they're down Pappy. Looks like TF2 Easy. They just want to fight. They're running in through Valley right now. Bomb coming in out of Josh, trying to make some space, but actually not getting all that much. Nubby still positioned in house and just gets taken down. Instead, Morale is also dead. The bomb into Auto does so much damage, eventually finds him. Gazzy on the Pyro has done absolutely nothing. As he's running back to his own second, they know he's on Pyro now. Surely they can expect it. Nasboy just taken down towards the end of the fight by Ixie as well. Witness Gaming are rolling this forwards here. Kill onto Josh. They take second. They cap the point. Still 3 dead. Not even a medic. They're looking to push this into last already.
Yeah, and they are already rolling it in. Toes running forwards. The sentry gun's not even been built as he takes it down. Nubby bombs onto the already Ubered Mula. Now they just have to try and clean up the frags. They're surfing it and kiting it quite well into lobby, but they do get cleaned up in the end. Gazzy, just a minimum amount of health on the floor. Sills bombed the point now. This is going to be a round for Witness Gaming off of what was a very, very strange refight into mid. TF2 Easy had definitely the right call to try and fight onto mid there. Pappy was down, and an Ubercharge advantage isn't real until that number says 100. So you might as well just take that bust in. But Gazzy on the Pyro it's a very weird thing to do. I understand the mindset behind it, that you just keep all the spam off yourself in Valley, but a scout is so much better at denying those bombs, and that's what we saw in the end, was the Witness Gaming bombs just came in and wiped everyone in Valley there. So a nice, easy round conversion for Witness off of that.
Ixie just in spawn there on Spy to check to make sure that Gazzy is off of the off classes again. They have seen the Gazzy Pyro for the first time, and now they're worried. Have to keep making sure it doesn't come up and be prepared. The bomb out of Nubby does make a lot of space all the way back into Valley here. The counter bomb of Josh as well. The follow-up bomb does do a lot, but it's just Silentes and Tomas. They're finding everyone on TF2 Easy. Just
the late step of his life.
Just taken down.
18 seconds on Auto, and they're already getting ready to cap up second here. The bombs are a little bit mistimed, it feels like. You were right, Nubby creates so much space, but by the time they've dealt with Nubby, all the scouts are able to walk back to their team, and that's exactly when Josh is bombing. They're just giving them free 1-by-1 soldier fights. Mula is already taken down very, very low on this last point. They're trying to put them in the bin, and they are doing so far. The point is getting capped on second. Mula has to use that off eventually, and that stops Toe from actually being able to cap the point. Everyone from TF2 Easy is just fragging the unubered players, and this is kind of backfired on Witness Gaming. They were way too committed, way too early. Toe trying to cap the point, and then that did not go well as the Uber came in. TF2 Easy able to find all these frags, get themselves out onto second, maybe get themselves back in the game.
They're back in onto this one. They're onto second. Now, they have a little bit of an Ubercharge advantage, but it's not that big. I think Metalwork, specifically when you're trying to push in onto middle, there's so much ground you have to cover. Because realistically, pushing into house is just so difficult. It's just a tiny little corridor. You see the sticky bombs immediately pretty much just deny Josh from even entering in the first place.
It's not really a point that you see many like fast catch Uber attempts with. They are going to go for that eventually through lower, and everyone's made a decent amount of space from Witness. They do clean up that scout of Tomas right at the end. Pappy's been found too, and Mula is just all the way out on second. Hasn't been healing for a very long time actually. Does only have 94% as a back cap attempt on second here, but that is going to get dealt with. TF2 Easy also going to be capping mid, but Mula, as I mentioned, gets all the way out. He has 100% advantage.
100% advantage here, but he doesn't have his players with him to try and hold on to that Ubercharge. TF2 Easy have to just force this out. They're taking second. They take a lot of ground because Witness aren't there to fight them. Now the Uber comes out onto Tomas, and it should just be a clean kill onto Nasboy. He's taken down. The rest of TF2 Easy are so low. Is not Auto, who's all the way down to 14 as he just about regenerates back up in his own house. He takes the pack, and he's 85% health now, as Witness Gaming have taken control of middle, but for how long? They can just wait for Nasboy to come up. They're not even waiting. The Uber just comes straight in onto Moralexi here. The soldier of Pappy is taken down, but Witness Gaming, they managed to use that distraction from Pappy to maybe just get a clean getaway. They have one Ixie in behind as well. Moralexi and Gazzy combined to clean him up, but the Ubercharge advantage that they had is now completely out of the picture.
Yeah, the soldier of Pappy going down is absolutely fine if you can make that entire Uber obsess over you for its whole duration. Chasing Pappy back there, just letting the Uber fade out without getting a single other kill to its name. And now TF2 Easy, they are still trying to roll this one forwards off the Ixie advantage. Josh popping up Mula into the air, does not trust that one, has to use it off. So this is a very successful force now. They do clean up Josh finally, but it looks like the blue scout, oh, Gazzy just gets caught right at the very end, not able to make it back to his team, but again, a flip-flop situation.
flip-flop situation here for TF2 Easy. They now have the Ubercharge advantage, but they're down 2 players. It looks like they still want to fight this on mid. The Uber just coming in, but they're all so very low here. The Uber is going to only find a kill into Ixie. Salentus does so much work here, does so much damage, but the kills haven't actually been found here for Witness Gaming this time around. They're down 2 as they're back on their own second. Josh sitting up in alley. Looks like they want to take the bomb forwards. The Ubercharge advantage does not exist as long as the number doesn't say 100. But the Josh bomb in onto House has found only 1 kill. Never mind, now it's 2. Thomas, Pappy are both taken down. Mula is still sitting on second. The bomb comes forwards. A lot of damage onto Domo, but he's just gone back. Still, they're trying to wrap this here. It's 80% Uber for Mula. Witness are just running back to last. They want to keep this Ubercharge.
Yeah, TF2 Easy make just a great choice to keep in that fight on mid there. It really minimized the advantage for Mula after the trade comes in, and Nubby just gets around the point. Nice hundo on the scout, but not able to finish off or get much meaningful cap time. Just a sack attempt. We'll see Witness aren't really in position to do anything. They don't want to sack out of last unless they have a very easy opportunity to. We've got the off classes up already as well, of course. Thomas and Ixie rocking the Sniper and NG.
Sniper of Thomas is just going to watch corner for now. He's doing his best Counter-Strike role play as he sits and watches an angle for as long as he's able to. I myself also like doing this sometimes, where I slow right down with the player. Josh is taken down here. In fact, by Domo. As I mean, that kill onto Josh means that the TF2 Easy, they have to back out of lobby. They can't stay there without that soldier to do the extra spam damage that they need to be able to sit inside of it. But the sentry gun out of Ixie, this is when Witness, they're 1 round up. Thomas is just on Spy to check to make sure no funny business is going on. He cycles back between Sniper and Spy for actually a really long time there. Wants to make extra sure.
Yeah, he didn't check Pyro though, so Gazi, no, never mind. He's being normal.
How boring. How quaint. I'm waiting for the EU gimmicks, man. I wonder where they are. We saw them so much at LAN, but this time around, maybe we're just not going to see them. Instead, Nubby is going to high bomb a sentry gun, and unfortunately, does not really work that well. It's a lot of damage onto Domo, but they don't find him. Now 2 soldiers down, meaning the TF2 Easy have to back off. They're sitting on second, and all is on Nasboy to try and keep lobby clear of red enemies.
Means TF2 Easy have to back off, but doesn't mean Witness Gaming have to move forward.
Nope.
So, I mean, Cadis isn't here, but he still lives on in their heart, it seems. They are still going to be just rocking out on last. Whoa, this is an angle getting taken wide by Thomas. I thought you could see the medic there. That's a window. Calm down, calm down.
That's one of my favorite pub clips of all time. It's just those clips of the snipers that just try to shoot through windows. It doesn't work.
I used to try and do that, man. I started with CS and I'm just shooting into like wooden stuff on Sawmill, seeing if I can line up a wallbang.
Is on Spy. There is a Pyro out of Thomas actually, so it could be counted very, very easily. I think he's disguised as an enemy soldier. I hope that's a bug that's actually a friendly soldier, maybe. Otherwise, they probably have seen him, as he's now going to stealth him. You see that Pyro of Thomas already, just kind of going around, spy checking every single corner here. Makes it pretty difficult for him to do anything. He's going to have to wait for Thomas to run out of ammo. No, instead he's going to take and lose a 1v1 to Ixie on the Engineer. 2 minutes left on the round timer here. Witness Gaming, I think they realized that pushing out of Metalworks sucks, so that if they just don't and go to mid for free, it's probably just better.
Yeah, unfortunately Nubby on stopwatch there, so wasn't able to pick his timing. As soon as the NG peeks him, he's just very obviously a Spy AFK in a corner. So that's not ideal, gets taken down, nothing done there. And yeah, as you mentioned, Witness, they are happy to reset this last. It's a very difficult lobby to get all the way through, especially with TF2 Easy. They love doing those ratty flank plays. Gazi would have definitely tried to take any opportunity to cause chaos in the backlines had they walked this one forward. So again, Witness just happy to sit still for now as TF2 Easy take this one in. They do manage to force out a trade, but it's a lot better for Mula. There's no chase though at all from Witness. They don't want to fall into some kind of trap in lobby and lose their players after the Uber. They are just going to reset this one. There's 1 minute left to do so. And with the YOLO Uber trade, TF2 Easy might just try and bust this one with a dry fight.
Oh my god, Domo has the nastiest angle there for the pipes. And now the bomb comes in out of Josh and Nubby, but they just can't go forwards. It takes so much damage. The sentry gun, once again, just shuts down so much of what they want to do.
It's kind of weird. Like, why take the trade if you're just going to do a double soldier sack anyway? They actually got Mula kind of low. I don't know whether or not he would have forced, but
they have they're sitting on a 90%,
They've
or
just
a
built this
30%
better.
advantage. I don't know if they've realized this, or they're back on second. They're just building it up here. I think that's probably the difference. One team building it, the other one kind of isn't. But they're looking, I mean, honestly, 38 seconds, they just kind of have to go on this anyway. Maybe they're lucking themselves into an uber advantage push. I say that as Mula is now 100% anyway. Domo just sits on this bridge and makes it so difficult for TF2 Easy to come in. The final push of the round comes in, and unfortunately, it's over before it begins. Auto taken down by the trap of Domo. Pappy and Ixie find another 2 kills, and now TF2 Easy, 13 seconds. Witness are actually pushing out and taking this cap, because with a medic down, the spawns are so delayed with the late kill onto Nasboy. They should be looking to take middle for free. It would be like just winning the mid fight with uber advantage, because Mula's 100%.
It's the absolute dream there. Auto dropping such a huge mistake. What does that extra half second of milking through the most obviously trapped door in the world actually get you in terms of value? Nothing. And the drop changes absolutely everything. You're now way on the back foot. They get second for free. They are using in here onto enemy second while they're still capping mid. Josh has come in behind the Uber, but not able to find the timing to even block mid. Josh is kind of wasted behind right now and does get cleaned up. There's an advantage now for TF2 Easy, but they're back on their own last. There's no way for them to conceivably get back into this round unless they just want to take a very silly ad push with Josh still down. Gazzy on the off passes. They're trying to bomb in here already onto last, but still does get just taken down by the heavy of Gazzy.
Gazzy on the heavy shuts down Solantis, much in the same way that the Sentry Gun shut down Nubby. Fortunately, Gazzy actually had to aim to kill him. Now, Scout hiding in this corner, actually. I don't know. Oh, yeah, he's been splashed, and Ixie has him back. 100% here for TF2 Easy as they are looking to push forward, but they take so much damage onto Morale. He's down to 8 HP before the fight even begins. Domo doing so much damage here, sitting in house. Now, 90% for Mula means that the Ubers are even, and the damage so far seems to be even as well. Witness, they're posturing around Ali, and they're sending in Solantis here to try and get in onto Auto. He's shut down, and so is Ixie in the flank as well. It's 2 down here for Witness Gaming. TF2 Easy have an Uber charge. They're looking to walk forward through Valley. Let's see if they can find anything more than they already have.
The Mula spam is huge. Mula's already out of the fight. He just has to give up this positioning. 2 soldiers spamming him. He has to go back for the pack, and that lets them give up mid entirely. Purely the spam of the soldiers manages to do that. Nubby trying to find an extra Domo just as icing on the cake, but doesn't manage to get that one. They do take mid for free, though, and they will be happy with that. They need to start getting around on the board in this game. It's their map pick. They are going to end up in the lower bracket if they don't win this one, of course.
So positions are reversed here. Instead of TF2 Easy being the ones to hold second, they're now pushing second. Even Uber's still, but it's 15 minutes to go. Witness are only up 1 round. They have plenty of time to get back into this if you are a TF2 Easy enjoyer here. Nasboy in through lower, tries to get some spam happening, doesn't actually manage to get anything done. Still, though, it seems to be that Ali is sort of the chosen way, the chosen method to get some aggression going, as multiple members of TF2 Easy are now postured around it. Domo spamming in some pipes as the one bomb comes in out of Josh, immediately bombs back, as Nubby cannot really get in through house. He just shoots some petty rockets here, try to get damage onto Mula. A little bit has been done, but it's not too much. Now, the bomb is actually coming forwards out of Tome, out of Josh here. Doesn't really find anything. A lot of damage, but it's 2 soldiers down because Witness Gaming have found Nubby on the flank here. They're coming in onto mid. A Witness, the Solantis bomb goes so high up onto Auto here, and he just has to pop the Uber. The counter Uber actually comes out immediately out of Mula here. 1 scout is in, but there's not really any players here for TF2 Easy. They just have the Uber players. They drop down to low ground already as the scout does so much work. Trying to get the health is so low for TF2 Easy here as they're just falling slowly but surely. It's Ixie down. Now Happy actually taken down as well. This fight is swinging back and forth, and it's TF2 Easy. It looks like they're finally taking control of mid. Domo has to run back with the rest of his team.
Yep, they do finally win that out on second, and they do want to chase this forwards. It looks like already getting into Valley. The spawners are up for Witness, but they won't be in the fight just yet, spawning back on last. They are trying to go fast. Josh clears the ground through lower. Solantis getting taken out very low, and Nubby with the bomb onto Mula. Obviously, the much more important of the two gets that med pick, and everyone runs away. They want to play this advantage out.
Yeah, TF2 Easy cannot lose any more players. You need those respawners
and
to
they're
come
about
in.
to. Nubby just gets caught by Pappy on the exit. So now, even though they have this advantage, they've lost so much ground on the map that when they use it, they're just going to get back to where they started.
Yeah, basically. I mean, they have 90% now. Have all their players spawning ever so slowly, but the cap time means that they actually don't get forwards in the last two. Morale and Nubby both have to run a little bit longer, but TF2 Easy, they're setting up in-house already. Meanwhile, Witness Gaming, they're sitting on their house as well on middle. They want to get so much spammage done into auto. He actually eats a spam rocket already. Now, one soldier sitting in a valley with a scout, the other one sitting close to house. Pappy does so much damage, but actually doesn't get the force. Now the pipes from Domo come across, and they don't hit anything. Never mind, because the soldiers in behind his Lentes is forcing auto lower and lower. But the back cap instead, I don't think they're actually going to get this. The time's one. No, the block on the point. Domo is dead. The counter bomb comes in. Nubby has actually found the kill in the end. He is taken down. Josh is dead as well. Mula, somehow, he's found one cleanup kill, but he's alone. He has one soldier friend with him, but the scout is chasing forwards. Pappy now taken down. Mula's still in lobby. He's surfing out the sticky bomb. He's in behind, but there we go. Alexi has taken him down. Now they have to deal. Every other player on Witness Gaming is behind TF2 Easy, and they want to get auto before he runs out, but Solentes is dead. So is Ixie. They're losing so many players, just 2 up.
Yeah, Mula hasn't even spawned yet. No heals. Look at how pussy Domo and Tomas are playing right now. They're basically inside the spawn door. The Uber's already in. Morale clears the stick. He's already getting time on point. The players are getting back out of spawn. Mula's going to die once again to the stickies of Nasboy. Now Morale's back on the point. They're already playing time on it. There is just no chance here for Witness. They're going to slowly lose this battle of attrition as they are forced down onto the low ground. Ixie and Domo. Last one's left. Josh is mining for diamonds, but it's going to be Nubby to finish it off in the end, and they get the round capture. TF2 Easy finally on the board, and think all the way back to what happened at mid. Sil and Ixie went behind, and Auto just had balls of steel. He was getting shot in the back by rockets by Solentes and manages to surf them out forwards into mid without knowing Sil is there, keeping that Uber for the entire round, running it forward so well, so much as they can kill Mula again with it twice is just massive for TF2 Easy. They had ad for almost that entire round, it seemed like.
TF2 Easy have only ever taken one map off Witness Gaming, and it was in the lower bracket final of Insomnia 69. They're looking to take their second ever map off of them here on Metalworks. It is their pick, and on the middle, the soldiers of Nubby and Josh bomb in high and take enemy space. Now Nubby venting as he jumps forward here. It's actually a kill to Nasboy and Auto, though, as Witness Gaming have found 2. Now Nubby does a lot of damage in Valley here, but it's actually Pappy taken down by Morale. Finally, Nubby's clean up. It's just Alexi left. He does not get on to Mula. Mula now 100%. Has friends with him, and Witness Gaming, they're sitting in a very good position now.
Yeah, the positioning on these medics in the mid fights is so opposite to each other. Auto's completely committing over point, and he's just getting shot at from all sides. It's a very easy cleanup, whereas Mula is hard baiting back in Valley, keeping himself alive for the entire mid fight, has those players in front of him to just keep him out of danger entirely and easily, and now they have the advantage to run forwards into last.
They have the advantage as they are sitting up. The sniper of Alexi has to make some magic happen here. He's sitting around watching main. This is where Witness have been pushing from, but this time around, the Uber's coming from a different side. It's onto the sentry gun of Gazi pretty early, and a lot of damage is being dealt to Auto, but the kill has finally been found by a nice little shot on Solentes there. Josh is actually arrowed down by Mula, but he's taken down. The counter bomb comes out of Nubby, and he does so much work. Now, only 2 players from Witness Gaming left alive. They're walking, but crucially, throughout the mess of that fight, they did find the kill onto Auto. Ixie wants to get in on the action here. They've actually managed to clean up Nasboy. They've managed to clean up Alexi. There's a soldier so very low on the low ground, but Ixie runs back. He's so very weak.
Super favor Witness though. Look, they're all the way in. That delay in the 2v4 was just absolutely massive for Witness, and now they actually want to refight last off the pick advantage that they still have for another few seconds. Nasboy down. None of these doors getting locked. There's already a soldier high up in the air. That's Nubby trying to land onto the medic, but instead he has to shoot the point. He's not able to get onto it in time to block it. Witness just turned that one around completely, and that's just Sil, like, living for so long on second, doing so much work in that 2v4.
that was huge for Witness Gaming. Now they find themselves in a very comfortable position. 9 minutes left on the map. Metalworks is a map. If you want to, if you are Witness Gaming, they can. We've seen it before. You can slow this right down to a snail's pace. Make it as hard as possible for TF2 Easy to come back into this game. As TF2 Easy, they really have to start going now. They're down around.
Even if they end up on the back foot, though, and Witness, they've been winning these mid-fights historically so far. We need to see something a bit different out of TF2 Easy as Nubby comes forward with the bomb, just lands behind Domo, gets that nice early demo pick, but now the Soldier Bomb in onto Auto. He's living on a small amount of health in the corner, does get taken down, and once again, they are just going to blob around Mula. Morale's running in, though, manages to clutch up that kill, but in the end, it's Nasboy versus everyone. Once again, Witness Gaming going to take another mid-fight.
They take the mid-fight, but crucially, they lose their medic in Mula. The aggression is still going to come out, but it gets a little bit more complicated when they're trying to push the last. Pappy, already on second, going to wait for his teammates there as well. But Mula actually spawns a little bit later. The Ubercharge advantage is currently in the favor of Auto. I don't think it matters that much.
Yeah, it's way too small. It's 20 and it's out of last. It's going to be difficult. If they are going to push this, though, on the basis of the spawns being late for Witness, and Pappy doing the smart thing of just completely giving it up, not hard committing to that cap. So TF2 Easy back in control of a second, and they are trying to build this ad up. It's actually gotten a little bit small, though. Both teams building now, and I don't think TF2 Easy are going to risk this. It's way too small of an advantage to try and pop into Metalworks mid. Usually you see people take this one a lot slower all the way through Valley.
Pappy's just watching the stars. I think he's trying to look for... do you know any constellations? I actually forgot. Cassiopeia.
Orion's Belt, is that one?
Yeah, there is one. There's one that's like a shield.
Ursa Minor.
Ursa Minor, that's a classic. That's the one I got. That's the only one I can find, basically.
I've never looked on that one.
Wow. Okay, the bomb! Silentes in onto Auto there. Gets the force that's really big from this game. Alexi goes down. TF2 Easy, they don't have an Ubercharge anymore. Mula has such a big advantage.
Look how Deep Toe's running with this. Just takes the huge solo into lobby, but he's not quite getting the kills as of yet. He is still fighting this 2v1. He's just getting left out to dry. The bow from Mula is clutch, but that is not the usual Thomas Uber we see. He goes so deep, gets absolutely nothing for it.
Nat puts the Ubercharge in favor of TF2 Easy once again, but they don't have it. Witness sitting in lobby here, they were looking for a second, like they kind of wanted to push. And I'm not sure about that one, I'm going to be honest. But, I mean, Witness, they honestly, right now, they have TF2 Easy right where they want to be. Sure, they prefer to be up another round, but still.
Yeah, I mean, TF2 Easy are literally on the ropes. They kind of have to move off this advantage, even though it's out of last and it's only a small one, 30%. Gazzy's just trying to get the sticks and the spam off of this door so they can get through for free, but Josh and Morale have been lost, and this is going to make the last hold so much more difficult. Oh, his still is going huge, shooting them all from the side, cleans up an extra 2 kills. It's only Gazzy on the Pyro. They have to just use onto point here. They do eventually pop off the Uber, and Witness, they can just kite this Pyro. He is not the best class at mid-range, long-range damage. They are just still staying in. There's someone way up high on the vents. They are going to drop right down onto the point. Domo gets the pipe. They are going to convert this. Witness Gaming, they have their own Uber coming in now, running it forwards. There's not many players left alive, though.
It's just Ixie here in the fight. He's doing decent amount of damage, and finally, but it's just Thomas taking down the point capture! There's no one on it for TF2 Easy. Witness Gaming, taunt out of Ixie, shows them who's boss.
Yeah, I mean, it's so difficult there as TF2 Easy. There was 6 minutes left on the map timer, 4 minutes left on the round timer. You can't even force a reset at that point because you have to go all out on wiping them on the mid-fight, and that's not what they've been typically doing. Very difficult last to push out of, as we say. They lose 2 trying to do so, and they just obviously lose the fight from there. Now, we need back-to-back mid-fight wins for TF2 Easy, unless they want to go down into the lower bracket.
They have to take this mid-fight dominantly. They have to roll it out. They don't have much time. 4.5 minutes. They can't even wait for a round reset at this point. Nubby, huge sick bomb in, does so much damage, but Domo doesn't want better. Mahula still gets taken down, but so is Auto. Now, it's actually high ground for TF2 Easy here. They're sitting pretty on the point, and Pappy is taken down. Alexi is still on the point, just controlling it on his own. Thomas is finding the cleanup kills onto Nasboy, though, as Thomas in under, taking the 1v1 with Gazion loses. Now Domo, he hits the Knight's air pipe onto Nubby. Can he do something similar to the rest? No. He backs off. He waits for his team as he lets TF2 Easy take control of middle. It starts with a mid-fight win.
It starts with a mid-fight win that could have been so much better even for TF2 Easy. They very nearly kept Auto alive, and right at the end, I thought they could have thrown it away there, and Nasboy was not shooting the same players as the rest of his teammates. He just held W and fed to Tomas. You'd never want to give Tomas an opportunity back into a 1vx like that. That dude goes crazy at just winning any fight he's given. But eventually TF2 Easy do manage to stabilize. They need to keep the pressure going, though. The Ubers are nearly up for both teams, and that does not favor TF2 Easy here. That's extra delay for Witness, extra time run off the clock, and they are 3-1 in the lead still. TF2 Easy need these rounds coming thick and fast.
They don't have time. They just have to take this even Uber trade here coming into Alley. You can see them posturing up right now. They're just going to send in some soldier bombs, I think, and just try to go for the fight. They do not have time. It's 3.5 minutes left. They pretty much have to get a round capture right now. We're playing with config that adds an extra 5 seconds to the end of round timer. The pipe onto Domo is a decent start. They're actually running forwards. They get so much space without popping Uber, but now it's traded onto both teams. Damage comes across, but it's a kill onto Gazzy that's first. Ixie taken down as well, so is Moralexi. Damage is dealt to Witness, but they live, and TF2 Easy do not. Nasboy dead as well. Domo's in a corner, but you're not locked in there with it. You're just locked in there with him, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
Witness Gaming, they're up 3-1. They take control of middle once again, and TF2 Easy now, they need like divine intervention.
Yeah, Auto spent most of his time on the low ground in that push, completely separated, whereas everyone on the other side is getting healed by Mula. Makes the fight so much easier. Pappy is all the way in behind, has been spotted out, and they are going to chase him back, but he has a more than easy escape route. They're already into second. They take down the sentry on the forwards, and they have this advantage as well still. They could make this a 4-1 before the map is out, and they are going to be going forwards into our grand final with that ban advantage. And already we think the deeper map pool than TF2 Easy, so this could be very big news for the tournament as Pappy goes forwards, gets 2 kills with that Uber onto him. Chasing it forwards into last as well is Tomas. Not finding much more, but they can just play out this fight slowly now. It's a 6v4. Everyone's having to kite behind the point. No one can really block it. They're capping it up. 4-1. Witness Gaming. GG should be called now. That is over. TF2 Easy cannot get back into this one. And Witness proving Metalworks is no longer their weak point.
So... TF2 Easy just got outclassed in so many ways.
Yeah, I mean, the mid fights, you've got to at least win some of them. TF2 Easy not converting as much at all. And there's... Sorry, producers, you're being very, very loud right now. Please hit that mic. Thank you very much. Yeah, they just weren't able to get anything done into last either when they were in the advantageous position. We saw those weird trades, the weird double sacks, and neither of them were ever working to bust that Witness cozy last hold. And then right at the end of it, obviously the auto drop, even taking the round reset there, if your TF2 Easy is better, at least you're in with an even fight on mid, but Auto really just dropped the ball a couple of times in this series, actually. 2 drops, both of which very important and led to rounds for Witness.
It led to rounds to Witness, and they find themselves in a juicy grand final. TF2 Easy, they drop down. They're going to be facing the winner of a Big Below Clan and the other team that surely is finished now. This is LAN, where everything's on time.
Oh, wait, it might not be Germans. I just completely took a guess
Germans
there.
versus Chirachi.
Yeah. So that's
everything's on time, nothing is delayed.
Yeah, that's going to be our first matchup tomorrow, and then the winner of that, as you say, will face TF2 Easy, and the winner of that will get to face Witness in the final.
Yes.
So maybe that'll be TF2 Easy once again. Witness get a nice long day of enemy prep work as well ahead of the final.
They get to sit back, relax. I know Captain's actually here right now. He's been talking to the Witness guys pretty much all day.
New coach?
Yeah, new coach. And we're being yelled at now. We have to stop talking. They don't want us anymore.
Yeah, we're going to go to a break. We've already got our winners up here on the couch. They're just getting ready, and we'll have an interview with them ahead of the games tomorrow. So see you later.
Welcome back to the winners section of the couch. We've got a couple of winners here from Witness Gaming. Congrats, boys. Congrats to Pappy, and congrats to Salentes. I don't need to introduce you guys. You already know. Plus, you got the little stingers at the bottom corner. Hey, isn't that fancy?
That's me. That's Twitter. That's me.
Twitter.
Wait.
Have you got any actually solid content to Twitter, boys? Any content?
Nah,
on
I'm boring. I just tweet. It's like, oh, got another dub today, or like, unlucky. Like it's like every pro player. You follow.
Yeah. Just basically.
Oh, my Twitter's amazing. You should follow.
Oh right.
It's
there you go. Well, they've got no excuses now. It's on the
Zoe's
stream.
different.
Zoe is different.
Okay, boys. I've got some questions immediately out of the gate. Where's Cough? You were saying, oh, Cough. I love Cough. And then I see no Cough. What happened?
That's my fault.
Do you know what? We actually decided Koth is too fast.
Yeah. So we played Ice Series. We're really slow. So we just wanted to play the safest games possible, very slow. So we played CP and we played very slow.
Right. Does this correlate the fact that Cadus showed up in that Discord not couple of moments ago?
We did get.
He did. He told us to play slower actually.
Oh wow.
And that's the biggest change we made from yesterday to today.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, now fess up. Are these games actually like serious? I know I asked this question. Everyone's like, "Oh, we always want to win and all this stuff." But did you actually consider the fact that it's okay, guys? We got that safety net. It's okay to lose, or is that not in your minds?
Do you want to go?
I mean, yeah, it's upper bracket, so you have a safety net, but this tournament actually has winner bracket advantage, which is nice. Like big map pick advantage.
It's the double ban.
Double ban, which is really nice.
What is that like the biggest advantage you've had so far? Or
every time I played a final, it was just like you get to pick what team you are on the pick ban, and it was like A and B. But double ban is really nice.
I would say like as well, like being in the upper final. Like we can't take these games lightly because every team we play is like really good. Like they have really good players. Even it might maybe the scores don't reflect that, but like individually, these are really good players. And if just because a team outplays another team doesn't mean they're not really good. So we have to give out like all our focus all the time. Yeah. There's never like an easy game.
Do you guys overthink these map picks at all, or is it literally like I want to play Reckoner?
We talked about it after our upper bracket round 2 game. So before going in, we had like a 4-hour break.
Yeah.
So we spoke about it. We had some ideas.
It's like a bit in between both, right? Like there's some like deeper ideas, and then you have to kind of look at it like, are you overthinking it yourself?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
look at surface level advantages and things.
Yeah, I agree. I think like you can meta game yourself, and like Sil said, like the teams are really close here. Like the League of Shadows are the 3rd place team in Prem. They have extremely good players, like don't be fooled. And they came, I don't know, 4th, 5th or something. That's how good the actual skill level of the LAN is. Like the MAC team, they're good. They are good. The Czech team, they are good.
Just because
the
they
Germans
scream
are good,
doesn't mean they're bad.
Now, let's role play for a moment. Let's pretend you went to the lower bracket final for a moment there. Out of all the 3 teams that could have been possible, who would be like the team you would want to face, and which team would you fear the most going into a low bracket final?
I want to play Lucas.
You want to play Lucas?
Just so I can spawn camp.
But are you scared of Lucas, Pappy?
Nah, he's so bad. He's so I'm joking. Lucas is amazing. I'd want to dodge Lucas. To be honest, I'd dodge Lucas.
What about you, Silentes? Have you got any worries about those teams back there?
What, like of the
yeah? Who do you see coming third at least?
That's hard. Like
I think Lucas. I'll be honest.
Their team is like really hard to play against. Like we were playing on the group stage day, and we just kept dying to Spy and Sniper, and like they're not.
Yeah, they do fucking spam.
It's a
friggin' spam. those.
They're not. They're not planning to, but they do like we get caught out by the trolls.
Yeah, I mean they have Adiski, right? Adiski's always been this like playmaker. He was like one of the old school spoon guys, spy guys, sniper, crits.
I think it helps as well that you have somebody that's been at that level, so you can kind of reassure yourself that like, okay, you know you're on the right track because this guy's seen it before. He's seen it before, you know. He just knows how to make the secret recipe, I guess, to success.
Yeah.
Speaking of the secret recipe of success, I'm sure you guys played your game and you're perfectionists. You know, you're Prem players. You're at the top of it. Was there anything about your matches that you played just now that you didn't like about your own gameplay?
We lost a round on both.
The
first Reckoner we pushed out, big mistake. We'll make sure to fix
we'll
that.
Never push out Reckoner
pushing is bad.
Yeah.
So we'll make sure to not do that. And that was a period of Messel where I was modding. I was let me stack. I have the force.
Yeah,
and then you went in.
I also made the round we lost is completely my fault. So
we did go.
I made
ambitious
a cool,
play.
Made a cool. It was really bad. We lost a round. It can always be better.
Fair play, fair play. I respect
accountability
team.
is key.
Yeah, I respect the team and all this stuff like that. You've obviously met a few, fun gamers here. I'm not sure you've heard some passionate gamers. Any sort of highlights for you from the LAN so far, personally? Like, I got to hear Ron's. That's fun.
My personal favorite thing I saw was I don't know if it was on stream, but the Zoe sniper on Process Last. Like
I agree.
That was like for the old school fans, it was like sheep at I-42.
Ooh.
It was literally
I-42?
Oh no, sorry,
I-52,
I-52. It was really similar. Like he just peeks a door, dink, another door, dink, another door, drops a med.
Yeah,
like,
it makes the class look OP. Basically.
Zoe's great. I think we all enjoy just like watching him and his
yeah,
reactions.
we sit behind him. We've been sitting behind him.
Yeah.
We like watching him.
I'm a Zoe fanboy as well. I'm an Israeli fanboy. They've turned up.
Yeah, Phoenix as well.
Yeah. It's a shame we didn't go to see them on can you imagine the Jackie Leg stack coming to LAN? They beat you guys.
I would love.
They would beat you guys.
Yeah, I would love to see Jackie.
The amount of bad water they've played. Oh my god. Jackie Legs pulls up in the Fiat.
The face of Fiat. Oh my god. How many weekly challenge ladder winners does Jackie Legs have on Faceit?
Oh
my god, he has top duels as well. You ever see in the menu?
Top
and
duels.
Like,
you know like
used
to duels.
Dude,
how does he juggle all this? Like
he's got it all.
Mr. Worldwide.
He makes the maps.
The worst Mr. Worldwide, Mr. Highlander. I can't believe we're talking about Jackie Legs so much in the winners bracket final interview.
It's the important things.
All right. So obviously, are you guys got any sort of plans now? Is there actually a strategy for like, okay, we've won the final, we've got this break. Do you actually have to use that break time wisely, or is it really just about letting your hair down?
I think that you have to do both. Like just because you win, it doesn't matter how much you win by. You still have to focus up and like we will prepare. We will look at like the mistakes that did happen, and like we never take it like for granted. But on the same side, you do have to relax. You can't overly stress. Like it's a balance.
Yeah, I just say the same thing. Like, you can overwork to the point of detriment. So you just have to find the sweet spot, and it's different. The thing is, as well, it's different for every person.
Yeah.
Some people grind more. Some people, I don't know, need more time to chill. So
yeah, it's like quality and quantity. There's some people need beat.
I like that topic about overworking because I want to kind of ask. This is the first appearance you guys have had since the Insomnia LAN, and you've had some time to like sit down, chew, and like think about retrospect and think about it. Have you got any sort of lessons that you thought, or the sort of things you want to say about that LAN?
Yeah, I mean,
we have a lot of lessons.
It was strange because before Insomnia, we grinded like crazy. Like we would finish scrims and we would watch VODs of our scrims back for like the next 3 hours. Like for, it must have been like 20, 30 days.
It's the hardest I've ever tried coming into a LAN. Like ever.
To establish
do you think that was a detriment, or do you think like it was it was needed?
We needed that.
I think we needed it, but I think we came to certain
expectations,
conclusions.
No, we came to some conclusions that I think were really good for us and helped us a lot, and then we came to some that were wrong.
Oh, I see what you mean.
There's not, there's a feeling to the game, and when you watch a demo or an STV, you completely take out the feel, and you just see, one iteration of what happened, and that can lead you down some bad paths.
Would you say you've applied those lessons here coming into this LAN at all, or is it just literally something that you could only just go back in time and change if you wanted to?
No, like, but in between these two LANs, we've definitely evolved, to say the least.
Yeah.
Things have been changing. We constantly we don't really stick to anything like concrete. Like we'll always question what we're doing. Especially more so coming into Insomnia, we were thought we knew how to play product, and then over the course of that LAN, we
thought we knew how to play product.
We completely
then we picked it 3 times versus Banny. And we lost it 3 times.
That first map was pretty back and forth though, or that grand rival. So it could have been. I bet you guys could have been saying a completely different story.
Nah, I bet it's good though. We definitely learned a lot, and each product game is completely different.
Yeah, there's a very different story for each game.
Yeah, and it was all good for us. All very good.
Yeah, it's a good learning experience. But
now you guys said you've evolved over the LAN, but you get to play your boys TF2 easy again. Obviously at this LAN, you literally came off a match 2-0. Do you feel like that team has evolved alongside you guys as well, or do you feel like it's just the same old team that you played at the last LAN?
They definitely change as well because they you can tell from scrim to scrim they talk about something and play they're what?
Nothing.
Oh, that is that isn't the glisten of BM in that twinkling in that eye, are we?
It's just that they have really good pressures and stuff. There's some like specifics they do that no other team in Europe does.
Yeah, it's a
And
really hard if you're not prepared. Like
yeah,
we get caught like if we play like scrims and we get caught out by it or
like you saw yesterday actually. Like
Yeah.
when we
Yeah,
played
that's a good-
Gully.
that's a good
like,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a really good example. Like,
yeah, that was an immovable object meeting an unstoppable force.
Yeah.
It felt like.
And I think they've really improved the map pool as well.
Yeah,
Like, I think
actually.
maybe the one thing you could say coming into iSeries is they're a really good team, but maybe they didn't have as good a map pool. Whereas now it feels like
they're more well-rounded.
yeah,
Yeah.
much more well-rounded.
And like it's regardless of like people will look at logs or whatever. Regardless of that, like we like I said, we're always like super careful and trying like really hard all the time.
No, they're really good. I mean,
Yeah.
they're insane. I mean, you see them play the other teams, and they're really, really good.
Like you don't ever doubt they're not gonna win.
Yeah.
So.
All right, I got 2 more questions for you boys, and then we'll even it out so we can all head to the bar. First, you were talking to me about that map pick ban philosophy. I guess you were going into the group stage. All this,
Yeah.
I know, you know, but the audience don't know. Do you want to evolve them? Why on earth you just let all the teams pick whatever map they wanted to play?
You want to take it? Or?
Wait, do you actually have an answer?
Yeah, I have an answer.
Yeah, you can take your answer.
So we kind of stole it from like OG Dota. So
Big Dota fans.
Yeah, our team, we all played Dota probably.
Didn't
too
get that
much.
on camera at all.
But yeah, we stole this idea of you need to play with freedom and you shouldn't care what the other team does and just take the pressure off yourself and let them choose.
How come you didn't do this for the upper bracket then?
The what?
I mean,
you picked maps
you
this
still,
time.
Yeah, we still pick up maps this time, but I think there's some like freedom in playing the group stage and saying we don't mind, we'll play
Okay,
whatever,
yeah.
and you get to play a big.
This is a good strategic point to start picking.
For the upper
basically.
bracket, like it just goes back to like respect. Like we respect the teams we're playing. We're not.
Yeah.
It's not a joke. Like it's serious.
You know what Mac said? I asked Mac like, why do you reckon they let you pick the map pick? And he was like, oh, we're just tight, me and Pappy. He let me just have a free map, and I told him like, no, he let every team do that, and he looked distraught, destroyed.
Yeah.
Poor boy. All right, and the final question I've got for you is obviously they've been knocked down to the lower bracket, TF2 easy. They're going to have an opponent coming up in Wordastistov or the Czech team or this. Which match would you want to see going into that? What would make a good match?
I think.
What do you think?
I think the German team is like they're a better team, but it's fun watching Lucas play. Like Lucas in like a big game, he's like such a dice roll factor, and I think entertainment.
Lucas is. Like I sat behind him for some of his group games when we finished early, and
he's playing a different game.
He's not even playing TF2. He's playing like 5D chess where they Uber into him. He's way out of position. He pipe jumps behind them. Someone walks into 2 of his traps.
I want to know. I've never known a team love a player so much than Witness Gaming and Lucas Stank. No wonder this man has the ego to type base God in, because his team is literally worshipping him and the ground he walks on. All right, boys, you've been wonderful. And it's been a great sort of interview. I'm going to let you go. I'm going to let you have your little preparations, have your little sort of rituals before you go into your grand finals tomorrow. But otherwise, that's it. That's been us, boys. Oh, we're looking at this camera now. That has been our coverage of day 2 of the Arcadia Fortress thing there. Thank you for the leg show. As we are going to, we'll see you tomorrow at 3. Day 3, I should say. I don't know what time it will be exactly, but yeah, I know where you'll find that information. You'll find it and all the information over at the Arcadia sort of social spaces, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook. We've got the information out there on our own personal socials about our Phoenix Red and all that stuff. And I've also told, was it 1 p.m., 3 p.m.? I can't remember. 1 p.m. There we go. All right. Thank you very much for joining us. We will see you all guys tomorrow.